so
One minute, 37 seconds later.
So John Campea assumed their gender. Is that what we're getting at here?
I think
that's pretty toxic of him, and he needs to be better.
Hashtag be better, John.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Stupid bitch!
I mean, you could have said Kathleen Kennedy whipped out her baloney-looking vagina lips and slapped them in the face. You could have said that.
Now we can talk about how vagina is the roast beef of nature. Is that?
I like baloney.
What the fuck hit me? God!
Oh my God, who's got the baloney with you?
Ah! Oh no! Damn it! Fuck you guys! God damn it!
Nerdrotic.com.
So, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, fake audience. Thank you. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Welcome to Friday Night Tights. My name is Gary Beekler. I come to you from Nerdrotic.com, and I am live in San Diego County, beautiful San Diego County, California, where I'm looking right at a huge cactus, and I like it. Today, we have a killer guest and not a lot to talk about. I want to apologize up front, but I did get tweeted and shouted out by Gina Carano. So good night. Thank you very much. Hope you take show's over. No, I'm very excited. And so did Az. And I hope Drunk 3PO is very jealous. As a matter of fact,
I'm sure he is.
Well, he messaged me immediately. So
yeah, I would say it's got to the point where Gary doesn't answer his phone calls after that tweet, but he didn't answer him before then either. So nothing's really changed.
Did you call me? Wait a minute. Did you really call me?
Wait, what? I had
what? No, Lady Greymaster called me 7 times, but you didn't.
Hello?
My wife doesn't even call me that much.
Just wait till you see the articles tomorrow where it's Gina Carano wished a happy birthday to a YouTuber who's been attacking her co-star. Wait for those.
I believe it was wishing a happy birthday to an alt-right Nazi. And by the way, I denounce white supremacy in all of its forms. So let's go around the horn here, and we'll introduce our cast of characters. And we will start with Comics Division, who's here on time. You're not working
I've been
today?
on time for like the last month. So
Well, I just noticed now. So there you go.
now you're just noticing.
Now you know how it feels.
Oh well, it's fine. How's it going, everyone?
We're great.
Good.
We're great.
Awesome. I'm doing great as well.
Usually when we introduce it, you like tell us how you're doing, how your week is going. You don't like pass it immediately back to us. It makes it really awkward.
I am doing fantastic, Gary. It's Friday, and I am off for the rest of the fucking year, and my audio should not be crackling, so that makes me happy.
It is nice.
It sounds beautiful. It's.
Do you have a Joe Rogan Shure mic like everybody else?
I do.
Okay.
I've had that Joe Rogan Shure mic for several months now, actually.
Yeah, that's good.
Much like
That's
Odin.
good.
I suggested.
I'm probably going to get one in January.
Yeah.
There you go.
They're good mics. They're really good mics.
I tried to order them. They were sold out. So I got the H3H3 mic because I admire them so much. Yes, they were sold out.
Gary, you said that's the H3H3 mic?
Yes, he uses this mic. Yes, instant.
Oh, dude.
Actually,
so hurtful, Ryan. So hurtful.
Ethan's going to close your comments down, Ryan.
I will eat your ass.
thanks for being here, Comics Division. And next, we have Odin's movie blog. And what are we eating today, Odin?
I don't have it with me, but I will be having leftover pizza warmed up.
Leftover.
And it's delightful. And yeah, that's just how it goes. And also, there has been a rebrand. I am now OMB Reviews.
Yeah, I got to get used to that. OMB Reviews, my bad.
Yeah.
You come on, leftover pizza, and we have a big guest. You should have had like some gourmet pizza going on or something with pineapples
but
on
you know,
it.
we got family in town, and she's already going to be cooking for my for her grandmom, and it's just.
I don't want to hear her
too
excuses. I really don't. She has to cook you food.
You should at least get something like some
she'll put it in the
Totinos or
microwave.
something. Should get some Totinos. That's high class right there.
That's
Jeremy
like
Dollar
food.
General.
That is
Dollar
Jeremy
General,
food.
You don't have to wear shoes inside a Dollar General like you do Walmart. That's fancy shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh,
Well, welcome OMB Reviews, and
thank you. I appreciate it.
baby boy, what's up? Ryan Cannell, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Gary. I've had an awesome week because I've had retribution. Because 2-3 months ago, I made a video talking about how CD Projekt Red lied to us, and I got fucking ratioed into the dirt. Well, for all of you people out there that clicked dislike on that video, when I tried to warn you about what was happening, fuck you. I was right. I'm sorry that Cyberpunk is so bad, especially on consoles, but we are where we are. So I'm doing fucking fantastic. I've had a week of doing Razor Fist, fucking sitting spins with middle fingers in the air. Fuck you, I was right. So
I was going to say racist instead of racist.
I tried that one time and I got dizzy and I hit my head on my mic. Well, you know what I admire about Ryan the most is his humility. He takes the high road. He doesn't hold any resentments, no chips on his shoulder. He just moves past it. It's I felt like
he will
we've taught him
never
well.
stop with a Cyberpunk now, and I love that. He's never going to stop because I remember when he got ratioed. He was so mad, and he was right. He was 100% right.
Yes, he
I
was.
was fucking furious. But
Gets it from his
bit
mother.
bit my tongue and waited, then I fucking struck. So here we go.
Atta boy. Az, hi.
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 So.
God.
3 love hearts from Gina Carano.
Yes, we are gonna have a.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I hope she didn't hear that. She might be watching. You never know. She said she's gonna be watching.
Yeah.
So we got
every office that I work out of.
If you're watching, Gina, how's it going?
hi.
Hi.
We can do the Gina. Yeah. Okay. Is that so echoing in everybody's head? I didn't mean to do that, especially. But so I have to apologize to our guest, and we have a guest tonight. You all know Upper and I can't say it now. I'm so nervous. Upper Echelon. You have to use big words in your channel. See that I've been kicked out of 3. Oh, fuck you. You interrupted everybody's introduction. I thought I'd skip you.
Jeremy, about 3 weeks ago, he did the same with me. Don't worry about it.
I'm trying to get more screen time, and Az has taught me just interrupt every fucking body, and you'll be able to talk more. I'm learning. So
Hi, Jeremy.
thank
How are you
Az.
doing? Sorry,
Thanks.
Upper Echelon. We'll get to you in a second.
That's Jeremy. When you
No.
get boring, I start speaking. All right. That's the way it goes.
No, I am doing good. I am happy to have Upper Echelon here. And later in the show, we've got a really awesome announcement for tomorrow's stream as well. And I'm pretty sure we can get Upper Echelon on in a few weeks. That'll be great. But you got to stay tuned in to Friday Night Tights to find that out. And I'm going to let baby boy Ryan Cannell announce it.
Why? Don't fucking go with it's Kinnell for everybody out there. These
Cannell.
motherfuckers intentionally mispronounce my name. Ryan
Kynell.
Kinnell.
It's Cannell.
Outpost. Don't
It's
fucking
Kynell, right?
forget it.
Kennel, Ryan Kennel.
I
Kynell?
really thought it
Kynell?
was Kinnell this whole time.
I fucking
It's
know.
it's
They
Cannell.
said that, like,
They are fake news.
You're fake news.
And this is CNN.
And now, with apologies to our guest, the great Upper Echelon Gaming. How are you?
I'm good. It's an honor to be here. Yeah. Like you said, uneventful week. Not much to talk about, but we'll find some stuff. We'll make some topics here. But yeah, no, it's a pleasure to be here. You guys seem like a fun group. We've been chatting about stuff so far, and yeah, it's really cool. I'm
Yeah,
psyched.
good stuff. Glad to have you here, buddy. Glad to have you here. Your channel's great, and we've obviously Geeks and Gamers guys. We've been watching you and paying attention to everything you're doing, and so it's good to have you here. There was a small game release this week to some small media attention. No
Probably
big deal.
missed it though. I
No
don't
big
think
deal.
anybody was watching.
Kind of flew under the radar.
Yeah.
So.
Does the audience know what that's from, or are you guys just like doing it constantly?
It was in our intro. So
Yeah, somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, well, who tweeted that out? Because I saw.
Odin.
someone
and
tweeted out. I think I sent it into our chat because I saw it. I was like, "This is gold. I have to share it."
Yes.
Somebody just put like a week's worth of sows from Grace Randolph videos into a 50-second compilation.
And it was like an earworm, and I'm like, I have to put that into the intro, so I did.
So you did.
Oh, I did. And I put the big spoiler, so it's everybody knows by now, right? I guess. I mean, what do we start with? The Tom Cruise rant? Does anybody care about that?
Listen,
I still haven't heard it.
as dumb as I think so many of the COVID restrictions are, we've talked about it a lot.
Many.
I loved what Tom Cruise said. To be honest with you, I loved it because he is. I don't know if he really does or not, but to me, it seems like Tom Cruise really cares about what they're doing and about keeping everybody going and keeping all of these jobs moving. And, people were like, he was hypocritical. He said he cares about those jobs. But he
pronouns in the bio crowd. That was the pronouns in the bio crowd that's never been yelled at by anybody. Look, at the end of the day, you could questioning whether Tom Cruise cares is irrelevant. He wants the production to go on. In order for the production to go on, the rules that have been implemented have to be abided by. He didn't make those rules, but they have to follow those rules or the production gets shut down. That is what leadership looks like. That is what someone who is going to lead people to greatness acts like. And if you're too sensitive enough to deal with that shit, then you don't belong on the production in the first place. That's essentially what happened.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Tom Brady during that entire speech you just gave.
Well, you interrupted him. I think he was about to. No, just kidding.
Well,
But yeah, I had no
Cruise,
I think prominent people, the vast majority are probably working for fucking scale. I think they're quite entitled to go, fuck you, you prima donna twat.
But that's fine. But if
people in his way not to speak to people, and
Let the guest speak.
he just went overboard with them. He could have addressed it much better. He could have said exactly what he wanted to say in a more rational manner, but made the
who's to
threat
say he
perfectly
didn't?
clear.
But who's to say he didn't? Because it seemed like he had already been telling them over and over again, and they weren't listening.
Well, we can only go off what we absolutely have. We can't go off hearsay or speculation. We can only go off what has been
Well,
presented.
but it is a speculation when you actually listen to what he's saying. It's clear that he's been reiterating this, and they're not following the protocol. That's what led us to the point of him erupting on them. So it's clear that
But
they
it was
weren't
two
listening.
people. It was two people. That's it. It was two people. It wasn't multiple. It was two people who were just within
2 meters,
2
right?
meters of
At a
each other
screen.
looking at a computer screen. That
And
was
those
it.
two people, and correct, can those two
So just
people get the
pull them
entire
to one
production
side.
shut
Pull them
down?
to one- No, but pull them to one side and just have a word with them. Speaking
Maybe-
like fucking people.
I would think that they already had. I mean, based on the words he was saying, it's clear
You
that he had
look up
already
here,
had
you
those.
look up here, and Gary screams at everyone here for no fucking reason.
I mean, he screamed at Odin many times, and we all
Yes.
laughed.
I was gonna say, I was like, I've been yelling.
Okay, whoa. Have I screamed? You ain't heard me scream, buddy. I talked very sternly
It
to
wasn't a
Odin,
very- yeah, it wasn't a
and
scream, but-
Odin went.
Okay, if Odin did nothing.
I have not
He
screamed.
went overboard, and he could have just dealt with it in a better manner. I'm not.
I've been yelled at. I've been yelled at by my
But
bosses.
it's the manner in which you said it.
I've been yelled at by my bosses. I've played sports. I've been yelled at by coaches, bosses at a retail store in the back. If that stuff gets recorded, yeah, you could totally make people sound like irrational, crazy people. But that's like, if you read like testimonies from like Walt Disney, the people that worked for Walt Disney said he was an absolute fucking madman. He was not complimentary. He was mean. He was abrasive. He was rude, and he demanded perfection from his people. He never complimented. He never made anybody feel like they were doing a good job. And I just think that's leadership. And I have no, like, if I was on that set and I was witnessing that, or if I was a person that had broke those rules or whatever, that would have teach me a lesson. I have no problem with it at all.
Yeah,
not
it's,
even.
it happens at jobs. Like when I was in college, I had this little Italian chef named Mario that would throw prosciutto at me and just scream at me because I was the busboy and I did a bad job. But that's normal. And nowadays, when people yell, it's like, whoa, oh gosh, now get human resources. I mean, I don't know. There definitely, if he hadn't addressed it in a much softer way before, then yeah, I probably should have done it. But it seems like he just cares so much about the project and not having it go under, right? Because it's struggling, man. The film business is struggling so hard.
It's bad. It's bad.
Really bad.
We did get. I think we really did get a peek behind the curtain on how freaked out they are. After Disney puts on a big presentation, like we're going to announce 10,000 shows because everything's fine because we're Disney and everything we do is right. And like you peek behind the curtain and they are shitting themselves, and that's good. And when Ethan did his video, he was kind of relating it to the comic book industry. When I did my live stream, I wish I could have heard that from a star towards the crew, or I don't know, some creatives at Lucasfilm as they communicate with us, on Twitter and all the BS that's been going on over the last 4 years. If we just heard one person scream like, you're pissing off millions of Americans all the time when you don't need to. You can show support for your person without, I don't know, calling people Nazis. It's a simple thing.
But they were doing something very specific, though. This is two people that could have got pulled.
Yeah. I read the article, and when I heard the rant, I felt differently about it after I read the article and heard it was just people wearing masks that they were like not that far apart. And we don't know how many times.
Focusing on the restriction though, like how crazy is it that being 2 meters, less than 2 meters away at a screen is like going to shut down the whole project? Like I get why he's freaking out. I'd be stressed too. That's insane. That's absurd. But
well, we saw the entire NBA league shut down over one player. This is the craziness that we're in right now. And this is where the speculation comes in. This is where the speculation comes in. But when you are in a leadership role and you have people that are doing something wrong, and it is a serious nature of this, you use those people as an example for everyone else, whether they're within listening distance or not. You make an example of these people that are putting the entire production into question when it can be something as nonsensical as these lockdowns. Someone not wearing a fucking mask can get an entire production shut down. This is the crazy world we're living in. Yeah, and I think Tom Cruise's rant represents the craziness of where we are and the heightened sense of you gotta follow the shit or it's going to shut the entire production down.
Yeah, but I kind of boils over too. Like I'm just curious here. Isn't he known for like outbursts like that too? Yeah. So like him having an outburst is like okay, Tom Cruise had another outburst.
Common in general in Hollywood on set.
That would make
he's
sense too, right?
he's no Christian Bale, but
no.
And I think people compared it to the Christian Bale thing. That to me is like complete. That's a situation where like a guy fucked up and kind of wasted their time a little bit. Like that's why Christian Bale freaked out.
Yeah.
This is different because one, Tom Cruise puts a lot of money into the things that he does as well, so that he can get money back out of it. So he probably has a decent amount of money to like invested in Mission Impossible 7. So that's part of it. And he realized that this industry, there may not be another blockbuster for quite a while. And that combined with everything else, I had no problem with what he said.
Yeah, but kind of adding on to Az's point on this, when you look at the situation, there is a better way that it could have been handled. Because here's the thing: do you think these two people don't realize that they need this job? That they're not working paycheck to paycheck, which they're already doing in general. It'd be one thing if Tom Cruise was yelling at two producers, like two people like very similar in his like capacity, but yelling at two people that need this job more than anyone else, that seems to indicate that there probably wasn't any taking a side, talking them, and actually being a real leader, rather than just being an asshat and making everyone look bad.
Yeah.
And
also, on set like that, I would forget. I'd forget and walk more than closer than 2 meters. I would do it all the time, and I just genuinely wouldn't remember to always stay 2 meters apart. I'd be like, "No, look at this right here. You have to fix this or whatever." And then it would happen.
Guess what those aren't going to do again?
Yeah, true. After that reaming, they're probably not going to.
They were clearly doing their job.
Yeah,
they were looking at a screen. They were clearly checking something that was in relation to the filming. They got a little bit too close. It's gonna happen because it's not natural for us to be so far away all the time, and we're trying to live in this ridiculous, like I said, this insane world at the moment where you're like, we can't come in front of, can't come within X amount of meters. You got to have your masks on at all time, and it's fucking bollocks anyway. You got more chance of choking on a fucking McDonald's meal if you're 50 or under and dying than you have of dying of coof. You got like a 0.003% chance if you're 50 or under.
He said
to
not.
die for the damn thing. It's all fucking ridiculous.
So what's naughty? Did you say naughty?
It's a naughty.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to challenge that. I mean, it is. We are. Everything going on is so. It's such nonsense, and I just think that it's that is reflective of Tom Cruise's rant. Now, again, I'm not saying Tom Cruise is like, we all know Tom Cruise is out there. And nobody's arguing.
Remember when in public he said that he loved a woman? What a bitch.
Tom Cruise has got more chance of dying from one of his fucking stunts.
Yeah. From his rant. He has more chance of dying from a heart attack from his rant than that, to be honest with you.
But to just close the discussion on Christian Bale did it better, a lot fucking better. Okay,
sure, man.
Nobody's
for you.
It's a great.
We're just done professionally. We're done.
Well, that's because Christian Bale targeted the right person.
Yep. But I guess the question.
I love how he talked to McGee. McGee, the director, just a little bitch on set. McGee, you got anything to say him? He's like, no, I didn't.
No, I didn't see it, Christian. I didn't see anything.
I used to direct videos on MTV. Yeah. I mean, the only thing you got to ask is would you let somebody talk that way to you?
I have been talked
ever.
to like that.
I mean, not as a kid, okay, because I've been yelled at like that as a teenager in the early 20s. But now, would you let anybody talk to you like that? Are any job in the world worth?
Yeah, so, I mean the circumstances and everything are applicable to that question. So I mean, yeah, just randomly, am I going to have somebody yelling at me for no reason? No, but if you're talking credibility matters in whatever industry you're in. Tom Cruise, this is his production. He has millions and millions of dollars on the line, and the context is the restrictions are absolutely fucking stupid and insane. And I just take his rant as being a reflection of where we're at. And I could see myself being in the position the people he was yelling at. I could see myself just casually breaking protocol because it's so not fucking normal. I could see myself casually breaking protocol over and over again because it's so not normal. So if I'm casually accidentally breaking protocol and I'm in that position where he's laying into me, I could totally understand the circumstances because technically you are breaking the rules. He didn't make the rules, but he has to enforce those rules or his $1 million project gets shut down. So within the context of what happened, I can see it.
But I mean, he's got millions of dollars extra that I mean, he doesn't have to worry. If this project were to fail, he would be fine.
But that
the
is the
people on that
point.
project the people on that project though, they would not be. And I think, as I said before,
people have quit. Did you guys hear the follow-up?
Tom Cruise is not going to hurt for money. Tom Cruise is not going to hurt to put food on the table. But if his production gets shut down, that can affect other people's livelihoods, and that's why I appreciate what he's doing.
Yeah, it's just the way that he went about it.
Yeah.
So I guess there was another rant, right? That we didn't
And
get
Ryan
recorded.
talks to me on Mario Kart streams every week like this, by the way.
That's how Ryan talks all the time. He doesn't talk to me that way, though. Yeah.
Well, you're his dad. I mean,
back of the fucking hand. That's what he get.
Although we can't anymore, apparently on Twitch, we can't. Ryan is pretty much gonna be muted at this
you
point
can't
on
say
Twitch's new
simp
rules.
anymore. That's so sad. Twitch is over.
And virgin. You can't say virgin. That's not allowed. That's derogatory.
You can't use simp, incel, or virgin.
Oh yeah,
Like if you can't identify people like this, who can actually use Twitch? To be honest with you,
You can't
do a lot of people use
Simp went up
virgin
like
as a-
100%. It went from like 70 million uses a day to like 140 million, or something like that. It was like like doubled easily.
90% of Twitch's user bases are simps, incels, and virgins. Like,
Just call them simp cells. If you call them simp cells, it should get around it, man.
Oh, they're gonna get you for that one, man. That's a double whammy.
Is that a double?
That's coded language.
Oh yeah,
That was my dog whistle.
Simsel version. What's a Simsel version?
I don't know.
Well, they haven't outlawed pork wallet or twat waffle.
That's good.
So...
Or baloney lips. I forgot what I was going to say now. I was going to say something and I forgot. So we'll
you said there was another rant or something.
Oh yeah, there was another rant, and then it didn't get recorded, and then some people quit. Does anybody know anything else in that? Now, do you think the rant was from him getting recorded?
That would be great.
Well, we don't know when the first rant was. It wasn't necessarily when the news came out. It could have been, a few days, a few weeks, whatever before then.
This could be the future of the movie industry where secret recordings of Tom Cruise slapping people's smartphones out of their hands and just cussing them out and then releasing that. That's the future of the movie business.
Where's the cell phone?
It's the most entertaining thing they've done in quite some time. So thank you.
Like, which one of you motherfuckers recording? I'm trying to save your job. You don't understand. You're calling me every day.
And then what was that? Is it a scary movie or whatever where the Tom Cruise character beat the shit out of the Oprah Winfrey character, the one jumping on
bends her wrist
That's
back
what
and
he'll
breaks
start
them.
doing to the people. He'll just start beating the fuck out of them.
I love you. I love you.
And then laughing while he's doing it.
Someone needs to animate this, please. If you haven't done it, it needs to be animated because having a cartoonishly small Tom Cruise just looking up and yelling at people,
all
like
no size
while he's running.
It has to happen.
Yes.
We do have one. We do have a animated Tom Cruise shouting at people.
We do?
Which is in the Twitter chat.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do the Family Guy. Get away from me, gay thoughts.
Can't catch me. That was a good episode.
Yeah, I've got it here, Gary. I can bring it up if you want.
Bring it up if you like.
Okay,
If you like.
bring it up, boy.
I'm always hesitant to say anything on this show because it's going to be clipped by Perry Chan.
Mm-hmm.
He's already got so much material, dude. I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Yeah, I heard that.
Az and I need to tease something later towards the end of the show. We have something to tease.
Each other's nipples.
Mm-hmm.
Such a tease.
We'll do it on this live stream. No, we won't. We won't do another one. Or maybe we'll do it on another one. You never know.
It's an OnlyFans.
We're gonna see if we can get long wave on my nips.
Yep.
I did see this. I did see this.
Oh, yeah.
Every looking at us and using us to make their movies. Thousands of jobs. I don't ever want to see it again. That's it. And you too. And you ever do it again.
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh my God. That was beautiful.
The part that gets me is the you And you. And he's pointing at people in the room. You just know it.
Yeah, you know he's wiggling. He's got his finger out. He's wiggling his finger.
Oh my
like
lord!
the one elf who was just like,
Ah, man, that was great.
That was a long intro. We should let's see who's here. Thanks everyone for coming in. I see a lot of super chats, and we will get to them. Yeah, that's a good start. That wasn't even like the hot news. That's like old news. So hi, Tom's in there, and he'll be on the show later. Brightest day, 32 flavors of Nick Weiser. Hey, I saw pictures of you, Nick, in Las Vegas without me. And I'm going to remember that, buddy. Tekkaman Blade. Jennifer Sisko, our new wrench. Welcome to Jennifer Sisko. Lady Wrench. We needed another Lady Wrench. Chris Persia, the Canadian Wrench. The Packin' Tiger Stripes. Another Gen 42. I said that one. Hungry Ewok. Oh. See, it makes me think of the Red Letter Media Death Cult Ewok. I still hope they do that. Forget erasing the trilogy. I want the Death Cult Ewok Palpatine. That's what I want. Pat S. has said something about Az and Carrie Smith are an item. Wait a minute. Is there something going on?
Uh-oh.
Easy there, buddy.
Not that I'm aware of.
Justin,
get in touch if there's something between. I don't know. I've never heard anything.
Just Another Red Shirt has just been made a moderator.
Hey.
What's up? Yeah.
Oh, and they're already dead.
Yep. Well, yeah, I know. And Problem Being's here, and Yorkshire Lad. Oh, good. Thank God we have another Yorkshire Lad here. So
Good.
Welcome everyone to Friday Night Tights. So I guess, do we start? I'll leave it up to you guys. Mandalorian, Cyberpunk.
They're
Which
both
one's going to be the quickest?
Oh,
That's what she said.
probably Cyberpunk is probably gonna be the quickest because there's going to be a lot more to get into with Mandalorian probably. So I say start with Cyberpunk.
Let's start with Cyberpunk. That's I mean,
right.
I can even talk about that one because it is because they bent the knee to China.
That's
That
the part
angers
that's
me.
the hardest, right? Like when I saw that with Devotion, I don't know, that was kind of a gut punch. Because they say all these times like, well, we're not like everybody else though. And I was like, that's exactly what everybody else would do.
Yeah, I think that is a major problem with this entire thing for CD Projekt Red. It's not just that so many people in the gaming community held them to like put them at that pinnacle. They are different than everyone else. They care about us more than anyone else. Before that, they care about the gamers, and they themselves did that as well. They're the ones who continuously would take shots at people like EA for monetizing things. And then when they say, well, by the way, we are going to monetize the Cyberpunk multiplayer that comes out 2 to 3 years, they say, but we're going to do it responsibly. Everyone gives them a pass. And that's exactly what happened. And all along the way, leading up to the release of Cyberpunk, we have let them get away with things that we would have destroyed EA, Ubisoft, Bethesda, any of these corporations. If they had done those things, we would have shit on them. We would have held them accountable and shamed them. But we didn't because they had that reputation. If you dared speak out against them, you got destroyed. And so
like
I think
when you got ratioed into the dirt.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I think all of that has truly set up this stage for them to get to this precipice and fall off of it.
Yeah, I mean, language too was the really confusing part when they said, well, after complaints from gamers, we've done. I mean, when you translate that, it's like, well, after China was super pissed off. It's, I mean, I can only assume, right? I can't see the memos inside the company, but like, do we really think that true gamers were like, no, don't put Devotion on. It's offensive.
Someone did a search. Someone did an advanced Twitter search for in their replies, in the replies to wherever, and also a general search for people complaining and asking them to pull Devotion off. They found nothing. So the only gamer is fucking President Z over there. That's the only gamer who complained about any of this.
Well, RGT85 about a week before it released did a video on it, and I sent it to Ryan. And I like RGT85. That's a good channel. I sent the video to Ryan. He didn't even take a hard stance on it. He was just talking about some of the controversy that seemed to be brewing right before the release, and he got totally ratioed on the video. And it's like, send it to Ryan. Ryan's like, he didn't even say anything. He didn't even say anything bad. He just brought up the questions. And I do kind of, I appreciate that CD Projekt Red has such a passionate fan base. I do. And you've earned that. You've earned that, with what you've done up to this point. But there were clear signs of some issues going on. No one saw it going to this direction of where we've ended up. No one saw this. And I mean, obviously Ryan was well ahead of the curve on the criticism, but even he didn't think it was going to be this bad. This is a fucking disaster. And I have never seen a company that had that much goodwill in such a short amount of time. And it just continues to spiral out of control up to this point. It is truly astonishing to witness. And every day they just say more shit. And you're just like, what the fuck?
Every single day. What do you think of the Jason Schreier stuff? Like, apparently the conference calls in the company, the employees are like freaking out at management. I don't know what to think of that because I don't really find him.
Yeah, I think Ryan could probably talk about that. But Schreier has been on this for a while with the crunch and everything.
Yes, he's really dog with a bone on that. Like he wants to criticize them for that topic, which is why I think like, is he skewing it? Who knows? Because then there was that whole thing with the 6 weeks of mandatory overtime, and some other journalist was like, yeah, I tapped my sources in CD Projekt, and they were like, no, that's just not true, or something like that. So who knows?
That's the same person who broke the story about all the epilepsy and stuff. I forget her name, but and then said she was getting hundreds and hundreds of death threats by people sending flashing lights. Listen, I don't like Jason Schreier. I think that Jason Schreier is a bitch. But the fact is that he is extremely...
I cannot laugh when he's laughing like that.
But the fact is that Jason Schreier is extremely well connected at these places.
Yes.
People reach out.
What we're gonna do?
Look at
People, oh, watch out, Gary!
Death
Alt-right
threats.
gamers sending death threats to me.
You're killing Yaz, man. You're killing Yaz.
Oh,
So, like,
sorry.
at some point, regardless of where the information comes from, you have to look at it and put the pieces together. And he's been on this from the beginning. He is the one who verified that there was a Reddit user, verified CDPR employee, who said that when the game was announced going gold, it shocked all of the developers because they knew this game wasn't ready. They said it's going to need an additional 4 to 5 months past when they were going to release it. They said that this game will not be ready on consoles. All of this information is coming from Jason Schreier, so I completely believe him. And to be honest, if I'm a dev, I don't blame the devs. If I'm a dev and I've been sitting there, I've tried to put my heart and soul into this thing. I've been doing the mandatory overtime, even though CDPR promised them they wouldn't do that. I've been doing all of this stuff. And the executives have decided to just release it and say, fuck it. Now they have impacted all the money that they'll be getting tied to their bonuses. They've impacted the reputation of the company. Like, I would be pissed off too. So it makes sense to me. And if you guys don't understand, if you're in the chat, because I know like everyone who's here probably hasn't been following it as closely. This game was probably the most hyped game of the past 5 years. Definitely, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say decade.
Yeah, decade for sure.
So it'd be it's up there with GTA. It's up there with GTA.
GTA 5, maybe I would say possibly had more hype, but and it turns out that CDPR, who had all the respect of everyone, they knew that the console version for PS4 and Xbox One was dog shit. They knew it. And the CEO 2 weeks before lied to the investors and to us by saying that it runs well on base PS4 and Xbox One. And then they didn't allow anyone to review the console version before the game launched. They only provided review codes for PC. And even then, you couldn't use your captured footage. You had to use trailers. They said to keep spoilers out of hand. They didn't have to do that. It was so that you couldn't see all the bugs and glitches and problems, even on the PC version.
It was a lot like Naughty Dog. They were a lot like Naughty Dog. A lot of their tactics were Naughty Dog-like.
They took it even further, too.
A PC versus console comparison. Gary, do you want to see that?
I mean, there was clearly like a communication breakdown because wasn't their official Twitter channel tweeting out like the day before the delay after it had gone gold? Yeah, you're 100%. You can take the 19th of November. Yeah, take work off, like 100% confirmed for sure. I was like, well, I mean, the person behind that Twitter account has no idea what's happening then.
Yeah,
because less than 24 hours later, probably the same business day even, they were like, nope, okay, delay.
Like this didn't age well. Neither did the one where the guy said this entire game is
the whole game is a meme. I was like,
speaking of memes,
we've got PC here, and we're going to do a little comparison between PC and console.
So
good. God, so beautiful.
2018 gameplay.
Great lighting.
Oh no!
Hell of a look.
Now, I will say on Geeks and Gamers, Mark the Cyborg, who is playing it on a very, very powerful PC. You guys know this, but he's got a 45-minute review that he is finishing up that's going to be on the channel. So he's going to go into full detail on a very powerful PC. And then we also have Lethal Lightning, who played on a base PS4, who literally said it's unplayable. Obviously, I've had two experiences. I've had, the PC version, and my PC is not very powerful. I have my new one here. I need to get that all set up, but I didn't have a good experience on PC. I had a better experience on PS5, but everybody's having different, experiences depending on what platform you're playing it on, and that is not a good sign when you're asking for full price on all of the platforms.
I'm
Even
playing
inter-platform
on a
people are having
standard
different
Xbox.
experiences, too.
And
sorry, I didn't cut you off.
no, that's all right. Sorry, man. I'm
No,
playing
no,
on
go
a standard Xbox. And it plays okay. I haven't had a whole lot of issues, but it's obviously there's still issues.
But like inter-platform, I've heard that there's a lot of stuff. Because on PC, I had a really almost perfect, well, not perfect, but way better than most people on PC. But then on a PS4 Pro, right, it was pretty bad. Even though the PS4 Pro is supposed to be like way better than the basic PS4.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I wasn't seeing that. So
you had no issues on your PC though?
Not none. I mean, I had plenty of bugs and glitches in like graphical and audio, but
right,
nothing
but
game breaking.
Minor compared to what you're seeing out there from a lot of people. And I think that's kind of where Mark's at. Where Mark's had minor, there's minor things here and there, but he's getting a really good experience. But again, Mark has a top of the line PC, and that's just not what your general consumer is going to have. They're going to have a PlayStation 4, and most of those are the base. Some of them are going to be PS4 Pros, obviously, but that's 100 million units out there. 100 million PS4s are out there. That's going to be the majority of, people are playing it on that system. Yes, the PS5 is out there. I do not consider the PS5 a next-gen console because it's not widely available.
Yeah, I consider it shortage right now.
Well,
I consider it next gen, not current
I'm sorry.
gen.
Yeah, I don't consider it current gen. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't consider it current gen because you can't call it current gen when less than 5% of people that are wanting to own it have it. I mean,
that is one of the things that's really pissing me off about this entire thing is there's a big section of people out there that are like, well, you shouldn't be playing it on your base PS4. Listen, these motherfuckers, the original release date for this was April. When PS5, Xbox Series X were 7 months away, it didn't exist. They released a special Cyberpunk Xbox One X edition. Like this was meant for this current generation. And
I forgot about that. Yeah.
And CDPR has like made it a goal of theirs to mention, we're sorry if you didn't enjoy it on last gen console. It ain't last gen. Friday is this Friday. Next Friday is next Friday. Last Friday was last Friday. We are on PS4, Xbox One. This is current gen. There's about estimates are around 5 to 7 million PS5s and Xbox Series X and S's out there right now. There's 165 million PS4s and Xbox Ones. This is a travesty because they hid it from you the entire time to get your fucking money, not realizing that it would blow up in their face the way it has. They took all the goodwill that they have had, that they have gotten from the consumers, they bent you over and they fucked you in the ass. They are the same as everyone else.
Well,
and that is
the problem with the gaming industry. And ever since we got to the point where we could download patches day one, that has totally ruined the way games are being developed. Back in the 90s, when you went and you bought a CD or DVD that the game was on, it had to be perfect. Granted, some bugs still managed to pop up, but now we're to the point where anytime a game is released, what's the first thing that happens? You download a huge ass patch. And the thing that kind of irritates me about this is that when they did the launch trailer many, many years ago, they said coming when it's ready, and it's not ready. I would be fine as a consumer to wait an extra 5-6 months to a year for them to perfect the game and make it good. And that's the thing that kind of pisses me off about the situation and just the gaming industry in general.
Well, yeah, I mean,
think they were up against the wall though, right? Because I don't know if the player base would have tolerated another delay. So they were kind of faced with either losing a chunk of their support or losing a chunk of their support by releasing it. And I think they just had an impossible decision.
I disagree because there's been 2 delays on it already.
Mm-hmm.
and it absolutely annihilated the PC record.
I thought there
And
were
it
3
had
delays,
8
and I thought the third one
million
went really
pre-orders
badly
on day
for 'em.
one.
Yeah.
People will moan, absolutely. They'll moan and they'll groan. They'll be like, "Fucking hell, you wankers! Fuck you! I'm not going to get your game." And on day one, they'll be buying it.
100% agree, Az.
Yeah,
That's what
they
we
probably
saw
will.
because every one of these delays are like, it was, outrage, mad gamers, angry gamers. Oh, we're getting death threats from like 0.0001% of people. You should never give anyone death threats over a fucking video game. I will say that. But they always rely on that to kind of deflect from what they have done wrong. You will get that. But then a couple days later, you go up to the launch and everyone's hyped as fuck again. So the delays are bad initially. They are, but it comes right back around. The hype is still there.
You're not gonna
never relaunch this game, although they may have to.
You're not gonna deal with
right. They're taking it back. That meme was kind of accurate. If Sony's literally pulling it from the store, okay, so Sony's saying you can't buy this game anymore. I mean, that's about as close to "can I have it back, please" as you can get.
It is bad. I mean, look, you're not going to deal with a fan base that spurgs out more than Nintendo fans. Ryan knows this. And Nintendo delays games all the time. I mean, Breath of the Wild was delayed. I can't remember how many times it was delayed. There was no confirmation on dates. Then they would pretend they're like, Nintendo's always been weird like that. But eventually the game came out and everyone loved it. And you forget those delays if you produce a top tier product. Same with like Halo Infinite. And I'm not happy that Halo Infinite continues to get delayed. But guess what? After No Man's Sky, after Fallout 76, after Cyberpunk, you delay it and get it right. And
Metroid, it's delayed indefinitely with nothing.
Yeah,
Sorry,
absolutely.
Folks, this is not working. This is not how we want it to be. We're stopping production. We're gonna rethink it. Come back to the table. Bye.
Well, this is something
that it happened all right before Christmas too. Like
Yeah.
in the golden weeks of like consumerism, you know. So there are a lot of people that were buying this game on a base PS4 for their kids or whatever, you know. Like that was happening.
Well, and this is where
Imagine
this
buying
would be
a game where you can change your dick side for your child.
You think
This
the
would be
parents
the
know
first
that
time,
though?
though.
You think
No, they don't.
like,
There's probably a lot of parents who bought their kids this game.
There's a non-nudity tab. You can flick it to nudity and non-nudity.
That's for Simpson Cells and Virgins.
This is the first time I'm
Cells.
going to say this, but I mean, I think that CD Projekt Red could learn from a company like a Lucasfilm. Look at Lucasfilm; they have delayed Rian Johnson's trilogy forever. I mean,
They want to get it
you know,
right.
I mean,
And this is the only way to
forever.
get it right, to never release it.
Fuck you,
Kick
Rian
that
Johnson.
cat. Yes. Wait, did somebody say it's his birthday? Was his birthday today or yesterday? Or, I mean, not that I care or anything,
Not that
but
I
I
care.
really
I'm
want to
not
know.
sure.
Is it
not
yesterday?
sure.
His birthday was yesterday. So we had the anniversary.
Fucking birthday. You're not special.
No.
He's 47 and he's 5'5".
Wow, he's taller than Tom Cruise.
I was going to say him and Tom Cruise can get on well then, can't they?
Don't they have Tom Cruise as 5'7" with his little steppy shoes on? Maybe.
Shout at me, Tom. I'm on your level.
Hey, can we talk about Boba Fett being a midget now? Like, when did Boba Fett become a midget?
Well, hang on. Perry Chan, I want you to find a video of Alabama football coach Nick Saban because he's notoriously short and very angry and put Tom Cruise's head on him with the rant while he's screaming at his players on the field because all these players are giant. They tower over Saban. He's just this little man screaming at him. Do that with Tom Cruise. You're welcome.
Saban. Such a great career with the Dolphins, I remember. Yeah, so they're screwed. And I guess people are starting to get their money back now at this point because they weren't for a while.
Well, they're not even going to tell the investors. Well, I mean, they probably won't tell the investors how many refunds they get. They snuck that into the conference call. They were like, well, and we may disclose or not disclose any of the refund metrics. And it's like, wait.
How do you get to do that to the investors?
Because they can just say we had X number of sales and X number of profit, which you could extrapolate like logically how many refunds there were, but like they're not going to make it a point to tell people like, yeah, we had 2 million refunds.
Well, they just
I don't know how many it's actually going to be, but that was weird to me that they wouldn't tell it because all of this seems to be geared towards saving the investors, which didn't work because the stock price cratered. But it all seemed to be like, okay, like gear it towards the money, get it out before Christmas, don't care, rush it. That seems to be geared towards the money. And then to be like, well, but we're not going to tell you how many refunds there are. And then to like throw the live grenade to Sony. I don't know. Weird.
It's not good.
If you guys don't know, last night, so Sony's refund policy is notoriously shitty.
I didn't know they had
if
one.
If you have downloaded a game on your PlayStation 4, that's it. You can't get a refund.
Yeah.
You would have to prove that like there's something physically wrong, like the game won't start. It won't get to the start menu. Like that kind of faulty. They announced last night in a bombshell that they will refund anyone who asks, and they have pulled the game from their digital store. That is absolutely unprecedented
Brutal.
as far as I can tell.
That's
I've
fucking
never seen
brutal.
that before. Microsoft followed up this morning and said, we're also refunding anyone, but you can still buy this broken game if you want. CD Projekt Red was quick to remind people, although you can't buy it digitally on PlayStation 4, you can still go to your retailer and buy our broken game if you would like.
No, it's closed here.
Yeah.
We're in tier 3, so no, you can't actually here.
Oh.
You go. Amazon.
Yeah, I'm curious. If it's
But
still for
London
sale
is
on
in tier
Amazon.
2. Your town of
London's
your
tier two,
town
yeah.
of 5 people, maybe 6, is in tier 3, but London is in tier 2. Nothing's going on, folks. It's all like trust your authoritative sources. They're authoritative.
Jeff Bezos has only improved his fortune by 90 billion since this started. Let's listen
it's
to him.
encroaching on 100 billion.
100 billion.
100 billion by the end of the
This
year.
man has made $100 billion since March.
That is
Greatest
that's
transfer
ridiculous.
of wealth in history, right?
It is.
At least
It
in
is.
the
Yes,
States,
it
I
is.
don't know about
It is. It
Maybe you can
is.
lend Tom Cruise a buck.
Right?
But
Okay.
yeah, the Cyberpunk stuff's never gonna. I think the Cyberpunk stuff is going to be relevant for another month or two for sure. It just continues to get bad, and then people will move on at some point, or they'll get the game right, and people will be happy. But I think it's like and I go, a lot of people. I didn't play No Man's Sky, but there was a lot of problems with that game on launch, and it was so bad. And now apparently the game is fantastic, but it just doesn't. People aren't talking about it anymore.
No,
Yeah,
because
ask your friends. They're going to be like, well, wasn't that the
money.
horrible one at launch? Like, that game
Yeah.
sucked.
Yeah.
That's what they remember. That's the 1st impression. Now, they might also know, like, oh, it got better, though. But they're going to be like, oh, yeah, that failure.
Yeah.
But it
That's
got
a
better
stigma,
because
man.
Stigma.
they used the money from the people they fucking scammed to make the game. This is what people are fucking forgetting. Sean Murphy is a fucking hero. He's a massive fucking cunt. He's a fucking scam artist that took millions of people's money, didn't give them any fucking refunds, and then made the game and was like, oh, look, things that made the game that I wanted. I'm like, such a fucking no. You're a scam artist, Sean. Scam artist.
Well,
because they had the sticker over that said multiplayer. I don't know who was responsible for that decision, but it was like, it said multiplayer on the box, so they stickered over it, and they were like, not multiplayer. Or something at launch. Everybody thought it was multiplayer.
Wow.
I don't know. It's been a long time. It's been a while since No Man's Sky.
Scam.
And for every No Man's Sky that is rebounded in a lot of people's eyes as far as playability, you have an Anthem.
Yeah, I
You
was
have a
gonna say,
Fallout
I'll bring up
76.
Anthem too. That
You
game-
know,
Hey, man, they're going to Anthem next it, and it's going to be great. So stop hating.
Now we
Haters.
disagree with The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 came out with a lot of problems, and CDPR did fix that. The difference is they didn't hide and lie and try to cover everything up going up into the release of this. And
I can't remember anything like close to this Cyberpunk malarkey at all.
no.
And
And
I had it on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC because I fucking wanted that Witcher game and I wanted all of it.
Yeah, and the idea that I guess the idea that it's like Anthem, when you start looking at it and you start looking at the employee reviews that got left for CD Projekt Red back in 2017, when people said, listen, the executives in charge have no idea what they're doing. The directions are very different. We don't know exactly what we want to do. They just want to make a lot of money. When you start seeing these things and lining up with what happened with Anthem, it sounds very fucking similar.
You're talking
And,
about workplace culture, though, right? Because, like, fundamentally, there's a game here. That's a
Yeah.
difference. Like, there is
Yeah,
a game.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There wasn't with
Yeah.
Anthem, there wasn't with No Man's Scam, there wasn't with Fallout
76.
Oh yeah.
You know, there wasn't a game there. There is a game with Cyberpunk. It's just fucked.
Yeah.
I don't think those will ever run on these base consoles ever.
No.
I just don't see how it can.
No.
Like
They lied. They got busted. And it's gonna hurt
CDPR
'em.
lied. People died.
Yes.
I bet
Did-
they can
did-
get it to, like, 20 FPS in main areas or something.
I
Like,
bet that-
you know, they can make it. You said your reviewer, right? Couldn't even
Mark.
log in.
What's that? Oh,
You said your reviewer couldn't.
Yeah, yeah.
Death threats.
Lethal
ass.
played on a base PS4, and he pretty much was. He said it was unplayable just after a couple hours of trying to get through it. It kept crashing on him. It just wasn't a good one. Now
I bet
Mark,
fix
who
the
has
crashes, right? So I bet the consensus will be it's playable but not good. I would expect. I mean, maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I would think that should be possible, right? Who knows?
Hopefully. Well, yeah, eventually. Well, I mean, was there problems with Witcher 3 when it came out?
Yeah, there was.
Yes, but not like this.
Not
like this.
But yeah.
I don't see a situation like right now we're having a lot of instances on base consoles where you're looking at resolution that's less than 720p. You're looking at FPS that dips down to 10 at times.
Yeah.
That's just, if you can't get 720 30, I don't know if that's really I don't know if you consider that like playable.
Yeah, that is a good question to ask. At what point does the performance become so bad that you genuinely just shouldn't play it or release it? Yeah, because you can say like, "Oh, I got 10 FPS," but like, what?
Right?
You can play it though.
Yes, it was horrific. Stuff wasn't spawning in, and you're being attacked by invisible mobs. It was Anthem was a mess. That was,
and that didn't even get recalled, which is kind of wild if you think about it.
All right, we've got some people who joined the memberships. So welcome to the Proto Molecule level and the Geloja level. Nikki D, Film Junk, and Chris Patterson. Thank you. Mikey Gussler for $10 has got something for Ryan here. Mikey talking about the Snyder Cut. He will come in and just like he's the Snyder Cut's biggest fan, and I want it to be good just for Mikey. That's it, Mikey. I want it to be good for you, buddy, and I'm being serious there. For $10, you've been fucking Zack Snyder owes you. Ryan, it's confirmed. The Snyder Cut is coming in March of next year. Hail Zack Snyder. Hail Snyder Cut. This is for adults, not for children. All meat, no cheese, no bologna. Lips. I added that part.
No bologna. March of next year. Zach confirmed it on Vero a little before I think some of us thought it would be. But
nice. I'm happy about that. See, I am of the belief that Warner Brothers has the advantage over Disney because they're actually releasing stuff in 2021 on the streaming service and not just talking about some dream projects that may or may not happen that they pulled out of their ass 2 weeks before because Warner Brothers dropped this bomb. But we have a new account, folks, and I would like to welcome in Luke's CGI face for £5. San Francisco is renaming a school after Abe Lincoln because he apparently didn't support black people. So they're Lincoln High. They're gonna rename Lincoln High because Abe Lincoln didn't support.
He
wasn't.
He
didn't
didn't support Black lives enough. He did not.
Yeah,
support them enough.
that was the reasoning. He didn't support Black lives enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
2020, folks. 2020.
Sorry, we are talking about the Abraham Lincoln, not
Yes,
Abraham
Do you know? I mean, do people know that like white people were hanged for helping? There was a whole Underground Railroad. There was a whole movement. Not everybody in the country was down with it at all. And Abe Lincoln.
It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. Okay.
It wasn't enough.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was 200 years ago.
You have to take responsibility, Gary.
It was just a virtue signal. He didn't mean it, Gary.
Like none of the teachers have gone back to school anyway. They're the ones holding it up. They can go. Kids can go back to school, but it's the teachers union is preventing them because they are the most powerful union in California. Well, they're a union that can hide a lot of things, like creepers who are school teachers. Then that's what they do regularly. You think the Catholic Church was bad? Nothing compared to private school. But we're not supposed to talk about that. Zontar for 5 Canadian pesos.
Before the end of next year.
Was that?
Yeah.
They'll be cancelling Martin Luther King before the end of next year.
Oh,
do enough.
He didn't do
He
enough.
didn't do enough.
I think this all is because when Trump and Biden were in the debate, remember when Biden mistaked Trump for Abraham?
Lincoln over here.
Good. Did you just call me Abraham Lincoln?
Yep.
Shut up.
I put that video up on D-Day Cobra, and that happened. He's like, I didn't call myself Abraham Lincoln. It's so funny.
Look,
Come on, man.
We should be a little bit more sensitive to upper echelon because he's black. Look.
Yeah.
Clearly visible. Wait, this is completely off topic, but did you say proto-molecule level when somebody?
Yes,
like,
I did. I
membership?
did.
Okay, because I caught up on The Expanse, like, just for this, because you guys clearly know a lot more about television and stuff and, like, series than I do. So I was like, no, I'm going to catch up on it. So I did. So, yeah, I know about The Expanse now.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's freaking good. Oh, my God, it's good. And, woo, did it come back and just hit it out of the park. It was, whew, so happy. Zontar, for 5 Canadian pesos, says, my 4K Lord of the Rings set came in. Gonna watch it tomorrow on my 70-inch, my big 70-inch, ladies. 4K TV. Not a fan of fantasy and never seen it, but you sold me on it. Dude, it's the greatest trilogy of all time.
It is.
Period.
It is.
And the 4K is, it's really good. I don't know. I have, the only 4K that I see as brilliant is the stuff that's actually shot in 4K. It's like nature videos and stuff. That stuff looks great. But when they transfer movies, I don't know. Maybe it's because my eyes are bad. I don't really notice it that much. It looks a little better. Yeah, it does. Okay. Odin, most of the time we're not actually watching 4K. We're watching super compressed, or it's like, but sometimes we are, and it
depends on what you're talking about.
Yeah, it depends on the movie, and like some movies look absolutely beautiful, but it's like, I don't know,
any film that was shot on film, with the exception of Terminator 2, which had a terrible, James Cameron played around with the colors of that film, but basically any film shot on film is going to look great because it's going to have essentially the highest quality that the film's ever seen, because of how much quality can be held
except for the special effects. Except for the special effects.
Because those are almost always done in 2K.
Yep.
And so they're always going to upscale those to 4.
And 2K is fine. I mean, I'm okay with it. Yeah. Like, I'm totally okay with it. And I went a little crazy on my Lord of the Rings 4K. I have 4 different versions, and I made a custom version because I'm not a well person. I'm a very sick nerd. So
how much would you be willing to sell that Steelbook edition?
Not gonna. It was hard to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's sold out everywhere. I want to get it so bad, but they're always selling it for like $300 on eBay.
I got mine for $150, and I got lucky because they started jumping up after that. And I don't care if there's even a little ding in it. I don't think there is. He didn't. I got my Hobbit one. No, I took that big, super expensive one that's not that expensive now. You can get it pretty cheap if you know where to look, and I turned it into a 4K special edition. Nice. So yes. Yeah, I can't believe that about San Francisco. I'm glad to be out of there. What can I say? I couldn't. Right now, if you go there, you're supposed to be on 10-day quarantine. Like, no thanks. How about I not go ever again?
That.
Yep. I don't think I have to go back there.
Really, really weird.
It's bizarre.
Wow, that's more than the trip. Then you go and you quarantine for 10 days, and then that makes no sense. That's that's going to ruin the trip.
Yeah, I'm like, what can people leave? I mean, it makes no sense. But that's California.
Decide to go home on day 7? Is that allowed? Like or are you stuck there for the full 10 days?
You want no sense. You want to hear the UK's Christmas lockdown.
Oh
no.
What is it?
So we've just been locked down, right? We've come out of lockdown. We're in tier 3, which means very limited things are open. But when it comes to Christmas, so from the 23rd to like the 27th, we're allowed to have 3 families together, fucking rubbing each other's fucking ginies and against each other. That's fine. But then it goes back to, so when does the coof actually fucking be a threat, and when's it not a threat? Is it not a threat when we're nice and tier 3'd and locked up? Or is it not a threat for those 4 days when we're all together, merging together?
As this is about conditioning and control, man.
I know.
You're allowed to meet with your family when the government tells you.
You forgot about the caveat that while celebrating Christmas, you must be protesting police brutality. Then the coof doesn't affect you.
Like, you can march in the streets here, but then as soon as you want to have Thanksgiving, they're going to be like, no more than 10 people.
And according to a doctor on MSNBC, even after you get the vaccine, you still have to wear a mask and social distance.
Yes.
What?
It's like fucking.
You're kidding me.
Do you have do you have any auto zones or shoe stores near your place as within walking distance? If you burn one down or at least attempt to, you can start the process of bringing everybody back together.
You should be fine.
Because you're fighting white supremacy. That's what
the COVID Gestapo that'll come to your house and drag you away if you're meeting with your family. It's kind of like ancient Egypt with the lamb's blood on top. If you just paint like a BLM fist on there, you're good to go.
Also, sorry, folks, to bring this up. I meant to do this. For one, subscribe to everyone's channel here. They are all linked in the description. And there is some live. I don't know what's going on with the YouTube live numbers. They're doing it again. They're jumping like crazy.
Oh,
it's
I'm
exactly
getting every channel. Yeah, every Geeks and Gamers channel is getting purged. I know Ryan. I'm thinking it's happening to everybody.
Dude, hang on. I gained 1,000 subs Wednesday, Thursday. I'm like, oh, right. I'm on. Gone at midnight.
Yep.
All of them gone.
Yep.
Oh, like
just
they
do the same
disappeared?
thing.
That happened to me. I thought it was just like bot accounts or something. Did that happen to you guys too, though?
Yep.
It's been happening. It's happened like 3 times in
It's
the last
happened
week.
and the 3 times in the last week, and it's been an exact number. So it might be. I don't know how it can be an exact number all the time.
Weird.
Fuck me, you're right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, so the other day I refreshed.
And then
Yeah.
just gone. Boom.
I refreshed. Our only channel didn't get hit seemingly though was Sports Wars, Ryan. Or maybe it's just because we're gaining so many.
We lost a couple. Yeah, we did.
Okay, so you know, D-Day Cobra lost like 300. Geeks and Gamers lost like 500. And it just happened on a refresh. And I'm like, I texted Ryan. I'm like, did you get a purge? He goes, yep. I was like, this is crazy.
I shared this theory with Jeremy like a couple months ago, and It's a Gundam put out something the other day. He said he had a shit ton of people contact him and said that their YouTube account had been eliminated. What I think is going on is that people that are in comment sections or commenting on streams that are saying things that YouTube doesn't like, whether it's about the election or whether it's about COVID or whatever it is,
They're being
they
eliminated.
are getting their accounts terminated. And that is why I think we're seeing these sub drops across the board. And based on what It's a Gundam tweet, I think my theory is looking more right.
that's exactly what it is. There is there's 2 factors here, and it's based on that dude who put us on that list with all the little bubbles. It's not looking at our
You guys are on
content.
that? I'm not on that. I dodged the bullet. I'm not on Transparency Tube. I'm not.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah, you can't find me. I shouldn't have
I'm
said
on
that
there.
because now somebody's gonna put me on that shit. But
See, I'm on there. I found a bunch of cool people to subscribe to using that.
I did too. I did too. No, but they're basing it all on our comment sections. It's not what we're saying in our videos. So,
really? I heard it was like who you subscribe to. So
It's-
if you subscribe to a bunch of people it thinks are alt-right, then you're alt-right.
it is part of that. It's mixing in who you subscribe to, who subscribes to you, who they subscribe to, and the comments, and that is all based on the old Google Plus. Remember, Google Plus was going to be the Facebook thing. So that's what YouTube is based on, and that's that new algorithm that pretty much formed the Fandom Menace and a lot of other things. They can use that now to pluck people out. Like Drake is 6. He had his channel's gone.
Except what you say determines who you are.
Yep, exactly.
Pretty much.
Welcome to the new world order, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
NWO, baby.
NWO. So
But not the cool kind.
I think we're all working on Plan Bs, but if you could just check with everyone here and make sure you're still subscribed and hit the bell, please. Thank you. Sorry to have to make you ask to do so much work, and I hate all of this. So I'm working on a Plan B. Jeremy's working on a Plan B. Everybody's working on Plan B. We're gonna have to at this point because, like, I don't know why it's affecting us. We talk about pop culture. We are freaking tame compared to most out there. So, and then
if the snowball ever hits like you guys and me included, it's gone pretty far. So I think we have a little bit of. I mean, I hope we have a little bit of time, but who knows? These days.
I don't know.
Stuff moves fast.
Yeah, I denounce white supremacy.
I denounce white supremacy.
Disavow.
Poor Josiah out there, and Salty. Both of them got hit. Oh, all right. Mikey Gussler again. During a Hollywood Reporter interview, Robbie was asked if there will be a Birds of Prey sequel. She replied, "I don't know. Nothing imminent at stage. Nothing worth mentioning. Wondering why that is, though. Well, because the movie was a complete flop. But hey, it was the #1 comic book movie of the year, according to Birds of Prey. Thanks, Mikey Gussler.
Yeah, basically. I mean,
Good
if
job.
you want to count Sonic as a comic,
It is. I would.
It's a video game.
Oh, it's a video game.
It's a video game, but it's
so-
also a very I sold, as far as video game comics go, that was probably one of my highest selling comics in San Francisco was Sonic comics. I sold the shit out of those things.
Yeah, but it was a video game first, though, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
But
Yeah, so
Harley
I guess
Quinn
it'd be like
was not a comic book
Harley
first. So
No.
Harley Quinn was in a animated series
Harley
first.
Quinn was technically a comic.
That's
first.
true. That's
So if
true.
you want to get
Technically
technical,
a cartoon first, then a comic.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Cartoon, yeah.
And a great cartoon at that. Batman the Animated Series.
God
so good.
Fucking
damn
fantastic.
right.
So good.
So damn good.
Batman Adventures 13.
Batman Adventures 13, and then they did the Harley Quinn special with
14, maybe.
Alex Ross's painting on it.
Or 9. But it's the one
I
with
can't. Yeah,
Batgirl on the cover.
I have all of Batman Adventures. They're really good comics. They're outstanding
they were,
comics. So let's talk about the Mandalorian, and we'll get back to the super chats, folks. And Mikey, we'll get back to you. We'll get back to you because I know you want to talk about Mikey. By the way, I am all for an Ayer cut. I'm behind an Ayer cut more than I am a Snyder cut, to be honest with you. So Mandalorian. Did everybody see the Mandalorian?
Yes,
I did.
No, I'm joking.
You're joking. All right, so we're going to go around the horn because there might be some popular, unpopular opinions. I think the one thing I could say is we all love Gina Carano, right? Gina Carano?
Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
We're going to do a little Gina Carano appreciation hour in a little bit because she is brilliant. And what she's done on Twitter and what she's done for the Star Wars fandom is more than any actor or creative I can think of. Outside of, Jon Favreau's done it creatively. She has done it as an ambassador that's getting attacked all the time by, as well, all the right people in our eyes. And so we really appreciate her, but we talk about TV, we talk about film, we talk about games, and we try to give it to you straight. I'm not going to tell you what I think you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what I actually think of The Mandalorian, especially as somebody who's watched The Last Jedi. I mean, it changes and The Force Awakens. And I don't think it makes it okay. I still don't think it makes it okay, but
I agree with you.
We can talk about it as an individual episode. Jeremy, what'd you think?
The whole entire episode, I'm getting, and again, we're closely removed from it still, so it's going to take time to really process all of it, but I'm getting a lot of Rogue One vibes, basically, where it was kind of a letdown for the majority of the episode. It wasn't very good. And then obviously the great moment, and I loved everything about Luke showing up. It was wonderful. I didn't expect it either. Not to say I haven't heard. Obviously, that's been out there, but I just didn't think they would actually do it. My first thought was that was going to be Ahsoka, which I was not going to be happy about if they brought Ahsoka into that scene. But when he showed up,
it wouldn't have made sense though for Ahsoka, though, would it?
Huh?
It wouldn't have made sense for Ahsoka because she was the one that said.
No, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have liked it. That's why I was saying though, I didn't think it was Luke. I just and I would have turned it off if it was fucking Ezra showing up. But yeah, when he showed up.
Because it was a white male, Jeremy liked it.
it was pretty amazing. It was pretty special to watch it. Yes, there are some things that can be criticized about it. I'm not going to sit here and say that you can't criticize it, but for me, is what we've been through as Star Wars fans and what we've seen, that moment in that single moment without thinking about all the other bullshit was fucking awesome. And it's kind of like the Vader scene, because the Vader scene was awesome. But the more I think about the Vader scene, the more I'm like, yeah, in just a little while, he's going to be fighting like an old man against Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, it's just like he's like fucking ninja in Rogue One. And then it just like kind of goes back to. And again, that's fine. It's just little things that are going to eventually, have an impact on it. But in that moment, I've never been happier for Disney Star Wars as I was in that moment. I've had some good moments in Disney Star Wars. I mean, I loved Rebels season 2 finale. There was a couple of cool moments in Rebels, obviously Clone Wars, the final 4 episodes of season 7, even going back to where that was a payoff for me from The Force Awakens. And I think we all believed that lightsaber was going to fly into Luke's hands in The Force Awakens when it was in the, the snow, and eventually it went to Rey's hands. And, fuck Rey. But yeah, I loved it. I'm not here to tell people their criticisms aren't valid. I'm not here to have any issues with criticism. I'm just here to say I fucking loved it. And it'll probably fall apart for me the more I think about it, but I'm not really interested in that right now. I'm just happy to see Luke fucking Skywalker kicking ass.
All right. Well,
Everybody else? Anybody else?
no. I'm as you are next.
I'm
We're
kind of
gonna.
conditioned.
I got opinions.
I was waiting for. I'm kind of conditioned for Az to interrupt me, so I was just kind of throwing him.
Oh, he did once already.
No, I asked a question of you because you said about Ahsoka, and I was just saying it wouldn't have made sense though with Ahsoka, because Ahsoka met up with.
Noted.
What'd you think of it, Az?
And said I can't look after him, so take him to this place, and a Jedi would come pick it up. So if
You did interrupt.
Ahsoka
I
turned up,
apologize.
everyone would have been like, what?
Yeah. Now we can interrupt him. So, what did you think of it, Az?
He already had her special cameo episode.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, I absolutely loved the episode. Yeah, the first half was a little bit slow. Fine, okay. The fight with Moff and Mando was fine. I liked it, enjoyed it. It's good to see the Darksaber. I've been watching Star Trek: The Clone Wars, a bit off Jeremy's recommendation and Ryan's recommendation.
Star Trek: The Clone Wars.
Star Trek.
The Clone Wars, the cartoon, yeah.
I know. You said Star Trek though.
Yeah, you.
So,
I heard.
Yeah, that's fine.
I still have nightmares about what's happened to that. This franchise.
Oh, did you watch Star Trek Discovery, Az?
Out, you know.
Oh, by the way, it's doing it again. So it's going up 200 current viewers, then it drops exactly 200. So I have no idea how many people are watching.
It's actually me, Gary. I'm just trolling you. I have 200 accounts right now.
Thanks, buddy. Make sure to hit
Star Trek:
dislike.
The Clone Wars is really weird because I don't know why Picard's got a lightsaber. But yeah, the Clone Wars. So I'm understanding a bit more about Mando because of understanding more now about Clone Wars and the Darksaber and stuff like that. The Luke coming in was just my heart.
It was
My
awesome.
heart was
It
just
really
like,
was.
I love you.
Yeah.
And I think it just showed actually the legitimate effect that Luke has on us. We love him. We absolutely fucking love the guy. And I really didn't think they're going to pull the trigger on Luke. Really didn't. I thought it was going to be, oh God, when we saw the person for the first time from behind walking down the corridor, I was like, oh shit, it's a fucking woman. I thought it was a woman, and I thought
There's a good reason for that. By the way.
Reinforcing the patriarchy.
Leia.
Yeah.
And I thought, if that is Leia, I am gonna fucking fucking iPad in half, and I'm gonna fucking find Filoni and Favreau and shove part of it one each fucking assholes. So I was a little bit worried.
To take a line from No Bullshit, there was a suspicious amount of females in this episode.
There absolutely was.
Rich was full of them apart from Mando. It's just like
There was a suspicious
not another
amount.
fucking woman, for fuck's sake. Jesus
It was
Christ.
ridiculous. For one, where did the other guy, Mandalorian, go? They couldn't even throw him in there? No, they wanted to make sure there were 4 women walking down that hallway. And thank God one of them was Gina, but it was like, okay, stop.
Yeah. They went full Avengers.
They did.
Sync up and everything.
I know that some people have an issue with Luke's CGI, which they'll go into, I'm sure. Yeah, it wasn't perfect, but I thought it was absolutely fine. I thought the interaction with him and Baby Yoda and Mando was very heartfelt. I tell you what, I think the score from this episode was insane. I thought the music was absolutely beautiful. For the
I didn't like the.
I hated the dubstep, man. That was terrible.
I didn't like the music playing during Luke's fight and everything. I just didn't.
End credits too. Normally the end credits has this like beautiful, like the score wells up and you hear the horns and the strings. And then this time it was like this classical style. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great. I thought it was great. And so yeah, I thought the Luke stuff, I thought it looked fine. Looked absolutely fine. Yeah, and then the end of credits, Boba Fett taking over Jabba's palace. Little Bib Fortuna, or quite big Bib Fortuna.
Big Fortuna.
He's had a few cakes like me, hasn't he?
The schlong around his neck grew too.
Yeah, that's getting a bit big and thick and gorged, wasn't it? So yeah, it's good to see a little cameo from Bib Fortuna getting fucking whacked by Boba Fett, and then it was just because we're not going to see Mando for a couple of years now. That's it. Mando's done for at least 2 years.
When he turned his back on Moff Gideon to pick up Baby Yoda, I was just like, God, how stupid can this guy just gets dumber every fucking week, man. I mean, it was just.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Christian boy.
I was just gonna say
you interrupt all episode anyway. Oh, never mind. You're the other bald guy with.
I was just gonna. I was just gonna say we also got to her. We also got to her the most important line ever uttered in Star Wars history. McClunky. Did y'all hear it?
Yeah.
No, I missed it.
Big Fortuna was like, that is a McClunky. He did say that when Fennec Shan was fucking blowing through people. So.
Yep. Sorry, that's all I was gonna say.
I did though. I mean, look with Baby Yoda and I'm sorry. Grogu don't work for me. It's Baby fucking Yoda. I'm gonna call him Baby fucking Yoda. That doesn't sound right either. But Baby Yoda. Anyway. But the moment with him where he recognized Luke again. This is these moments where if you think about all the other bullshit, you're like. But that moment, that is a cool fucking moment for Baby Yoda to kind of, sense the presence of Luke. And it was fucking beautiful, man. It really was. And I do think as time is going to pass, this is good. Like, because I remember seeing the Vader scene in Rogue One and I was like, holy fuck, this is... And then, like, I was like...
Hype. No sis.
That's what I feel this season of Mandalorian is. I said it 6 months ago when we got told that there were going to be 1 million cameos. I was like, it seems like they're really going to rely on these moments where they introduce someone and you're like drawn into it because of that. But once you've watched it once, will the nostalgia really hit you the same way when you realize that nearly every episode is carried by a different side character. And once you kind of are over that and you realize this is coming up, does it still like hold? Is that story really there? For Luke Skywalker coming back, I know a lot of people are really fucking happy about that. And on one hand, like completely separated, it's really cool to see. Now, I did a stream 3 or 4 months ago with this is a legitimate shout out to Drunk 3PO.
Seriously, he deserves it.
He has someone he knows who works on this shit who told him that Luke Skywalker was going to be in this season. So we've been talking about it for a long time. Now the guy couldn't give any promise. He's like, listen, we filmed stuff for it. Stuff has been done. Whether it could get cut on the editing room floor, no promises. So we've talked about this. I fully expected him to show up. I even talked to Jeremy the other day because people were talking, Sebastian Stan. I said, listen, there's no way. Every casting has leaked. Every person who appeared in this season leaked. There's no way Sebastian Stan is it. I said, if they do it, it's going to be one of those CGI recreated face because they talked about getting the rights to Mark Hamill's face for Star Wars. That's exactly what we saw. I couldn't watch it and separate it from everything in the sequel trilogy. Especially because now, especially what they told us about the Dark Troopers and about what they're doing and why they had Baby Yoda, I think it's even more closely linked to the sequel trilogy. For anyone that thought they were going to get away from it, they're not rebooting it. I just don't think they are. I think all the signs show that they have done things even in this season to connect it more closely to the sequels. For people saying, Lucasfilm's ignoring the sequel trilogy. Something that slipped under the radar. Patty Jenkins' Rogue Squadron.
Yeah.
Seems like it's set after sequel trilogy.
They didn't, Ryan, they didn't say it outright. That's why I missed it in that video because I was just going off of the video presentation. But there was a question and answer thing afterwards. And she said, or Kathleen Kennedy said, it's taking... we're following a new set of pilots,
a new generation
of pilots in a new so I would take it as
for the future era of Star Wars.
So they're probably gonna do some side story where they might refer to Rey, or it's supposed to be in the outer, but it's a repurposed script too, because if Patty Jenkins says in her video that I had this story that I wrote that was based on my dad and I didn't know where to take it. And now I know where to take it. So it was an already written, I mean, I don't know if it was a script or if it was just a layout or whatever. But it was a story that was already written probably for World War II that she'll repurpose into this. That's going to take but is it really going to take it forward? Or are we just going to hear about the new Republic in the background? And I don't know.
But as far as execution, listen, I think that what they did as far as the way Luke was in combat and everything, I thought it was really well done. I thought it looked really good. The CGI, I know Odin has a big problem with the CGI. it was a little off-putting once he started talking, but the CGI wasn't that bad. It was essentially akin to what we saw in Rogue One with Cushing and with Carrie Fisher. So I don't know. To me, like I said, it just didn't hit me. It didn't hit me the same way it seems to have hit nearly everyone else in the fan base. I can't separate it from what's coming. Congrats, Grogu. You're gonna go get blown up at Luke's Jedi Temple, or they're gonna create some other scenario where you get fucking hid, or you're off doing something. That's why you weren't destroyed. That's all I could really see or feel. Looked at.
Well, he'll be tiny still because he's 50 years old now and he's still tiny. So I mean, what it's how long is it? I think
about 25 more years.
Yeah, so
like
I mean, he'll probably be around the same size. So maybe he just looked away.
Yeah, the thing about movies and you know these adventures we go on in these characters, a lot of it, and not all of it, but a lot of it is like the speculating the next level, the next place. And like I remember, I did so much of that in between The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises because of how The Dark Knight ended. I loved how it ended, and it just opened up so many possibilities. And ultimately, it wasn't that great of a movie. The Dark Knight Rises wasn't. But the point is all the speculation. They have put themselves in such a box. Like everything is heading towards the sequel trilogy. It just is. And so everything has that holding it back. And either they're going to have to make some type of, course correction, or all of this is for nothing, for absolutely nothing. But the bigger question that nobody has asked is, where does this rank on your list of favorite Terminator episodes? Because it felt like a Terminator. I saw Robot Head tweet that out, and I thought the same thing. And I'm like, it really did feel like a Terminator episode for a lot of it. But
just missing the score.
Yeah. What did you guys think of Boba Fett getting his fucking ass kicked by
that
Sasha
was
Banks?
stupid.
That annoyed the shit out of me.
Did not like it.
Now, is she super powered? Because I'm wondering how she was able to hold his rope. I mean,
that was dumb.
Because they could have done it where it was like her using some type of like machine in her armor to do it, but she wasn't. It was just her arm.
That was straight up Forces female shit.
She's
there it is.
Stronger than Dad bod Boba Fett.
Cara Dune, it would make sense because she's got a lot of beef on her. Did
Sasha
strong.
Banks get killed at the end, or did she just get shot? Oh,
I think it seemed like she got killed.
I didn't see that.
They didn't even feel bad for her.
No,
I mean, like Bo-Katan didn't even. What?
It was Bo-Katan that got shot, but no, they were all stood at the end.
They were? Okay. Was she standing?
When
Yeah.
walking out, it shows all of them. They're all just stood there.
Okay.
Watching.
I can't remember. She didn't make that. The only impact she made on me was beating the shit out of little dad bod Boba Fett because he's so short and tiny. Go ahead, Comics. What did you think?
I'll be honest with you. I think this is the worst episode this season. I was, quite frankly, kind of bored. Up till the end. That obviously the end with the return of Luke, very cool. I thought that was a great moment between Mando and Baby Yoda. And I was thinking right before he took his helmet off, I was like, this is an appropriate moment for him to do it. And he did it. And that was great. But overall, I thought the story was kind of dull. Didn't really care for it. When I saw the X-wing, I immediately knew they were going to be introducing Luke. And I thought the fight scenes were great. I felt that the fight scenes between the stormtroopers and FemForce 4 was rather one-sided, and again, it made the stormtroopers look like jokes.
That's what it is.
It's just like fuck's sake. Anyway, but yeah, it's
when mowed through an entire ship full of people.
I know. It's like when Luke took the cowl off, I wasn't sure if it was actually him or if it was somebody else. And then when he started talking, he's like, okay, they obviously did some sort of CGI or de-aging because the way his lips moved looked fake as fuck.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
for the CGI, I think part of it is that like if you had just Baby Yoda or just the Luke CGI, then it might not have been so bad. But when you have both of them, like that you guys were going at it on Twitter about this, right? But there, when you sent the GIF or GIF, however you want to say it, of Baby Yoda's head in front of Luke CGI, I was like, okay, yeah, I see his point, right? Because the combination of them made it look a lot worse. But either one by itself, you're like, okay, all right, whatever. But then when they're next to each other, you're like, this is a little too much CGI for this scene.
I just think like they wanted to show us Luke Skywalker. They wanted to show him. I think that it may have been better served to maybe just like keep like the back of him, basically like the hooded, like after he turns off the lightsaber and hear him talk, and then maybe R2 can roll up. And so there's no doubt in anyone's mind, but they wanted to show you Luke, and
the reveal. Yeah,
I love seeing R2. I did.
Listen,
that was pretty cool.
I like seeing R2.
There are people in tears over this, so it obviously worked.
Yeah.
You know, so
right. And before, I'm sorry, upper echelon, but I do want to say audience enhanced driven data. That's exactly how this episode was written. So they wrote it to have your little adventure, not make you think too much, and then hit you right here at the end. And that was audience enhanced driven data. And they made I don't know how many people watched the entire 3-hour, 27-minute presentation to the investors. I recommend it. I recommend it. You learn a lot. It's boring as fuck. So you can watch it in like little pieces, but you really get an insight of what they're all about. And, you know, I don't think they want to go down the same road they did with the Phantom Menace and I think they're compartmentalizing their wokeness, but it is not going away. And it didn't go away in this episode for sure. And we look at all of their announcements. What makes you think that they would actually, I mean, like everybody, I understand, like, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I am wrong. I just don't see how they could erase just the Disney trilogy. Now, Ryan brought this up last week. A lot of people have. I could see them resetting everything. Why would you reset a part of it when you could just reset everything? And that maybe that down the road. But I mean, you just released Fall of Skywalker. You are still releasing specials that are related to it, books, comics. Leslie Headland has a show coming out. This is former Harvey Weinstein assistant, Leslie Headland.
Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant.
A Lando show run by the guy who did Dear White People.
And Dear White People was not a love letter, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
So there is nothing that shows that they have any desire to do this. I think Jon Favreau just has juice because he's one of the architects of the MCU, and he can get away with a lot more. And what Kathleen Kennedy did was hired a bunch of people who will do whatever she says. I might have a change on theory, maybe, if they start giving Jon Favreau more power, and you're probably wondering, why doesn't Jon Favreau take over Star Wars? I bet you he doesn't want it. That would be my guess, is he likes to be a director, he's a creative, and he doesn't want to be a businessman. Because when you get in charge of something like that, you turn into a businessman. You're not a creative anymore. Maybe that's just my thoughts.
So this may be like an incredibly low IQ take from me, but I have a buddy who was talking about this, and it really rang true. It seems like they're trying to make like Marvel, but a whole bunch of shows and all the characters cross and interact with each other.
Yeah.
Right. And in the same universe, though. Like they're not nothing changes. Then that. Oh, okay. All right. So that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
You guys obviously know more about this than I do, but it seemed like okay, they're really going for that kind of model, like cameo, cross show.
It's part of
comics.
We even had an end credits scene.
Yeah, true.
But it's
that was very Marvel-ish.
So, you know.
I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Just to throw that out there. Like,
no.
Having a lot of interaction between characters with shows that have high production value and are written well, which not all of them will be, I wouldn't think, but some of them might be, right? And then having them go well, I don't know. I like Star Wars. I grew up with real Star Wars, so yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
They gotta get rid of that sequel trilogy, though. They gotta.
Yeah,
like you said, if this is just going to be for nothing, I'm no.
Yeah, and I know. Listen, I know that people want to believe they're going to delete it. I know a lot of people who are convinced that they are going to do it, that are convinced that they're going to use the Veil of Force. I don't see it happening. They didn't need to connect this show to the rise of the First Order, yet they did.
They did tonight. This episode. Yes, they straight up said it again. They're not. I mean, they're. You know, this is that you. I'm sure you can hear excuses, Ryan. Like they filmed this earlier and they've changed their mind. like, again, I hope I'm wrong, dude. They're not going to do it. And Ryan, people keep on bringing up the veil. Like, what is this super chat? This is from, says the greatest here. It says they will use the veil of the Force to send Grogu back in time to rename himself Yoda. Now, I keep hearing veil of the Force, and it's the world between worlds, right? Now, I only watched that episode once. Did they say veil in that episode? Did I miss it?
I don't know if it's ever actually the veil of the Force is ever said. I've watched that episode like twice, and I think I rewatched the scene once. But the world between worlds.
That's what it's
essentially
called.
A place that like this place that allows you to use these different portals to kind of travel through space and time at different points. And that's how Ahsoka was saved and not killed in her battle with Anakin, right? That's how they saved Ahsoka, basically. That's how Ezra saved Ahsoka. Are they going to use that and explain some of that in the Ahsoka series? I think a lot of people are hoping that, but we'll see what happens. I do not think they're going to reset the sequel trilogy. And to me,
I don't either. But let me ask you this, Ryan, because obviously Filoni was never going to kill Ahsoka. So that season 2 was all there was always a plan that she was never going to die. So my question is, right, but that's neither here nor there. The fact is that she wasn't. Why not? There was a lot of ways that they could have played off of that season 2 finale, but they brought this entire world in between worlds element into it, and it can't just be for Ahsoka. So my question to you is, why do you think? Do you think that there's bigger reasons why they have introduced that? Because if it was just for Ahsoka, they could have done that through just normal storytelling. She didn't have to go through all that process. So do you think that there's potentially bigger reasons why that was introduced into Star Wars, the world in between worlds?
I really don't. I think they wanted a unique way to make you think Ahsoka was dead and then have a reveal. I also think they wanted to show how involved Palpatine still is with all of the manipulations. Like that's what I think it was about. And I listen.
And the reason I asked that is because the reason and just so everybody's aware, I'm asking Ryan this just because he genuinely knows more. He knows more about Star Wars than anybody that I know, because he follows all of it. He's the EU guy. He knows the movies and all that.
Even the shit I hate, I follow.
Yeah. So Lethal, I know you know your shit too, but you just refuse to watch any Disney Star Wars. So Ryan, by default, knows more because he's willing to eat the shit that you want. I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of shit. Anyway.
No.
But so that's why I'm asking Ryan, because I want his feedback on it, because he always has a good a feel for what direction things are going in. And I'm just curious, like there could have keeping Ahsoka relevant and alive, that wasn't necessary. The world in between worlds was not necessary for that. So my question is it potentially part of a bigger picture, maybe an opportunity to say, like, this gives us a chance to fix shit we fucked up?
They hadn't fucked anything up when the plans for Rebels were in the works. That's something else.
Not the plans for Rebels, but at what point was
Rebels was 2014.
Yeah, the end of season 2 is what I'm saying. When was the end of season 2?
2015.
2015. So that was even before. Okay.
Come out, I don't think.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just coming out. It was before anything happened to The Last Jedi.
It was before TLJ, which is what that's kind of where everything kind of is decided with Star Wars, before The Last Jedi and after. Okay, so that really opens that.
That was the last season, wasn't it?
No. World in Between. But World in Between Worlds was set up by the end of season 2.
Right.
So Vader and Ahsoka had their fight, and it ended on a big cliffhanger. So at that point, that's where the decision made about what happens with Ahsoka had to be implemented from a creative standpoint. At least by then, it probably happened before then. So Ryan is actually right. This all got planned out before TLJ, before everything was fucked up. And I don't think that Disney really saw how bad it was fucked up until.
Is he fucked up for everybody else?
Me?
Is he stuttering for anybody else?
No,
or just me?
No.
He's
God,
fine.
he's buffering so bad. Everybody else
Am
is
I?
fine. That's
Really?
so
Not for us, no.
You're fine for me.
I guess.
You're fine
okay.
for me.
Okay, but yeah. Anyway, that does establish it. So it was done before. It was done before. It was done before everything got bad. So that puts it in
Listen,
perspective.
I just think that Filoni. I think that he wants to tell interesting stories and sometimes doesn't really think about everything else that might factor in, all the other ramifications. I think he's okay with just changing continuity and canon, and they'll deal with the ramifications later.
He's kind of said that. So
Yeah, he's even said that. For instance, Jeremy, you watch Rebels. How did Bo-Katan get the dark saber?
Yeah, I know. I've already seen. Yeah.
God, she was fucking given the dark saber by Sabine. Sabine won it in combat and handed it to fucking her. But
Yeah.
now
I
you can't do that.
forgot
Are you
about
fucking
that.
kidding
Yeah.
me? Like, this is the motherfucker who wrote it, Dave
Yeah.
Filoni. What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Like,
I thought that
there's
was
so many
dumb
other
as
ways
hell.
you can do that.
dude,
Where's the story group, man?
and you don't
Come
have
on.
to. You don't have to kill anybody for it, right? So can't they just mock a dumb fight where like the
Where's Carrie
Mandalorian
Hart
comes
when
in
you
and
need
gets
her?
like
Where's-
knocked out? You know, fuck.
Where's Carrie Hart to get
She's
this
working
shit
with
back
Ryan
on track?
Johnson. That's what she's doing. Yeah.
Yeah, ever since Carrie Hart left, it all went to hell, right, Jeremy? Oh shit. As I know you enjoy it. You like the show, and I get it, and that's cool. But if it gets to the Disney trilogy, I mean, you didn't even watch Fall of Skywalker, so
No.
no.
Good
No,
man.
thank you, sir.
It's not an if. When it gets to the Disney trilogy and it starts to, we need to find the chosen one. When you hear Luke say, "I'm not the chosen one. We need to find the chosen one."
Yeah, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, because that's happening, folks. And again, the erasing thing. Do you think they'll erase the Disney trilogy as?
No, I think there's a possibility. I don't think they're going to raise it, but there's a possibility that it could be pushed to an alternative timeline. There is a possibility.
I would love it.
Because
I want
at
him
the
to
end
Chris
of-
Benoit. I want him to Chris Benoit.
It
That's what I
doesn't.
want.
It doesn't make you unsee it though. That's
No. Treat it like the WWF treated Chris Benoit.
Like he
they
never
act
existed.
like he never existed.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
they took him out of all the
happy with that.
pay-per-views.
I'll be very happy with that.
Oh,
But
Yeah.
You meant
I
actual Chris Benoit.
think they want to do something with that. So if you put in an alternative timeline, then you can say, look, people with no taste and who don't understand words that make coherent sentences, we have this for you. But I haven't seen The Rise of Skywalker. At the end of Rise of Skywalker, I believe that a bunch of Jedi voices were heard in Rey's head.
Yep.
Ahsoka was one of them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Ahsoka actress from the Rebels,
It was Ashley.
Ashley
Ashley
Eckstein.
Eckstein.
Yeah.
right? Okay. Well, there we go. Confirmed. It's in an alternative timeline because Rosario Dawson's Ahsoka.
Or they don't care about canon and they screw up canon all the
Yeah.
time, and it's a mistake.
Sure. I don't want to say it's impossible. Okay, because they're going to have to deal with that someday. And right now, they have a success that they're. I mean, we're years away from them having to deal with this anyway. They can muck around
today.
Well, look at how slowly the Mandalorian story moves, right? So
I like that.
yeah. No,
See, why?
I'm not in a hurry to get to the Disney trilogy. I'm fine.
What I get frustrated with is people are so used now to long form, and they've kind of been weaned off Monster of the Week. You know, there's very, very few kind of Monster of the Week shows left. Everything's got long form. Everything's got the long story. You got to drag out the story. You got to go through 68 seasons to get fucking nowhere. This is what I like about The Mandalorian. I like the flavor of the Monster of the Week kind of vibe of it. I kind of like the fact that he's almost a co-star in his own show, because the supporting cast that come along shine, and then he's always there to build little increments of himself along the way. So that storytelling to me is absolutely fine. And I think now we're not going to see Mando for at least 2-3 years.
I agree.
Next year we're going to go to Book of Boba Fett.
I've been getting so much pushback talking about that. People refuse to believe that shit.
I mean, that could technically be Mando season 3 because it's the Mandalorian.
They said they were filming Boba Fett. Like they're filming it right now, supposedly. So And maybe it is.
That's the thing, is there's been confusion. We've talked about this before when we were speculating. There was a lot of confusion from people, from sources, whether they were actually filming Boba Fett or whether they were filming Mando season 3. That's because they're the same fucking thing.
Yeah, I think so. I do. Yeah.
You don't put two shows out at the same time, because both of them would have the same exact release date. That's very, again, why would you put two competing shows out on the same time? That doesn't make any sense. But here's the thing. How has every single episode been broken down into chapters? This is now the end of this story, right? Chapter 16 is the end of this specific book. Now we're going into the book of Boba Fett, and it'll start over with chapter 1, and it'll be focused on Boba Fett more likely. But
who's not a Mandalorian?
But here's the thing, though, is that it doesn't matter, because, remember, what has this show been? Oh, the person's been the side character in his entire show. So basically, they can make this focus on Boba Fett and still talk about all these other things that still need to be resolved.
But yeah,
nothing has been resolved. The only thing that was resolved at the end of this show was Baby Yoda got handed off. Okay, what's the Mandalorian do? Doesn't he have to go back to? Are they going to jump back to him later with Bo-Katan and the dark? Because there's a whole plot point. He's got the darksaber now.
Yeah, I'm saying that's going to be a part of the story.
You guys want to know what's going to happen?
He's going to go against the
religion.
The answer.
What's the answer?
There's only one thing: Baby Jar Jar.
Baby Jar Jar.
And I will watch the fuck out of that.
And I will watch Ryan's reaction to that, because I know
Misa wants some booby. Misa wants some.
I will watch I might even forgive the sequel trilogy if you give me a Baby Jar Jar.
Jeremy, you realize that Rada the Hutt's still out there, right?
Yeah.
Oh no. No. I got some. Hey, so Mod Nerd Alita says, I would hope this will be the Star Wars franchise's Day of Future Past moment. Disney changing course is not out of the question, depending on how desperate they become and how things go in Hollywood and the world. Yeah, I mean, the next year should really let them know, because again, they were out there in that little meeting making everything look great. They're living on borrowed money right now. I mean, that's what they're living on, a bunch of borrowed money. Parks aren't going to, at least here in California, Disneyland will not be opened at full capacity until 2022, possibly. And I don't know what it's going to be. Disney World will probably open at limited capacity. But they need Disneyland open too. They make a lot of money off of Disneyland, and movie theaters. That's kind of a big deal too. So Shadow Fenrir 24 says, "Hail Friday Night Tights! Just in time after I got out of work. You guys always say what we want to hear. Always say we want to hear new voices. I want to start up, but it's sort of difficult due to being in the Army. Any tips with video thumbnail editing? Hail yourselves. Sure. I mean, let it be a hobby. Record a video when you can. And as far as thumbnails, be consistent. They have to look consistent, so they make your page look nice and pretty.
Put Brie Larson in your thumbnail with red laser eyes
and a down arrow and a down arrow.
Yeah, and a down arrow with a crying LeBron. It doesn't. And it doesn't matter what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah,
because people will complain about it every time if you make yellow thumbnails, like I do.
Yeah.
In all fairness, Odin, you look like Hitler in your thumbnail.
You do.
That's the new channel.
Just rows and rows of fucking Hitler. That's all it is.
My next thumbnail's got a big old down arrow in it. So I love that thing, man. Face
a little circle and an arrow to the circle, but you don't circle anything. So they're like trying to figure out what you're highlighting, but it's nothing.
I did a video like that, but I actually did it on the thing that I was doing the video on. And it was a
you trolled everyone.
It was a Watch Dogs 2 how to get a certain thing in the game guide, and that got it's like 200,000 views.
Dude, guide content is evergreen, man. It always goes well.
I'm very to show you there's two reasons. It's like I guess there was a Batwoman trailer. I missed out on it.
I did too, Jeremy.
It would have got me 100,000 views, and
easily.
I completely didn't even realize it happened. I'm so upset. I'm so upset.
Why don't you just do one
It's never too
anyway?
late.
Just do one anyway.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might do one I might just do one tomorrow just for the hell of it.
I'm
just
pro-
put the
yeah.
down arrow, put a crying LeBron. And you know what? I'm gonna do it.
LeBron?
Crying LeBron,
Crying
Brie
LeBron,
Larson, and a downward arrow.
Yes.
And not even have Batwoman in the thumbnail, but have Batwoman in the.
You know what?
title.
I'm going to do mine and take the copyright claim. I'm going to let the damn thing run behind me too. I don't care. I don't need money from it. No. I miss bisexual Star-Lord. I got to do a video on that, dude.
God.
Because I lost my shit in a live stream when I saw
Actually,
that.
that's trending, right? Star-Lord is trending right now.
Was that just retaliation?
God.
Yes.
Was that like straight
Probably.
retaliation because he did what he did?
Yep.
And
Gary.
said what he said, and they're like, nope. Guess what? You're bi.
He did what he did.
Gary, share this nightmare fuel. Share this nightmare fuel.
Oh, we'll talk about the Star-Lord thing after I read some super chats. We'll go right there.
What am I looking at?
As
Fortuna.
As Fortuna.
I need a bit before tuna for all of this cake. That's what
God, Fortuna really is just
Boba
fat as
Bringer.
Oh,
His
that
he
is
ever made that
Boba.
swallowed someone.
that is beautiful.
Oh man, that's great.
Hey,
That-
we'll counteract it with this. Hang on. That is good.
I hate my pin tweet. I hate it so much.
Oh my God, we can't pin the Gina tweet. That's such a bummer, dude. Because it's a retweet. But here, I'm gonna show off Az's gift today. He got some hearts from
there we
Gina
go.
Carano. Yeah.
Hearts from Gina.
Isn't that nice?
I love you so much.
All right. And
Come
then,
on to our show, please.
and then we
Yeah,
got
Gina, if you're watching, please come on Friday Night Tights. We'd love to have you on. Love to.
Any charity you want to promote, we will.
Yeah.
promote.
Yep. Oh, totally. Yeah, I'll donate it to it. And there we go. Take that, drunk 3PO. That's right.
Suck it, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had
I think she replied to him the other day. Actually, she did reply to him.
She did. She put a like subscribe thing. No, that was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Bulls Trek and Paula. There they go. What's up? So thank you. We got some super chats here. Let's read. No, that's not it. Old man voice, Odin. Okay, here we go.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Wait, where am I?
Facepalm Norm says, "Dear Disney, you had one amazing chance to finish the story. You blew it big time. Everything Disney Star Wars you make from here on in is like being handed a piece of cake on a plate that you shat on the year before. Thanks, but no thanks, Disney."
You're a whole year.
50 freaking euros. And I mean, like, you can't undo it. Out of Star Trek, Doctor Who, and Star Wars is clearly in the best shape. I will freely admit that. They have stopped the bleeding, and for a lot of people, including some people who were running with the Fandom Menace hashtag, things are okay now. I am not one of those people. Sorry. I mean, it's just, you know what? When I saw the episode, Lady Greymaster was really happy. She's like, oh my God. So I watched it, and I was bummed that I didn't feel anything when I saw him. Not a thing. Yeah. I knew it was Luke. I saw the X-Wing come in. I'm all, it's going to be like Rogue One. Okay, so he's going to just slice right through these things. And, and it was shot fine. It looked good. I don't think it was like the Darth Vader scene was much better. The music was better, and he was like, kind of intimidating. And I wanted to feel something. And if you did, I'm not shaming you at all. It's just like I felt nothing. I was like, oh, man, that sucks. And yeah, I wasn't like happy about it or anything. I was like, well, Luke's back, and what? That's all you're going to get. So I wouldn't call Luke redeemed, just like I wouldn't call like portions of Boba Fett's armor redeemed, because that's all we got. And it sucks. I feel that way because I saw The Last Jedi, so they can go and erase it from canon. And if that's okay with you, that's cool. If you want to pick up Disney Star Wars again, I'm not ready to be a fan. Maybe because I'm old, maybe because I'm jaded. But
I feel the same about Doctor Who, mate.
Yeah, I got you.
I can't watch Doctor Who. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
Well, again, I still feel the same. I still feel exactly how you feel about Disney Star Wars. I'm not like excited. Like again, treat the Mandalorian like a hooker. And I had a really good hooker last night, and but it's not really going to affect,
Then
how
you wake up and realize you have fucking syphilis and you're just gonna die.
yeah, like because
Gonna rot off.
yeah, you can't take anything away from this stuff except enjoy it in the moment, because all roads lead to the sequel trilogy.
Jeremy,
He still becomes Jake Skywalker in the Last Jedi. So
I have something for you, Jeremy. Gary, can you share screen?
Oh, boy.
I have some motivation. This is the Batwoman 2 trailer.
Oh god.
As you can see,
Look at that.
3,500 likes, 17,000 dislikes.
Oh my god.
Just want to scroll down. Just want to scroll down. Somebody made a comment called Hill versus Babyface. I can't stop laughing. I've got more fucking likes.
Oh,
Damn.
That's awesome.
2,000 more likes on my comment than the goddamn fucking trailer.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That's hilarious.
And it says that's fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
That is awesome.
You need to do a video on that.
Oh, you need to do a video.
This I was sharing my screen, Gary. This is all I could think of when I saw it. This is thanks to Lost Jedi 22. 2 weeks later, Luke gets a force vision of Grogu eating frog eggs.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey,
Oh fuck. See, you know what? Just one look at that brings it all back, dude. And it's like
No, I can't.
that's what I mean. And well oh wait, look. Thanks to some clever spotting by Steph, he's actually just fine. There he is.
You.
There he is. And I also liked I liked this one. There he is. I think he got crushed when Ray sliced that rock and it dropped on that house.
yeah.
You know what? Ivan needs to do. Ivan needs to recut The Last Jedi again, only to put
Add Baby Yoda in it. Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah.
But it shows you how easily, I mean, again, if you be whatever fan you want, but like this was literally 2 minutes of Luke and he says 4 words and like everything's okay. Star Wars is saved. It's like, no,
It's not.
no.
That's what it was to me.
It's
Like,
not save, but it's right. It was just a moment for some of us, I think.
Yeah.
And like I said, if the sequel trilogy still exists, it's all for nothing. This is lip service. This is nothing more. So this is why I'm desperate that the Ahsoka show is going to do something with that Veil of the Force, or anyone just do something that will push the sequel trilogy into an alternative reality, and then let history just. Let's see where it goes without doing the stupid.
You know that they'll get a lot of backlash if they do that.
Don't give a shit.
I don't
I
give
know
a shit
you
either,
don't,
you
but they do.
For some reason.
They do.
Yeah.
They
They
do.
care about Twitter. They care about the Twitter crowd and all those idiots, the Raylos. They care about what they have to think.
Raylos are weird.
Weird.
Yeah, just remember, they
Solo
don't
lost
lost
money.
money.
our opinions as
Solo
OG
lost money.
fans. They give a shit about the new fans, the Raylos, like Jeremy pointed out. Those are the ones they are the most concerned with. And what's it Kathleen Kennedy said about? I don't give a shit about the 50-year-olds. We want the new fans.
listen, Jon Favreau and Filoni together did this.
They are one and the same, by the way. For everybody saying that you believe in Favreau but you're not, they are literally one and the same. So you either like both of them or you don't, because Favreau has said he does nothing without Filoni signing off on it. So you got to hate both of them or not.
Well, he has said that. However, the same person that told us that Luke Skywalker was going to be in this season of The Mandalorian, that inside contact that Drunk 3PO has, also said that maybe that what you said there isn't necessarily true. So we do have to remember that. But anyway, they gave Star Wars fans something that a lot of them had been clamoring for since Disney bought Star Wars. That can't be denied. They did do that. At the end of the day, to me, I couldn't feel anything when I saw that because I knew what was coming. And also, I think part of it, like for me, I've been reading this shit so much. I've seen like this fucking idealized Luke Skywalker. I've seen like that Luke Skywalker and have all of those stories so deep and close. So it wasn't like it wasn't like that's something I had been asking for because I've already experienced that in a lot of ways. So maybe that's why it didn't quite hit me. But yeah, like they tried to give Star Wars fans something right here that they've been asking for a while. So you do have to give them credit, even if in my case it didn't really have the effect, man. I agree. It is too late. The sequel trilogy is done. That doesn't matter. That appearance doesn't matter. Grogu is either going to go die somewhere or he's going to have some mystery explanation as to why he was somewhere else and survived another Jedi purge.
Or he'll go back in time and become Yoda. I mean,
that would be so fucked up if they did that. The people that want that to happen, are you fucking retarded?
I don't
fucking want that.
I don't think it was that he wanted it to happen. I think he was just making a joke about it. So.
Oh, maybe. That's not the first place I've heard
I want
it.
Baby Jar Jar.
There was millions of heartbroken Luke fans out there like myself.
Yeah.
Just when I saw Last Jedi, I was just heartbroken. You know, this guy was my childhood. He was like my hero, and they just fucked him. Absolutely,
and they like intentionally disrespected. Like,
so I absolutely agree. I think they just totally fucking purposely fucked him over because they wanted to put him down to lift Rey up without her having to actually do anything because they're lazy fuckers and Rian Johnson's a prick. And so it was just we you know even if it was for a moment, I got to see Luke how I wanted to see Luke. It could be meaningless ultimately. Next year, this all could be meaningless, and I could be going, "Fuck you, Star Wars, you fucking wankers."
Somebody in chat said something like really astute. Yeah. If they spit in your face and wipe it off, you're not even. They still spat in your face.
Yes,
like,
yes,
it still happens.
Yes, absolutely. And again, I made a video talking about
in my face. You know, Favreau is. I truly believe that Favreau is when I say on our side. He I think he has really proper intentions for what he wants to do. He just got put into the game too late.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like Jon Favreau. I have not liked everything he's done. I mean, this is the guy that gave us that shitty Lion King movie a few years ago. That was just an awful fucking train wreck. But in Hollywood, you got to play the politics, and he clearly played his hand. And that movie did like 1.6 billion or some shit at the box office.
Like, they couldn't be happier with him.
Insane. And I mean, clearly he's elevated himself, and that's what you have to do. You have to play the game to get to where you want to go. I like Favreau. He's, if I'm not mistaken, he's the reason why Robert Downey Jr. was cast as Tony Stark, because he was willing to take a risk where the studio wasn't willing to take a risk. So I like Jon Favreau a lot. And we've obviously had reports about Jon Favreau's opinions about the Last Jedi and everything like that. So, but we'll see. We'll see what type of influence he has. At the end of the day, it's Disney Star Wars, and it's all roads lead to the sequel trilogy. That's just kind of how you have to look at it.
And you talked about deliberate, all right? And that's what we're still dealing with in Star Trek and Doctor Who, right? And what Rian Johnson was still putting out tweets on the anniversary of The Last Jedi showing that shot of the 4 teats on that whatever the fuck it was, and still putting it out there, like still rubbing it in fans' faces, and he knows goddamn well why that decision was made. It was made to emasculate Luke. So here is, I always bring this up because this is Michael Chabon basically letting us know what every Marvel writer thinks, every fucking Star Trek writer, Doctor Who writer. So were there things about Picard that you wanted to do that you could sense would test some of the boundaries with fans? Sure. To that extent that I was aware there's kind of a toxic fandom, the anti-SJWs, sad little corner of fandom. You just disregard them. After he says this, he goes, sometimes you're motivated to have things simply because it's possibly going to piss or provoke people piss off or provoke people who seem to have missed the memo about what Star Trek is exactly about. And you have to ask yourself, okay, if you want to disregard them, why are you motivated to write things in a script of a, whatever, $1 billion franchise, $100 million franchise, just to piss off a small little corner of fandom?
It's fucking petty is what it is.
It's a complete contradiction too. Disregarding is not the same thing as constructing it to make a certain set of your fans angry. That's deliberation. That's effort. It's a tremendous amount of effort. It takes money. That's vindictive. That's way further. And it seems like so many franchises are doing that now. Like so many different, like the Hamlet thing, right? Like that seems like the same thing. Like, well, I don't remember the quote off the top of my head, but like, yeah, we're reclaiming Hamlet and fuck everybody else. Like, I don't know if I can curse. I'm sorry.
You can. It's fine.
But yeah, it's like we're trying on purpose to like do this. And yeah,
I hope so.
Can't curse, you cunt.
No, it's absolutely deliberate. It's petty, and maybe, just maybe, I'm not ready to think Disney has learned the error of their ways yet. I just think Jon Favreau and Filoni together know how to tell a Star Wars story. I think we had people who didn't. Jar Jar Abrams does not. Jar Jar Abrams is a fucking poser. The guy is a fraud. Rian Johnson is like, he sees himself as an auteur, and he's like a little art house weenie freaking, film school dude who like will be fine there. I mean, he could make his little Knives Out movies, and that, I mean, the PBS crowd loves him. Okay. So he's perfect for them. Shouldn't be touching a fucking Star Wars film.
And he doesn't have a trilogy anymore, so.
And he doesn't have a trilogy. No.
What? There's a rumor that he's ghostwriting the Rogue Squadron, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where did that start? that has to be. We got this covered. Like,
It's got to be. There's rumors that George Lucas is writing it too. So.
yeah.
And when people like it, they'll reveal it, saying, "Look, you liked him all along."
Actually,
it was me.
Ryan's writing it.
It was me,
so,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm writing it.
Yeah, Ryan's writing it. Odin, do you got to go?
I got about 10 minutes, but I thought I'd give my thoughts on the Mandalorian episode.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, so first off, I think some of the positive stuff was absolutely the fight sequences. This is something that's been, I think, consistent throughout the entire season, especially this season so far, is that every single person that worked on the stunt team on this show needs to be commended. And I always get pissed that people who do stunt work don't get enough attention, because I really do think that the fight sequences in this show, even though we may not have liked like some of the characters involved or some of the ways it played out, the stunt teams did a great job. Like, and I think all the fights really looked really good. I especially like the fight sequence between Mando and Moff Gideon. I thought that was a lot of fun. It was a really fun fight. Again, the Beskar heating up and all that kind of stuff didn't, that was, is what it is. But as far as the actual sequence go, it was pretty damn good. Also, I love the post credit scene. I thought that it has me hyped, because whether it's season 3 and they're just going to say, all right, we're going to start off with Mando, or whether we're going to start off with Boba and then like have it bleed back into Mandalorian, or whether it's going to be 2 separate shows going on at the same time, which again, I think will be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm just excited. I love that entire sequence. I love seeing Bib Fortuna back on the throne looking fat as all hell and getting shot. That was great. The only thing that could have been better is if Salacious Crumb. If Salacious Crumb had
getting murdered horribly. No, if they had if they had him on a spigot. I'm sorry. No.
Yeah. So I thought all that stuff was really great. And then I think, like, obviously the scene that gets to me is obviously that Luke scene too. But my issue with it, kind of similar to what others have been saying about how it's easy to disconnect from all this because of everything that's happening in the sequel trilogy. For me, though, and this is something that I've always been known for, I've always been a very big stickler for CGI. And that's what got me about that scene, was when they revealed his face, the CGI just looked terrible. And I know that maybe compared to other CGIs that we've had, like in other films, it might look good. But my problem with CGI is that it's never looked authentic, or it's never, when it comes to human faces especially, there's always that uncanny valley, right, where it just doesn't quite look right. And for this one, some people have been saying, like, oh, de-aging, but this is not de-aging. De-aging would be the actor himself, Mark Hamill, was the one standing there, which we know it wasn't him. And it would also mean that they were basically utilizing technology to use the face and then to bring it and to bring basically the aging back down. And the problem, though, is that when you don't use de-aging and you just use plain CGI, it's the same problem that you had back in Rogue One. It's the same problem that you had, with Leia and, everything that happened with that. And it just, again, it doesn't look right. And especially, I think, UEG was saying it earlier, right, where a still looks fine. But as soon as the mouth starts moving, as soon as you have it interacting with other things, it's like, oh, I can tell something's not quite right here. And so for me, I thought that took me out of it completely. And I'm like, this could have been really good. And now it's just like, oh, really? Like if we're talking about laziness, to me, that's laziness, because the guy that directed this also directed Ant-Man and Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yep.
So therefore, he would have known the technology to de-age. And obviously, the argument is, well, Mark Hamill said he's done, and they bought the rights to his face, so they wouldn't have to do that. But it's like, to me, either do it right or don't do it at all. And I just don't think the reveal was done right. Everything else prior to that, the fight, like, that was a badass sequence. It was so badass. It was awesome. But that, to me, was a huge letdown.
Yeah. Max Lloyd Jones was the person who was there.
The actor. Yeah.
That was the body double.
Very feminine body, too. Because I remember someone.
I thought they'd done a bait and switch with Leia.
Yeah. That's why, because at one time I was like, do I see, like, breasts?
Yeah. I was the same as that. This is Leia. I'm going to go crazy. I'm going to go nuts.
Maybe he's a dancer. I don't know.
Leia wouldn't have needed the X-Wing. Leia wouldn't have needed the X-Wing.
The thing I thought was really funny is they actually credited Mark Hamill in the episode. So I wasn't sure.
Because it's his face. Because they.
Likeness. Yeah. I will also say, bro, why the fuck did it take those the Dark Troopers like fucking 20 minutes to get back to the ship when they got
I was thinking the same thing.
Well, it took them 20 minutes to get started too. So
I know. Because I was like, as soon as they got ejected, I'm like, wait a minute. They have Iron Man feet. What the hell is taking them so long? They should be like, coming right back in.
Well, that we're just at a point. The stormtroopers are just distractingly bad. They are treating them as the meme. I mean, they're going overboard with stormtrooper stupidity. You remember, like in the original trilogy, you respected the Empire. You had respect for the Empire. I have no respect for these stormtroopers at all. How the hell did you get quality? Like, no one seems to have any battle experience whatsoever. They just run out to get shot. It
goes back to plot armor, though. This is the problem when you have 4 main characters in a scene that have to survive. You know, at least they hid that stuff like in the movies where you had other rebels getting gunned down by stormtroopers. But that's the issue.
They're going to get killed.
Yeah. You know, and like we all think they're going to live, and they all have to miss. And that's the reason why they mop the floor with them. And it's
they didn't even get hit. Like, at least they could have gotten hit by someone, right? Like
they never even
survivable
get
hit.
Yeah, it's the reason why all the blaster bolts are attracted to Mando's armor, because that way everybody else is fine, and he can. They hit him technically. You know,
they aim for shiny objects.
Yes.
Yeah. It all stems from like literally a meme, and that's Taika Waititi went full out with it.
That fucking pissed me off, man. It really
They did get to punch Baby Yoda though, so I know Ryan liked that part.
That was my favorite part of the entire Disney Star Wars, to be honest with you. Specifically, whoever it was that did 8 hours of it, just Baby Yoda getting hit to Toto by Africa.
What? That exists? That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
It's my favorite. It gets a copyright claim every stream because that's how I end nearly every stream with that.
Nice.
It's very soothing.
No, somebody did that with Michael Burnham getting tortured too. She was getting tortured on a planet, and they just freaking looped it for 6 hours. It was beautiful. We can do that from the last episode too. Did you watch the last episode, Star Trek Discovery? Yeah, I'm gonna take it you did by that look on your face. Upper Echelon. Did you watch Mandalorian? Did you this latest episode? Are you up to date on this?
I didn't watch the latest episode. No, I'm not caught up, but I heavily researched because I wasn't going to come on here and not know anything about the episode.
Oh, thanks,
happened.
man.
I was like, that's not happening.
He's like, oh, Luke showed up? What the fuck? Thanks.
He's ruined it.
It's, I mean, there's not, again, dude, it's hard. There's not much to talk about from the show. I mean, it's not horrible, but I was telling Lady Gravemaster, I watched it, but I didn't watch. I fast forwarded through all the ships flying up, all the people walking the hallways slowly. I just zipped. The first time I watched it, I was on a time crunch, so I just zipped through that. And then I watched the episode in its entirety, watching the people walk up the hallways really slowly. And
nothing was added by that, I bet. You probably just had the same experience and were like, well, I don't feel any more fulfilled. Yeah.
That's part of the problem. There's a lot of filler within these episodes that are not that long. Now,
some of them were short too, like really short, right? Is that just me? Or was
no,
that like
24 minutes. Two episodes ago, there was a 24-minute episode.
And the only reason it was that long is because they did ad-lib fighting with stormtroopers because the script was only 19 pages.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I wonder, are the Marvel shows going to be just as short? Is this going to be a Disney Plus thing?
Probably.
Not
Was
just
it a pandemic
Mandalorian
thing, like we didn't do anything, so here you get the chopped up expanded crap. No,
I think it's going to be.
The first season was like that too.
No, I
It
think.
reminds me of
well,
that
not as
scene.
bad, right?
Or do you think it's going to be the Disney
Spaceballs.
Plus
You get the
template?
short version.
No, do you think it's going to be the Disney Plus template that we're going to give you half-hour shows?
Yeah.
Half hour to 40-minute shows instead of hour.
I am interested in that because, look, the bar has been set low for Disney Star Wars. I think we can all admit that. The bar has been set low, and Solo did lose money, by the way, but the bar has been set low, and The Mandalorian is fine. It's much better than the shit we've been getting, and that is the standard it's being held to. It's not a bad show, but it's not a great show if you just completely step back away. You look at those Marvel Netflix shows, fucking Daredevil is fucking phenomenal.
Yep.
Punisher season 1 is phenomenal. I even enjoyed the first half of Luke Cage, and then it kind of went in a weird direction.
Cottonmouth went,
overall, but yeah, these are good quality shows on their own. It'll be interesting to see how this is going to happen on Disney Plus, which
Disney
can't have
handles
rated
it,
R
yeah.
bullshit, and it's going to be more happy-go-lucky bullshit. That's going to be very interesting because those Marvel Netflix shows are so fucking good, at least some of them. The quality is just on another level. I would put Daredevil season 1 and 2 against anything comic book
It's
related.
the best
movie.
thing Marvel's ever produced.
Yeah, it's so
Period.
fucking good.
But you know what show they would bring back? They'd bring back Jessica Jones.
You're right.
Of course they would.
I've actually heard that that was it Kristen Ritter, is that her name?
Yep.
Yeah. I've heard that both her and Charlie Cox will be reprising roles at some point in the future.
I think
Just a rumor.
Spider-Man is one that they're trying to get a lot
Yeah.
of people in for. So
Yeah, Jesus Christ. You think there's a lot of cameos in fucking Mandalorian. Just wait till
Dude.
wait till Spider-Man 3.
I'm just holding out for Cassian Andor.
Oh.
He's so good.
So, is it going to be a whole like TV show of I am part of the Rebel Alliance? I did everything I
Yes.
did for the Rebel Alliance.
I think there's a little bit too much emotion there, Gary.
He talks. I know, right? He's like, I am a rebel.
At least
what
we'll have that
character?
robot. At least we'll have the droid with him.
Adam-
because
Alan
K2SO
Tudyk?
will
Yeah.
make it so much better.
Alan
Yeah.
Tudyk.
Alan
You
freaking
got to say his last name like Tudyk. He's great though. I love Alan Tudyk as Wash. Fucking Wash rules. Oh, and they're gonna remake Firefly.
I don't believe. I haven't seen
Wait,
a
what?
lot of. Yeah, the sources I've seen on that don't look legit.
I don't. I won't see it if it's true. I don't care.
No.
I so don't care. You
Nathan
can't-
Fillion
you
is
so don't care.
Yeah, no. Nathan Fillion should have been in. You're gonna have little Spider Boy in
Uncharted.
Uncharted. Like, fuck, I don't know, but anything about video games, I know that's the worst casting ever.
Did you see the Fillion 14-minute fan film of
Yeah.
Uncharted?
I did.
Fantastic.
That was really good.
Oh my
Great.
god, that was so good.
I'm
Have y'all
gonna
seen the short film that they did for Punisher? Thomas Jane did his own like Punisher film, and it's like unofficial Punisher, but he goes off on like a killing spree. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great.
I love that show. I
it's
would
the-
watch
I actually
that,
like the
definitely.
Thomas Jane Punisher movie.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
too.
Too bad.
I loved it. I loved
Yeah.
it.
I love the. I'm just reminded of who played the villain?
John
Crap.
Travolta.
John Travolta. I'm just remembered
Yeah.
of his death, and he's just screaming, and it's so
Yep.
great.
Kevin Nash in there, baby. Hell yeah.
Mr. Wolverine.
Super Shredder.
Mr. Wolverine 007 for $20 says something great happened to me today, Gary. I was able to replace my last memory of Luke with an extremely better one from The Mandalorian. It in no way makes up for Disney trilogy, but helps. I can hold on to that. Yeah, I mean, whatever you want. It's all good. It's all good. For me, move past it. I'm well moved past it. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to cover this stuff because I cover pop culture. It's what I do. So I won't be watching the Leslie Headland show. Well, maybe I'll watch it to troll it, but like that's going to be
What
shit.
show was that? Who?
The Alkalites. I'm sorry. The first. I almost said first female doctor. No.
Harvey
the
Weinstein's former personal assistant.
Former
Also, whenever I
personal
hear her last
assistant.
name, all I can think of is Blazing Saddles, and so I have to say Headland.
Whenever I hear her last name, I think about her being Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant.
Yep.
So,
for good reason.
And actually,
listen, I'm excited for that show. It's going to be about at the end of the High Republic, right before the prequel era, these dark forces that are rising. Obviously, we're going to find out that the true tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise was that he got Me Too'd. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh my God, do you think they'll just do a Harvey Weinstein story and just repurpose it?
like I can teach you the ways of the dark side. Come sit in the hot tub.
And it turns out, Sheev
is going to the courtroom and he's got the walker and it's,
Sheev was just Plagueis' fucking lawyer and, like sold him out. Yeah.
Gary, I do have to
his name is Sheev. Come on. He's probably a fucking lawyer. All right. Plug your channel, Odin.
You can check me out over at OMB Reviews, where I talk about movies, TV, pop culture, and box office. And also my second channel, the OMB Report, where I talk about news and politics.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Catch you later.
Thanks for having me. Always good.
Hey, at some point, Odin's going to be hosting some gaming streams for us. We're trying to get it all set up.
Yeah,
so it has to be like at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, make sure they're early enough.
You know what's amazing? When you tell me, hey, we're going to have a stream on Thursday.
5 o'clock my time right now.
And I set my schedule to have the stream on Thursday, and then I'm in that chat, and I'm like, hey, when's the stream start, guys? And they're like, oh, there's no stream tonight.
I didn't say there was one. That we were seeing if you wanted to host
Krista
one.
did. No, Krista said there was a stream, and I said I couldn't host it, but I'd totally be down.
Throwing shade at Krista.
I'm throwing shade at you, good sir, because you're the one that said there's no stream tonight.
Have a good one, man.
All right, have a good night, everybody.
Take care, dude.
Later, dude.
Bye.
I literally just waved and I realized I don't have a camera set up.
That's okay. We felt the wave. We felt it.
Because Az waved and I was like, oh, I'll wave too. That's
What's up, Tom? Hi, Tom.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Drive-by commenter for $20 says, someone suggested that buggy releases reflect a modern programming standards problem. Is it buggy games, maybe?
Yeah,
somewhat. Okay. Being based around the code rather than the system's architecture worked on. Thus, many Novus devs are used as interchangeable parts. So, in other words, newbies are in there fucking shit up. Is that what you're basically saying? Drive-by commenter? Probably. They probably have devs all around the world, and they pay some $100 an hour and some 5 cents an hour, I'm guessing.
It's complicated because I know that EA tends to crank through devs quite a bit. Because it's cheaper. And that's what it comes down to with these big AAA games that they cost more than movies. They got to keep their costs down, so they're constantly cycling through headcount. And the way they do that is they bring in new developers. It's a way to pay them less, and as people go up the chain, they become too expensive, and they get rid of them.
It's the same thing as comics, Gary, with fucking writers and artists when they hire these people that don't have any experience, so they can pay them shit. And the book looks like shit.
Tumblr artists, man, I swear to God, we got the Marvel's new heroes. And Snack Pack Dora and whoever the hell else.
That shit got officially canceled.
Yes.
Oh, it did? Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I have faith in humanity now.
Let's talk about that real quick. Let me pull up the article.
Didn't it? Or at least that's when I think saw you tweeted out as that.
Yeah, I got an email today from Amazon saying that your order for the new Warriors has been cancelled because our suppliers have said they are no longer going to be providing this.
Wow. Holy crap.
I'm so sorry, Daniel. Come on, Smith.
Oh my God.
I'm looking for my fucking book. Where did
Is anyone surprised by this, by the way?
I thought they'd write this and ship it and everything. For sure. 100%.
Shit. Hang on.
I thought they'd ram it down our throats like they are with so many other things. Yeah.
I thought the trade paperback would come out, but when the release date went and passed, I started to get it's not going to come out now. They're not going to do it, and now we've had official confirmation. Nope.
Well, I seeing some of the artwork too. I was like, well, I mean, I don't like to rag on artists, but how did that person get hired by Marvel? The concept art for those heroes? I was confused by it. I don't know.
They're taking it back.
I guess so. They're reclaiming the space from quality art.
They're reclaiming suck. That's all I can think of.
That's what's sad. Yeah.
I mean, look, I've brought it up multiple times. The fact that this ship is canceled shouldn't be a surprise. The trailer for this got ratioed worse than the Cuties trailer.
Wow.
That's how bad that trailer was.
I think the final nail was when Rogan, it made it onto Rogan.
Yep.
Oh, it went mainstream and it was
That's
just
correct,
everybody memed on it so hard that they were like,
Yeah.
we can't publish this. Yeah, maybe.
People are more accepting of pedo bait than they are for new warriors. That's the state that we are at in Marvel Comics right now.
Well, I was going to say that, or there just wasn't enough of those to go over and like, since there was not enough young characters in New Warriors for them to come over and like New Warriors, I guess.
Oh yeah, they couldn't buff up their positive stats.
Yeah, it just there wasn't anything there for them to get into, to connect with. So.
Oh, Star-Lord. Yeah, here we go. And yeah, so okay, I couldn't find anything that legitimately is anger worthy. What did he do? Well, why are people mad? Can someone explain that to me? Because I don't know. Like, I don't know why people are mad at what he did or said. Like,
Chris Pratt.
Yeah, like what
he
like,
didn't
what actually,
go. Okay,
nothing.
He wore a shirt that said "Don't tread on me." He didn't go to a Joe Biden meeting. Guys, fill in what
Like
I'm missing here. There was a
That's the part
fundraiser
I knew
for Joe.
about, but that didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like that can't be it.
Before that, it was a "Don't
That's
tread on
it.
me" shirt, and that's it. And that's it.
Silence is violence.
He belongs to a church that people don't like too.
Yes, yes.
Oh my
Silence is violence,
I
and
was just
nobody
being
has denounced
violent when
white
you guys talked
supremacy
about Mandalorian.
the entire show.
Yeah, well,
Oh yeah.
so there's also a church that's affiliated to another church that was perceived to be anti-LGBTQ plus, according to Elliot Page.
Oh no.
But he's never come out against it. He's never said anything against it. Mark Ruffalo, who is, basically he would fucking suck Stalin's dick, backed him up too. So, I mean, even with
everybody backed him up, yeah.
Yeah, and so Al Ewing, I'll find a picture of Lady Greymaster. You find a pic. Ethan was showing them off. They're funny. You could get a picture of Al Ewing, the man who decided to make this decision arbitrarily, not asking people like Steve Englehart, who was the creator of Star-Lord. Star-Lord is a character I've been reading since I was a kid. I was utterly shocked when he became a household name. I never thought he would. And it's because of a great Guardians of the Galaxy movie. And this is that pettiness we were talking about before. This is a decision made by the way, Al Ewing, that had to be signed off by Kevin Feige. So all the people who Feige is God, he okayed this.
By the way, fuck Al Ewing.
Yeah, fuck Al Ewing, by the way. And
total SJW.
This guy, but Kevin Feige said this was okay. So it's continuity now, forever. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, comic book fans? And this isn't an anti-LGBTQ plus thing, but far from it. This is pandering. This is, we do not believe we can build up which is total bullshit because we've seen it done before. An alphabet member character can be built up from scratch and have a following, and you can make a bunch more money by having this comic, and it's actually genuine. It's not like taking something from somebody else or doing this, especially something as weak as bisexual. And apparently, I didn't read the comic, but I read what it was about, and he had to submit to it. So they forced him into his bisexualness, right? I heard the word submit. So
that makes it so much better, right?
Right.
Because it's authentic. Yeah, then it's real. Then you know he means it. Yeah.
Well, this goes beyond Pratt. It's more so just look at who the character is. It's a white male womanizer.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he's problematic from the start.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're doing stuff with James Bond, I would bet, right? Too. Yeah.
Oh God.
Ryan's
He
back,
needs
by the
to
way.
stay in his lane and
I
know his role.
Hi, Ryan. I thought we lost somebody. Sorry, I don't want to.
Oh, Ryan canceled himself. That's why.
I'm tired of seeing this.
Windows updates.
There you go. There's some bisexual lighting and some bisexual art.
It's a fucking fuchsia shite.
So yeah, and they just took a character that became a household name recently that was, I mean, as popular as some of the top tier Marvel characters, and they just ruined him. And it's not, and yeah, it's because they made him something he wasn't, and he just got into the public knowledge, and now they're not going to care because so many people are going to be turned off by this, and not just straight people. Fucking everyone's going to be turned off by this.
They Iceman the characters.
They Iceman the character. Yeah.
Well, it always confuses me too, because like there's that prime directive, like make money, right? That's what you want to do. But this does not further that agenda. This is not going to like make them more money and tap into this huge untapped repository of fans. Like it's not going to work that way. At least I can't picture it working.
No.
So then how does he still like? How are these types of decisions getting made so frequently? If it really is about making money, I don't know. I was having.
It's not about making money. That's why.
I guess not anymore.
It's about teaching us, white basement dwelling istophobes, what's wrong with us, and that we need to be more,
Did you see Zach's video about mags? Yesterday.
Yep. I did.
About the editing. Where she's talking about her book, and then a 35-year-old vet. 35-year-old industry vet was just like, oh, don't you hate it when you gotta go through your editing and change and tweak and do, and put it all back together? And it's just like, well, my editor hasn't had a single problem with any of my books, so I think I'm gonna be fine. And it's just like, yeah, that's why you're bottom mags, because you're only there for fucking ticking a box.
Yeah, we'll get a more modern picture.
Your work is shit, but nobody dare say anything, because you'll scream to your witches network and have their fucking career destroyed because you're just horrible, vindictive, nasty pieces of shit who exist in an industry that you hate. So
that stuff freaks me out. Honestly, I've kind of resigned myself to the feeling that like one of these days I'm going to say something that's going to go wrong and I'm going to get canceled. And it's like actually going to be bad and they're going to go to YouTube with it or something. Like I've kind of just accepted that reality, but it kind of sucks that you even have to accept that reality. Like I don't even know what I'm going to say and when that's going to cause the downfall, but like I can reasonably assume it's going to happen. You guys will be there with me too. You're all getting canceled if I get canceled.
I just pre-cancel myself every once in a while, and that seems to work.
No, you've already said it, because the goalposts change how they want it to change.
Yeah, they'll change the goalposts tomorrow and look 6 weeks back at what I said and be like, that's it.
Yeah,
well, let's take a completely fictional person. This person that I'm going to say now is a complete fabrication that I've just made up and has no bearing to anyone, alive or dead. Take a woman, and let's just say that woman decides to come out as lesbian after 25, 30, 25 odd years of her life. Then just imagine if a few years later, that woman who's come out a lesbian suddenly says, do you know what? Actually, I'm a trans dude. And now I'm going to be named a completely different name. And if you dare attack me, then you are going to get fucking the power of the community down upon you, and then have everything retroactively changed. But if you misname them, if you misgender them, then you're the one who's going to get fucking cancelled. And then people can't ask questions of this fictional person that I've just created, as in, well, if they've now changed their gender to be a man, does that make their girlfriend / wife heterosexual now instead of lesbian? Does that make you heterosexual instead of lesbian? How? But you can't ask these questions because the goalposts are changing, and these are valid questions which need to be asked. But you try and ask them, you try and get an understanding. You're a phobe, you're an ism, you're an ist, and you're the one that gets branded. Whereas they're playing the silly fucking buggers game. They're the ones who are playing the silly buggers game, not us.
Yep.
There's an easy solution, just put they, them in your profile and declare yourself as non-binary.
In the bio.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I always land on trying, like, I'll try to call someone whatever they want to be called.
Right.
I would expect that from me. But I'm going to make a mistake. Like, it is going to happen, especially when things get confusing, which they do get confusing. Sometimes I'm not going to know. Sometimes I'm going to fuck up. Sometimes I'm drunk. I don't know. But when I make that mistake, it's like, oh, God, am I going to go to prison in 5 years for this? Like, what's going to happen to me?
Ryan's the kind of the bar at this point. Like at some point, he's gonna be the first one that's gonna get taken down. All the stuff he says. So as long as Ryan's still around, we're all kind of good. So.
Canary in the coal mine. When Ryan gets nuked, we know it's coming for us.
Jeremy, you've already had your first casualty, Jeremiah.
Josiah?
Josiah. You've already had your first.
Josiah's tame. Josiah's tame. He just brought up a couple of subjects that really, he might get his monetization back. Somebody
I don't
picked
say
him
a whole
out.
lot, but we're working on it.
Yeah,
So
good.
I hope so.
I think he'll be fine, but we're working on
But
it.
this is Al.
YouTube.
This
They
is
keep changing the rules.
This is Al Ewing here. Oh yeah, the rules are changing. Like me putting up this picture, I could probably get in trouble.
He looked like he had one too many snack cakes.
Al Ewing is the man who decided to arbitrarily make Star-Lord bi in the comic books forever. And all I'm going to say is, fine. Kevin Feige, you signed off on this. I've said this in previous live streams. I'll say it again. In Guardians of the Galaxy 3, I want a Drax, Galactus, three-way with Star Wars. Forget women. Just like make it a straight up gay, sweaty, sloppy three-way for 15 minutes, like full penetration, vigorous anal sex. I want to see it. I want to see how down you are with the cause. If you're all about the alphabetness and just the pure sexualness of it, then please go ahead and do it. Let's see how far you're willing to go, Kevin Feige, because I'm guessing you're not. And by the way, I want the full version played in China on a loop.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No super in the Middle East either. Can't do that.
Nope. They're full of shit, and it's full of shit pandering.
No, you're right, because I don't think Feige would be okay with doing this in the movies, but he would be just fine letting it happen in the comics, because,
yeah. And
companies that as soon as it's the first day of Pride Month, every single icon is a rainbow,
right?
And then there's like rainbow Clorox bleach wipes and like rainbow everything. They're doing it to pander, like you said. There's no real basis. And then on the last day of the month, there was a perfect one with Bethesda, right? So all of their foreign offices where Pride Month isn't a thing was still normal, and then the United States was rainbow, and then back to normal. It's like, what?
It was even worse than that, because it wasn't just United States. It was basically everywhere except the Middle fucking East.
Yeah. It was the Middle East, and it was like, well, wait a second, normal. So yeah, and Blizzard, when they do the stuff in China, they'll alter everything so it's it's not the same. Like all the character sexuality stuff, not the same in China. So they're not pushing any sort of belief, which it's just pandering, like you said.
The only place it matters, where gay people get thrown off fucking buildings. There, you're not willing to make a stand and lose any money. But here in the West, where it's perfectly acceptable to be gay, there you're gonna virtue signal and pretend like you give a fuck.
Yep.
They're safe, doing it nice and safe. Don't want to actually commit to the cause. They just got to do it safe, where it is tolerated, because we've been tolerant for decades now.
Exactly.
But it's not enough, and that's where the pronoun comes in, because we need to still feel special. We want normalization.
It's like, you didn't make my tea. I make your tea. Your tea's on the table. But my tea's a little bit cold. It's just come out the oven. It's fine. It's nice. You like it. It's the food that you like. Yeah, but it's on that plate that I don't want. It's just it's contrarian to be contrarian.
Yep. Absolutely.
They have what they want. They have the tolerance. They have everything that they need. But the moment they accept that, and the moment that they say we're equal, they lose all their power.
Yep. Exactly.
Because they're on parity with everybody else, and that's what frightens the fucking shit out of these people.
And that's where Mags is now. Mags is working on that book, but Mags really isn't. They're done with her. She's not going to be getting jobs anymore. And now Vita Ayala has taken her spot as special status. So she's getting all her gigs now, or they are getting all her. I don't give a fuck. She is getting all his gigs. I don't give a shit. Eddie Winkler for $50. Happy Friday, everyone. Gonna shamelessly shill Sovereign Wolf Chan Destiny on Indiegogo. 3 days left to get a very cool free poster in addition to the 100-page graphic novel and other freebies. A complete alpha project. Have a great weekend. Check out Sovereign Wolf on Indiegogo, everyone, if you want to back a comic book, a real comic book, a real book, but independent. The independent sphere is where you're going to see real storytelling that actually breaks boundaries and takes chances. Right now, Marvel and DC will no longer take chances. Do you know you can't kill a member of the alphabet community? That's part of the titty thing. That's part of the new edict in Hollywood.
Is that a real rule?
It is an unsaid. It's an unsaid rule. There's
because there was a problem with killing the gays.
Yep. So
Oh, that's so confusing to me. So like in a comic book, you can't write a comic book story where a bunch of people die and one of them happens to be gay.
If it does, it has to be at the hands of like white supremacists or something like that. It's got to send a message.
And I'm sure there has to be some kind of retribution. Yeah.
What's it called? Is it called burying your gays or something? Burying the gays.
Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah, that's the actual term. Yeah, that's it as.
Was there an event that caused this, or like is that a response to like a certain set of comics or movies or whatever?
It was just bullshit.
I remember, so the show 100 on CW, or The 100 on CW, they got a lot of flack because they had a lot of like gay characters and shit, but they killed a bunch of them. Like they killed a love interest for their lead.
Yeah, I used to watch that show. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and they got accused of that. So
I thought that show was fine. I mean, it got weird in the end, but yeah, I guess I could see that they killed off certain characters, and then people were like, "Well, you only did this because of their identity," which doesn't make sense. But then, yeah, wow.
Even Star Trek did it, but then they brought him back.
Yeah, because they got a bunch of shit. They were going to keep him dead because the actor isn't that great.
You're burying. You're burying your gays. Yeah.
Yep. Oh well, I mean, like, look at Adira. What an actress she is. I'm sorry, actor. My bad. Yeah. The acting in that show is terrible, and it was just as bad. Oh my God, this episode was like. Micah Burnham's awesome everywhere.
That was the whole episode. That was it.
Oh
That was
my
the whole episode.
everywhere.
I literally went and I messaged. Because okay, do you guys know like what happened with Robert Meyer Burnett? He went and was a bit facetious and made a statement on Twitter. Got himself pulled down for a while.
What did he say? What did Robert Meyer Burnett say that was so edgy?
He said, I don't want to live in a world where discovery exists.
I don't either.
So he threatened suicide.
He went on longer and had a pun with no time to die. But obviously the YouTube bots have no sense of humor.
No, he pulled his. I've spoken to Robert. He pulled his account. He called it.
Oh, he did it himself.
Oh, that's great.
Okay. So okay. So anyway, what happened? Yeah. So I was talking to him during that whole thing, and I'm like, "What the fuck was this shit that I just watched?" He's like, "I know, right?" And I'm like, "It's literally 45 minutes of talking about how great fucking Michael Burnham is, and you literally have 5 minutes of Georgiou going on and on about how great she is and how great she could be."
But no, it's worse than that, Tom. Because
I know it's worse.
You know that Karu, he's fucking shite. You know all the others, they're fucking shite. You know who should be captain? It's you. You're the bestest. You don't know how great you can be. You're the best. Oh, Gary, can I just read this? This is.
I want the rest of that song. That's what I want.
This is just come on. A Twitch streamer called Misbehaving. Sure. Actually, if I share this with you, Gary, you'll get a better context of the of where we're going to go with this. Just put it into Thingamajiggy.
Oh,
a Twitch streamer.
Add this. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, a Twitch streamer called Misbehaving seems to have accidentally live streamed what was supposed to be an OnlyFans recording. And got banned. Now,
Tubin.
Not saying that she's a Twitch thought, but
she's wearing a Twitch Thoughts uniform.
If it looks like
where did you put that melon? I'll subscribe. That's impressive.
I mean, at least she got banned for that, right? Okay, could you picture Twitch being like, well, it was accidental, so we're not going to ban her? Can you picture that happening? I can picture that happening.
Yes.
Times are changing. Ladies can do stuff.
Misbehaving is only women can do things.
They can do stuff.
Misbehaving has an OnlyFans account, a site that sells exclusive access to content few other places would allow you to host, but it's suspected that Misbehaving erroneously went live on Twitch.
I don't think that was a
rather
mistake.
than recording a video.
I don't think that's a mistake. Twitch, you don't record videos on Twitch, right?
No.
Right? You know, like
you don't.
that's a process to start streaming on Twitch. Personally, I don't know. I don't know intent. I'm assuming, but
It's
a stunt.
Yeah, it's a stunt.
She might have hit stream instead of record because
that's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think.
If she had, maybe. She
Okay, but like, but I get you here. What if her getting banned? I mean, she could probably profit. Would it be worth it?
Streamers get more viewership and get press when they get banned. So if it's not permanent, if it's not forever, which it hardly ever is on Twitch. Then she's coming back in 7 days or even 30 days, and she got all these articles. She got all these people like, oh, damn. And all these people got to see the stuff that they would normally have to pay for. So a whole bunch of people, and now those clips are going to go everywhere. It's this whole big thing. So I would be hard-pressed to believe that that was not intentional. And if it was intentional, I'm not even hating, because that was a really smart marketing move.
Hell of a loss leader.
That's literally like, I'm just going to take this slight gamble that's going to have a huge payoff, and it's highly likely that I'm going to benefit from this. Like, okay, girl, do your thing. Whatever. Fine. But she better get suspended for that, because if Twitch doesn't, which they might not, then
she's banned. She's banned from Twitch. Banned from Twitch.
Yeah, she'll be back in a week, man.
She will. Oh, we lost him again.
Oh no.
Where did baby boy go? So Best Buy is taking returns until the 21st of Cyberpunk. Right?
So Cyberpunked out.
Cyberpunked out, yeah.
Who's kicking me? Fuck this shit.
Didn't you get a new computer, baby boy?
I did. It must be the internet or something, because it just dropped me and said, "Hey,
because you're so controversial."
Probably. StreamYard's trying to cancel me. I can't get canceled, motherfucker. I keep coming back. But just like DSP's been banned a million times from Twitch. It comes back. But like I was gonna say, do whatever you want, make money however you want. Not gonna really judge, I guess. But think of how many people 20 years 15 years in the future, how many kids are just gonna find their mom shoving a cucumber up her shit. Like,
it's gonna happen, dude. That's
the odds are pretty high now.
It's gonna happen, and kids in grade school are gonna, because the amount of bullying and teasing that's gonna spawn from that.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot of Rorschachs running around.
It's gonna be wild.
Yeah.
I used to joke about how many people were gonna find their moms on a Girls Gone Wild video. The chances of finding your mom on a porno just went up astronomically with the internet.
Well, there's a whole thing with naked Zoom moms coming in while their kids are at school, and they just waltz in. Shit, I could see that. Yeah, that's terrible.
And there are people in the chat that are genuinely concerned for the safety of that watermelon. They want to know if it's okay.
The watermelon.
We should do some investigation.
Did not survive.
I think so.
The watermelon did not survive. I was just looking at Al Ewing's face again. It's just like wah, wah.
Rip the watermelon. Yeah.
Al Ewing's face.
I'll eat your ass.
That's his face. I'm so pissed about that.
You investigate and find it smashed in a corner.
It's smashed in a corner.
Happened to it?
Impressive.
Most
impressive.
How does one even
but
do
you are
that
not
to
a Twitch thought yet.
Where did it go?
Where do you think, Tom?
Obi-Wan has taught you well. Mikey Gussler says, during the Hollywood Reporter interview, I read this one already. David Ayer responded to a tweet which claimed Jared Leto's Joker is better in the Ayer cut of Suicide Squad. Ayer replied with 2 words, vastly better. Okay, does he still have the stupid tattoos on his forehead? Because those are dumb.
You got some beef.
Makeup should be the same. Like, obviously, I would say that if I wanted to get my cut released too. I do, based on what we saw, very similar to Snyder Cut, honestly, because all this shit was going on at the same time. What we saw in the first trailer for Justice League, vice what we ended up getting, same thing for Suicide Squad. Remember that first trailer we got? I think it may have been at a Comic-Con. The tone and everything was completely different. Then they tried to turn it into this, hey, you know every song in this soundtrack, right? Let's make this fun like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yep.
They just beat the shit out of that thing until it took whatever shape they wanted it to. So
it was reactionary movie making after they made the movie. So they're like, yeah, we need to change it. And it was so dumb.
I'm not a fan of Jared Leto's Joker. I'm not a fan of that kind of like gangster Joker, even that we get in the comics. Not a fan, but I am definitely willing to see what this movie was intended to be, because I think it was supposed to be a lot different.
I enjoyed Suicide Squad, even though I know it wasn't good. I enjoyed it. So if they could improve it, that would be an interesting, because I did enjoy the movie.
I did as well.
So
it was a cracker when we were starving, though. That's the thing.
Well, I think a lot of it is that you had a lot of good characters and a lot of good actors. The story is what sucked. The people they cast was great.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of Leto, yeah.
Yeah, outside of Leto, right?
I think Leto could have played. He could have played a Joker That was, but not like that. No, that was. I'm not saying he would have been the best Joker in the world, but he could have probably pulled it off. He's a decent actor, but that one, yeah, I'm not a fan. The trailer looked fucking amazing for Suicide Squad. When that first trailer looked great, I was excited for the movie. I'm like, oh, this is it. Like they're gonna get it with this one, and hopefully there's a movie in there. David Ayer's a decent director, so
there was a light in the sky.
There was a light in the sky, and then the shots of Enchantress dancing when you can tell it was supposed to be like B photography. You know, it was supposed to be B shots, and
that was terrible.
And she was barely dancing. It was terrible.
I've just put a link to share, Gary. Twitter's
guys. You got to look in the background of Braveheart during the battle scenes. If you look in the back of some of them, you can see some of the extras don't know if they're filming or not. My friend pointed this out. I could never fucking unsee it now. And they're just sitting there. They're doing this with their like this. It's fucking hilarious.
Ironically, so like what they're supposed to be doing with what they originally filmed with the air cut, as told by Ayer himself, was that like Enchantress was essentially working with Steppenwolf before Steppenwolf came to Earth. It was all supposed to tie in together.
Gotcha.
And all those enemies, a lot of those enemies were parademons, not fucking random clay fucktards.
Gotcha. Hey, the Enchantress looked. She was one of the things that looked good in the trailer. The way they had it set up, she was creepier and brown.
You know, they made her thinner with CGI.
They did.
Yeah, they made Brie Larson thinner too.
Yeah.
Well, that's irrelevant because we got nipple oppression going on Twitter at the moment.
Brown nipples, pink nipples. To everyone saying all nipples and pink nipples are okay, this is to empower people, mainly women with brown nipples. Y'all steady want us be oppressed and victimized. Do y'all know how hard my self-esteem plunged when a guy made a very rude comment towards the shade of mine?
Wait, what? So instead of just being like all nipples are great,
all nipples matter. It's black
no, only this certain shade matter, not those other two shades, because I feel I don't know. This is just brain.
39,000 likes.
I didn't even see that. Oh, I can't.
There's a bunch of racists out there. I mean, like,
all right.
This is why humanity deserves to go extinct.
Yeah,
that's why Twitter.
As soon as we invented the internet, man, it was a downward spiral.
That's why aliens won't visit.
And then Twitter sent it into overdrive.
Yeah.
This is why women are trash. Everybody likes tits, but they're sitting here fucking arguing about them.
Oh, God. You really are the canary in the coal mine. You're going first, man.
Yeah, he is.
Twitter was a mistake, a huge mistake.
Yep.
Giving a voice to morons was the mistake.
Yeah, I mean, we need to you got to take an IQ test before you can make a tweet. You got to. Come on.
Well, this is the kind of crap I always say when like people are like, "Oh, if women just ran the world, it would be so much better." Like, do you realize that that women will fucking stab each other in the back, giving a shot if they have to? Like
Governor of Michigan,
nuclear war every 28 days.
Exactly, every 28 days, Ryan. You know it. I don't
look
bleed.
at this.
I don't trust anything that bleeds for 5 days and doesn't die.
Look at this right here. This Twitter was an absolute mistake, right here. So Elon made the pronouns a joke. Look what somebody said to him.
God,
look at that.
Man.
Whoa!
Imagine that getting 410 likes.
Yeah. That's what happens when you meme the pronoun crowd. They say some shit like that.
Wow,
memes are violent.
Yeah,
don't you?
I mean that is unbelievable, but not really surprising to anybody that follows this.
Does Zach still have a Twitter? I mean,
it's locked. I checked it, and it's been protected. So.
I mean, he's a Lakers fan, so he probably likes LeBron. Fucking cuck.
Yeah, that's true. What a horrible person. Yeah.
No shit, dude.
That's
dude,
terrible.
Elon's a fucking billionaire. I would find you.
That's burn in hell material, man.
I'd find your ass. That is fucked up.
I think this person's got to see that and live with it. You said that.
I bet you anything they have like mental health advocate in their bio or something, or like
cyberbullying. Yes.
Cyberbullying. I swear to God, always.
But for every horrible thing, there is some greatness on Twitter as well. This will definitely upset the pronouns and bio crowd right here.
Oh, I was gonna be like, what? Because it's a phallic shape or something, and then
probably
the monolith.
And the monolith ended up being something for a Netflix show.
Yeah.
He
fucking
dances
pissed
like
me off.
SpongeBob, by the way.
It'd be like
Trump's
a
little dance.
shape or something.
I didn't play any of the music because I didn't know if it'd get us hit. So.
Not another dime gives us a thumbs up. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. And Nicky D for $5 says, given Hollywood's recent selfish shenanigans, which movie franchise or TV show has been damaged beyond repair? Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Doctor Who. Somehow I can still watch the old ones, but it's not fixable. Star Trek, I think you could still fix Star Trek. And Star Wars, well, they're going to try to fix it. Disney's going to try to fix it. We'll see what happens.
So the reaction today that Luke Skywalker got shows that it is still fixable. That there is something there. Like,
yep,
it is even for me. Like I said, I don't like the show and I didn't feel anything. But the reaction out there from everybody, so many other people,
cannot be denied.
It's there. It can't be denied.
What do you think? Can they fix Men in Black?
Oh God!
Why? I mean,
got a future.
No, it's like, what's the point? I mean, it was a great set of movies back when it had Will Smith in it, but it's like, do we need to continue on with this franchise? The answer is no.
I would
They
make
did it though. They really went with international or whatever.
They really did.
I thought it fell apart. I thought it really fell apart.
See, if I did a Men in Black, I would do like a Blumhouse low budget, like straight up horror movie, like just gory as fuck. That's the way I'd do it. Julie Winston for £5. Have you seen BBC Three show on puppy farming to get rich? Just when you thought you couldn't sink any lower, I'm glad Paul O'Grady is speaking up. That is some British shit. What's going on there, buddy?
Number one, I know who they're talking about. Number two, no, because don't pay my license fee anymore. So
Hey.
I don't watch the BBC.
I've got some really good news for everybody. The BBC's on the brink of collapse.
Yeah.
Damn.
Is it because of all those videos that got removed from Pornhub?
Would you be saying that the BBC
you know
is
what?
going limp?
It's
I got that, Ryan.
Ryan,
Yeah.
I got it too. And a coincidence, that article came out like 2 days after the Great Purge from Pornhub. How did Memology put it? The Jedi texts have been lost.
Yeah, the sacred Jedi tech.
Fucking Memology. I love
Gary,
that guy.
Speaking of BBC, can we just say
Yes.
that on
Tuesday, Az and I do a live stream called The Real BBC. It's bagging, boarding, and chatting. We talk about comic books. We have a big announcement, huge announcement Tuesday. Do we want to tell them like how quickly we came up with the idea?
We'll talk about it on
We'll talk about that. Be sure to tune in. This is, do we want to give them more of a hint than that, or is that good?
That's it.
That's it.
Just give them the tip. Give them the tip and let them beg. For
It's it's huge. So be sure to.
I was gonna say is a throbbing hard announcement.
It's
but I wasn't
throbbing hard announcement. It's thick with information. It's girthy with quality. It is it's veiny with quality. And it it's so 10 a.m. Pacific time. What time in British time? What's the BST?
6 p.m. UK time.
6 p.m. UK time, Tuesday. Thank you very much. Thank you, Az, for reminding me. Oh, also, Mrs. Nerdrotic would kill me for this if I forget this. Follow me on Instagram. We've got another giveaway coming. We're gonna give Mrs. Nerdrotic's gonna give away some swag. She is the fucking best, absolute best. I love Gina Carano. She's great, but Mrs. Nerdrotic's better. So Instagram.com/Nerdrotic. Give us a follow and win some stuff. Kenneth Lowe.
Nerdrotic and that's coming out as bye.
Yes. coming out. I think it's well known at this time. Kevin LaRocha, welcome to the Proto Molecule level, and hail the Expanse for your premiere. Everybody's talking about the Mandalorian, and maybe the Expanse should not premiere anywhere near Star Wars, and you would be talked about more because that first 3 episodes was some perfect fucking sci-fi. That's how you fucking do it. You want a show that's diverse, that's grounded, but it's still like real science fiction. The Expanse is it. You want that good quality show. We get a bunch of shit. All we do is hate. Nope. The Expanse is the best written show on TV. It's my favorite show on TV, and I was afraid it was going to go woke, and it didn't. And it doesn't need to go woke because it has everything in there that all of these shows virtue signal about, and they don't virtue signal. They just it fits the story. It takes place at the same time the original series basically, but it's way more grounded. And if you haven't looked into it, it's on Amazon Prime. I loved it. The first, are you caught up on The Expanse yet? Have you ever seen it?
2.5 seasons in.
Okay. Yeah. So far this season started out better than last season, I think.
That's good.
Plan
our
aspect. 100%. This season, I'm after 3 episodes, I'm like ready. Normally I can't get into shows. I can't quite track it. I mean, some big profile ones, yeah. But I can't track it, and like next week I'm not as interested. Nope, I'm ready. Next week, yes, these 3 episodes are excellent.
Oh, dude, the 3rd episode ended like, shit.
Are they doing it weekly?
Yes.
Yeah, they're showing, awesome. They must be, right? Because, yeah, okay.
Yep, they are. They did the first 3 episodes. They dropped them all at once, and then they're going weekly from here on out, and it's going to be...
the boys method.
Yes. Oh, the boys got, what? 50% more viewers than they did last time because they released weekly. And you know what Amazon did? They took all the shit, they got review bombed, and they ignored everybody. Good.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, they might not get 50% more next season because of how this season went for the boys.
Well, and what their showrunner did popping off, that never helps.
That episode 5 or whatever it was, where it was just like clearly talking about people that support Trump, like, fuck you, dude. That is so on the nose and disgusting bullshit.
They went pretty hard with it in a couple episodes, yeah. Yep. Like the boys specifically.
Yeah,
they did go really hard. Like some scenes where they're showing like the devolving nature of someone who's listening to online memes, basically, and how they're losing their mind. It's like, that's not how people who look at memes act, though, right?
Yeah, and it turns out the architect of that the whole time was a Nazi. Who would have thought? They're trying to change you with online memes, alt-right dog whistles. Fuck you. It's such bullshit.
You need anybody out there who's questioning stuff, you need to watch The Social Dilemma, because it was made in the context of 2016 when some people thought that a certain country really close to, a very big country that starts with R was involved in the election, and there's a bunch of people from Google basically saying how easy it is to manipulate it, and now all of a sudden we're not allowed to talk about it anymore.
No,
but this this documentary has it's hilarious that they came out with this and then certain things happen. I'm surprised Netflix still allows that documentary to be up, but there you go. Planner Aspect for $5. Stunning to watch CD Projekt Red lose nearly all credibility with a disastrous launch and then bow before the will of China, all within a week. 2020 incarnate, right? That is true. Yeah.
Fucking nuts, man.
That's the thing that listen, I didn't buy the game. Not going to buy the game. I'm going to play Witcher 3. I was listening to Ryan. I was listening to Jeremy. Everybody's videos here I watched, and my whole thought was they fucked up. If they offer returns, I could understand how you're mad. They lied. That's pretty fucked up. They need to earn your trust back. But it was the China thing that was the worst thing. That's the worst thing by far to me.
I think that if you don't follow like gaming too closely, you probably won't understand like the importance that CDPR had. Like they were trusted almost completely, almost universally by a lot of people. Like we trust them to do the right thing always. They love the consumers so much, and then just to have them be the ones that it turns out they were just lying to everyone the entire time for money. that was like what is really so outrageous about the entire thing. And if that was just consumers doing that, it'd be one thing, but they have partaken in it. They have tried to hold themselves up. They've shit on other companies for doing greedy things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
well,
if
I
EA
mean,
memed on them right now, it would be perfect. Like if EA dropped some memes on Twitter, I don't like EA, but I'd be like, that's fine.
Yeah.
If EA tweets out the Spider-Man picture, that's all. Just the two Spider-Men looking at each other. That's all they would need to tweet.
Oh God, I would gain so much respect. Well, not respect. I would just that would be a perfect one. Yeah.
Well, to capitalize off that, we're going to have some different viewpoints tomorrow on the Gaming with Geeks podcast because we've had in our chat, it's been pretty interesting. But Ryan, do you want to tell everybody who's going to be on the Gaming with Geeks podcast tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have a pretty big guest. Razor Fist is gonna be on with us, and Razor Fist has his own very strong opinions about not only Cyberpunk but also CD Projekt Red. He's been someone who's been trying to warn people for kind of years about them. So it's gonna be really interesting. God fucking speed. We're gonna have Razor Fist on the podcast.
And Mark is very much at a difficult spot because he loves CDPR and for the right reasons, and he has done his full review, and he's got some opinions on the whole topic, and we're going to be talking about it. So I think that's going to be a pretty awesome show. So I'm looking forward to it.
Check it out tomorrow morning. I'll be watching.
There will be none of that. I'm in charge of those.
I
If there's any of that, I'm fucking kicking everybody.
I can't say I'm well, and hopefully we can get him back on here. I can't watch it live, so is it where is it going to be afterwards? I guess I'll hang on to the link.
It'll be for our members, but that's actually something me and Ron are going to talk about.
Well, I'm a member.
Want to start making these shows.
I'm a member, dude,
accessible.
so I can see it. Yeah.
So.
But yeah, once it's off, where's it going to go?
Without thinking.
Well, why don't you put it directly on Geeks and Gamers Live, like right after it's done?
Yeah, we might start doing that because I do want to make these more
accessible. Dude, it takes 10 minutes. You download it, you upload it.
I know.
Boom. I want to watch that one, but I'm going to be. I've got 2 reviews I'm working on, and I want the Mandalorian review to be out by Sunday. So I've got Picard almost done, but I kind of put it aside for the Mandalorian since Luke came back. Emperor Kathleen Kennedy for £5. Can't wait for you and Az to start on Babylon 5, and so everyone in the chat can say, and so it begins. Babylon 5 reference. Well, once Az and I decide what order to watch it in, because every time we bring it up, we get 16 fucking chats going. No, watch it this way. No, watch it this way. Watch it this way. I don't know.
I think we're just going to decide to watch
it standing on your head.
Yeah, I was going to say watch it. I might watch it naked. Will it make any difference?
Released on TV. That's
while trying to drink water.
Crazy Cat Guy, thank you for the 2 super stickers, one for $5 and one for $3. We appreciate you. You keep the lights on around here, and you keep people like Lady Gravemaster. And it helps out Perry Chan. Yeah, we love you guys. Null Unit 60 for $6.37. Doesn't Jeremy look tired?
I was the dead man walking in my Mandalorian video last night. I was shit. I was so tired. I have not had a lot of sleep in the past 2 days, but that's part of it. It's part of being a low tier YouTube wannabe celebrity.
At least you stayed up for it. I was like, Jeremy was like, "Hey, you want to do a review with me right after it drops?" I'm like, kind of just want to fucking sleep, honestly. Yeah. Like I'm just so not excited for that. It's a chore to watch the show. Kind of that's how I feel about it. So I wake up in the morning, turn it on.
It was either that or make a Brie Larson video. So
yeah. Hey, well,
either way.
Well, if you guys want to edit it, Disney will not copyright strike you. They're fucking cool as fuck about clips from their shows and stuff, as long as they're not past 9 seconds. And if you flip the audio out, or you can even leave a little audio in, and they won't care. I admire them for that. At least they let us do that shit, because fucking BBC is horrible. I have to do all kinds of wonky stuff to get BBC footage up.
Yeah, forget that noise.
Warner Brothers will claim it in a second, but then they'll also drop it in a second.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, we've been through that. It's a lot of this stuff is crazy. This whole DMCA thing. But
well, and I've brought it up before, but like I said, I've talked to somebody at Warner, and they flat out have pretty much told me how to get around most of them. So
yeah,
you
there's
just,
ways.
like you guys said, keep it under 8 seconds. Try not to have any clips with music. Do not use any trailer clips because they're all watermarked. And that was pretty much it.
Yeah. But if you go into the actual footage on this, you know who's terrible though is Netflix. You can't get around it. Netflix has done something.
Yeah, Netflix are jerks.
Yeah.
Like BBC, yeah. And CBS and Paramount and MGM are quite the jerks too.
I can't even take a fucking OBS screen recording of Disney Plus, like for clips of The Mandalorian. There's something blocked. Like so. Like if I share my screen right now, Gary, I'll do it.
Oh yeah, that happened to me too.
Yeah,
wow, they found a way to crack that.
Yeah, they did.
They instituted something where if you're like sharing your screen in some way, you can't get it.
Just
there's ways around that.
Yeah,
though.
just use get Camtasia. It's cheap. It works. You can record the screen that way. I mean, like I don't know, I was gonna say if I could share my code, but I don't think I can.
What
Maybe
about
with the VPN.
that bunny thing?
The bunny thing?
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. The extension. My brain's dead. I'm really tired.
Hey, real quick before y'all do that, Gary, I got to bounce. I got some stuff I got to take care of. I did get my new computer in. It's going to take a lot to get everything transferred over, and so thank you for letting me be here. And Upper Echelon, it's a pleasure to be on with you.
Yeah, man.
Obviously, would love to have you on Geeks and Gamers at some point when you're available. I'll have my people reach out to your people so we can sound important.
Right. It's just me behind a screen, but yeah.
You didn't have to say that, okay?
No
you didn't
worries.
have to say that. Make us sound more important than we really are.
The creaky office chair, like you can sound more important. I got the raggedy setup.
I mean, I have Ryan. Like that's about as important as I am. It's not really good, but.
Thanks.
What are you going to do? But he does a good job of hosting the Mario Kart stream where he was wearing a Luigi hat last week. Did everybody see that?
I have it right here.
Put that on. Let everybody see what you look like.
Did you see the meme somebody posted on Twitter of him as a canary in a cage? Like, let's try out that cancel gas.
Yeah.
we haven't shared in our chat. So yeah, if you want to pull it up.
That's
great.
Possibly go wrong with that, Ryan.
That's what you need to wear every week.
You're culturally appropriating, Ryan.
I'm gonna burn that shit.
Did you just pull the Sean Hannity throwing a football? That's what it looked.
Look at how American I am. Let's bomb Iran. Woo!
Yep.
And by the way, everybody needs to subscribe to Nerdrotic Daily, the fastest growing channel in the history of YouTube. I have confirmed that by my sources. The fact that you already got what? How many subs you already have over there?
I think we're almost at 10,500, something like that.
Look at Perry Chan and Nerdrotic just knocking it out of the park. I'm loving that idea that you come up with there. So subscribe to Nerdrotic Daily.
Fucking did what Joe Rogan and everybody else is doing. Just use clips, but I got the best editor on the planet.
You got Perry Chan in there to take it to the next level.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really good. So I ended up with Ryan. So whatever.
10,500 subs.
I'm still making fucking Sports Wars video for you, bitch. You haven't fucking done shit.
I was just complimenting you in private, telling you how good Sports Wars is doing, but publicly, got to talk shit because that's how we roll.
Yeah,
that's how we roll. The other day in our Facebook group, they were like shitting all over Ryan on his CDPR takes. And then, then they were like, then I came in and they were like, do I need to apologize to Ryan? I'm like, fuck Ryan. No, don't apologize to him.
He wouldn't respect your apology.
I mean, I agree with Ryan, but you never apologize. Never fucking apologize.
No, unless you did something wrong.
Like if genuinely, but don't apologize for disagreements. Don't apologize because I or Ryan or anyone else at Geeks and Gamers disagrees with you. That's just not how we roll.
You don't need to apologize to me. You should feel bad that you had such a shit take. But I don't apologize to me.
All right, everybody, have a good night. I appreciate all of you.
Peace.
And as I love you so much. What the fuck was that? Bye.
How you doing, Az? Bye, Jeremy. How you doing, Az? You all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hang in there?
Kind of.
Kind of? Well, you don't have to if you don't want to.
He's hurting.
Well, I think if I go, we're gonna have like 3 people left by the end, so I think I better stick around.
Yeah, we're gonna get through some super chats. We still have a little shit to talk about here. So 200 Watt Studio, in words of Sergeant Hulka, lighten up, Odin. Yeah, he's gone, but yeah, you're right. Lighten up, Francis. I want to say that to him all the time. 200 Watt Studio for $2. Thank you very much. Trenna, like is pronounced like Trend Guthridge for $10. Oh man, I gotta Lady Greymaster, remind me to PayPal her so I can get my Tom Baker scarf. I was so disappointed when Lucas decided on prequels. I wanted to see the story progress, and back then the actors were relatively young. Why get into a story you know how it ends? Dark Empire was gold. Yes, Trina, in the words of J.K. Rowling, all prequels are tragedies. And that's everything we're watching now is a prequel. And it is a tragedy because Baby Yoda can't be in the Disney trilogy because he's not there. Ahsoka Tano is not even referred to because she didn't exist in the prequels.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, they're fast and loose with canon anyway. Why the fuck not? I mean, I don't know.
They should get rid of the prequels and just make the Clone Wars the prequels.
Yeah, I mean, yes, and canonize the Tartakovsky fucking Clone Wars too. Those are fucking the shit. Chi the Floppy for 500 Swedish krona says, "Merry Christmas! I love you guys so much. We love you too. So. All the guys who can get their voice high are gone.
I can't do that.
I can't do it. There we go.
Yeah, leave it to Ryan.
I get it.
Matthew Anderson for $4.99. Hail all. Question for Upper Echelon. Is the recent CDP debacle enough to boycott GOG? Given all other storefronts are guilty, I don't want to forfeit DRM free, or I don't know if that's one word, DRM free. I don't know.
Digital rights.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, no DRM. There's so many positive aspects to it. Like, yeah, if you really want to take a stand on the China stuff, then for sure. But if you don't, like, I'm not going to boycott them personally. Like, I'm going to talk about it, and if they keep going, who knows, maybe I'll get there. But I don't know if you have to draw that line in the sand, because that feels like a really close line, and you're going to be like, wow, I wish I didn't draw that line.
I think that at the end of the day, you're going to boycott, then go to who? They've essentially just established that they're basically the same as everyone else. So, you know.
So you can either boycott them on principle or boycott everyone and then not get games. So, I don't know. It's a tough one. Whatever your principles tell you is, like, you shouldn't rely on necessarily what anyone else tells you.
Exactly. I mean, like, I hate, I dislike the Chinese government, but everything we use, I'm on a platform that works tightly with them right now. We all are with YouTube. Yeah. So, and damn it, I meant to have it ready. I'll have it ready next time because I know a lot of people said they're just they want the stream the other way to support the channel. I have a PayPal thing, but we're gonna do the Streamlabs, right? I'm going to put up the Streamlabs link next week. I've got it ready to go. So you can donate without donating to
Christmas Day.
which will be Christmas Day. Yes, which will be a 2-hour show with just us. Just us. We tried to get a guest and couldn't get one. So I've got something else in mind that'll be pretty fun, I think. That said, won't be buying Cyberpunk, says Matthew Anderson for $1.99. All right. You have spoken. Kenneth LaRocha, thank you for signing up at the upgrading to the Joel Oja level. I appreciate it. Member stream Sunday, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. Mick Lally for $5. I have a lot of issues with The Mandalorian, but god damn it, that had me grinning from ear to ear at the end. Merry Christmas, everyone. Yeah, I was, it was a good scene, and I'm really happy for everybody. I was more bummed that I wasn't. It's not your guys' problem, though. You're all breathtaking. My fat is shaking. Hail, says Fat Steven Seagal. What's up, brother? For 2 Canadian pesos. Jaegerbomb 2, one of those channels that was deleted. That's why he's Jaegerbomb 2 for $5. I'm afraid to have hope that maybe Disney Trilogy might get retconned, as most things in current year, taking it with a big grain of salt. Yeah, I don't want you guys to be set up for disappointment. And it's going to be a long time until we find out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you want to enjoy the ride by all means. But don't, you know what? It could be a Game of Thrones season 8 times 20. If this big culminating event is Sheev, Palpatine, and Snoke coming out of a clone factory or something like that. And then race.
Let's just land on this desert planet.
Hi, I'm Little Ray.
Yep.
Fuck off.
Oh, Baby Ray. Maybe Baby Yoda is foreshadowing Baby Ray.
Oh, I think Cecil's right.
What do you say?
He said that Baby Yoda is Baby Ray. Is Ray.
I think it might be foreshadowing it. Sure.
Yeah, he's basically saying like
Yeah,
they
yeah.
take the blood from Yoda and Ray is the result, and then Palpy's kids take Ray and hide her. Yeah.
When they used force healing in the episode of Mandalorian right before Rise of Skywalker aired, like that was so clearly like an indication of like they were using that to kind of justify that. So you'd seen it before.
Mhm.
Then they established in Disney Star Wars canon that force healing is something based on force dyads. It's something that force dyads can use. So I guess we'll see who the dyad with Baby Yoda is.
Oh boy. Phoenix Tangent, thank you for the $4.99. Thank you for the email the other day. My next video will be centered around your email. So thank you. That's a tease too. The Invisible Man for $5. Hail all. The Mando episode wasn't perfect, but I got choked up when Luke showed up. And that's perfectly okay. I'm aware of the many flaws, but this is all I wanted. Merry Xmas. And yeah, The Invisible Man, I get it. I mean, I'm happy that everybody got that. And that's also, does something like this happen if the Fandom Menace didn't exist? A bunch of channels, and not just everybody who used the hashtag, but a bunch of people who fucking spoke up. Do you think any of this shit happens? No, of course fucking not. Believe me, it would be intersectional feminism times 20. The fact that they're dialing it back a little bit is because people spoke up. Now, does it stay that way? I don't know. It was pretty, I mean.
Still got it. Still got in this episode.
You did. You absolutely did. I mean, it's when it's noticeable like that, you're like, wait a minute. There was a dude Mandalorian.
Yeah, and where was he? He just vanished.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Boba just totally like scooted.
Yep. And then the male is going after the baby, which is a reversal of roles a little bit. So,
well, at least he's a good father.
Yep. Showing a good dad in a way is you got to take the good with the bad. Yeah, for sure. As I agree.
And I there was like 2 or 3 shots Muff Diver Gideon could have took that he didn't.
Oh, there was a shot that the Dark Trooper could have shot Luke right in the back of the head, and he didn't. Yeah. So, Modalicious, $5. Seeing bad CGI Luke, knowing he will become Jake Skywalker, makes me feel like I'm watching old videos of friends who self-deleted. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. I mean, we're hearing all perspectives. Hypnosis is a real thing. It's not necessarily bad. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm immune to it because I'm a fan. So I by all means, I get hyped up. I'm criticizing the shit out of the Lord of the Rings on Prime, but there's part of me that's kind of excited that it might be good, you know? What if Baby Yoda is the green milk, just like Soylent Green is people, says blame the controller Overwatch. It's people.
It's people.
It's people. Maybe. Ooh. I finally caught a show. Much love from Texas, says John What's up, John Matrix, for $4.99. Thank you very much. Hey, I found a house.
I'm going to kill you, Matrix.
I took the red pill, dude. No. I might be going to Texas if I get this house.
I hope you do.
I hope I get this house. I got to find out when Mama gets back. When Mama gets back, and we see what if eating ramen for the rest of the all of 2022 is doable, even the kids. And then, or maybe cat food, get a little protein in there. And if that's possible, we'll do it. Thank you for my own series on Friday Night Tights. Thanks to Perry Chan, says the true Force Ghost Jeremy for 10 pounds. Yes. Yes. You're a star. Nerd Cookies. What's up, Nerd Cookies? Go check out her channel. She does the lore stuff. She's covering Lord of the Rings. Her and I are like, we're on top of this. For $2. Howdy, fellas. Looking forward to this discussion. Oh, I hope you liked it. Matthew Anderson for $1.99. Original chat was regarding CD Projekt Red and China. Yeah, we got that, Matthew. We figured it out. HBG3 is a member at the Proto Molecule level, and the Comic Book Lad for $5 Australian, who's also a member at the Geologia level, says Marvel announcement: Drax the Destroyer earns his name in new sex scene with Peter Quill and Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Brings new meaning to Guardians disassembled. Oh, I got you.
Destroying that ass.
He's going to be destroying the pooper. Rhetorical thrill.
Yo, here, Star-Lord.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat your ass.
I'm going to eat your ass.
Oh,
I'll eat your ass. I will eat your ass.
Gary, how did you enjoy the Fayetteville footage I sent you? Diego, I did a video on it. And when are you setting up Streamlabs as a donate so you don't have to give to YouTube? For the Nerdrotic Nooner on Monday, for Friday Night Tights on Friday. It's happening. Well, because a lot of these channels purged are probably the channels who said some bad things in the chat, like Ryan said, and they probably got deleted for it. Bad things like asking questions, which we're not allowed to do anymore.
Questioning things you're not allowed to because of big YouTube.
Yeah,
big
I mean, like,
tech
okay, how do you guys? I want to ask you guys that. Like, oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. I didn't know you were fucking out again. My bad. Sorry, buddy.
All right. Fuck. My internet's fine. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Pissing me off.
It might be Stream Yard. It's had some problems. So there have been some people disappearing, some channels disappearing on YouTube. We know about their new rules. And it's because we can't ask questions. And I've always been a big backer of YouTube. I understand why they have to do some things they have to do. But after the last 2 months and all of their changes, like it's not just this last change, it's all the fucking shit. Any of you guys seriously thinking about a plan B?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. One thing I'm looking to do is maybe to write an app that will help me upload to multiple destinations, multiple video streaming platforms. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at doing.
My plan B is to just abandon YouTube if it happens. Like, if I get purged, I think I'm just gone. Like, I'm working with this guy, and we've got this patented necktie thing where it's like a new innovation on the necktie, and we're going to sell a retail product, right?
Awesome.
So, like, if YouTube gets rid of me, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's options out there. Obviously, BitChute's been around for a long time. The BitChute connection to YouTube, mine's always been broken. I've never been able to get it fixed, so it's a kind of a pain in the ass for me to go over there. Odyssey is something that I've recently linked to. Odyssey uploads your entire back catalog of stuff, and it updates as you update. It's got a pretty cool.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's got a really good layout. It looks good. It works well. I think Odyssey's got a real future.
Yeah.
Yeah, they work direct with creators pretty well too. I've been working with them since before their soft launch, and they're good. I mean, you'll get a lot of spam and stuff in the comments, but standard stuff that any developing platform is going to deal with, they're pretty responsive and they're working hard.
Yeah, now that I can't upload to Pornhub, I don't know what we're gonna do.
Yep.
Right. Not verified, man. You got to get verified.
Not verified. No.
How do you get verified at Pornhub? Do you have to send a picture of your Johnson or something?
You probably have to give a bunch of documents, I would assume, right?
Oh,
'Cause
this is really my vajayjay.
Yeah.
Look, this is my penis.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over to Odyssey.
You don't have to upload shit of yourself. You just have to verify yourself. Because they basically need to hold someone accountable for anything that gets uploaded. It's kind of the way I see it.
Yep.
Do they need your government ID and stuff? That's something that seems to be becoming getting more standard
To verify
over time.
yourself, usually,
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that was just to purge a lot of the channels that were re-uploading a lot of their premium stuff, their premium content too.
That's true. Well, there was, I mean, wasn't it all spurred by like a Wall Street Journal article or something about like child stuff?
Yep.
But then they did an analysis, right? And they compared themselves to like Facebook. So they found 100 and something instances of like illegal child stuff. And then Facebook had like millions or something.
Yeah.
I wonder how
Hilarious.
Twitch has. Twitter, sorry, not Twitch.
Oh, Twitter.
I bet
Twitter
Twitch does have something they just don't know about.
Twitter
down in
probably
the
has
viewer
plenty.
section.
Yeah.
Well, like think of Facebook. Remember, we won't get into too many details, but something happened in New Zealand like 2 years ago or whatever. That entire thing was streamed to Facebook, and it was up there for like an hour.
Yeah,
like
Facebook has way more than
but they can like instantly take down somebody who's talking about a certain event that happened in November. Yeah. And like they just, woof, that thing's gone in a second.
Yeah.
So
if you say lockdowns shouldn't happen, and wow,
yep,
baby, you're gone.
Okay. Yeah, that's that. Okay. So as your initial lockdown in the UK was only supposed to be a month, right? So didn't they initially say it's a month?
You go back in March, you mean?
Yeah.
Because we've been through 6 months.
Well, the one, okay, the new one from November. In the beginning of November, it was supposed to be like 4 weeks.
Yeah. And then we went straight into a tier system, back to the tier system.
Yep.
So we went from lockdown to tier 3, which basically means just gyms can open up and a few retail outlets. But restaurants and all that closed.
They're really killing, like specifically killing the entertainment industry. Like
Yeah.
that is
Killing
what's
small
dying.
businesses is what they're doing.
Well, yeah, that too. But I mean, like restaurants in particular are just under the heel of the boot, and they're getting squashed.
Yep.
Which is insane to me, because like a year ago, you'd be like, "Yeah, I have a successful restaurant."
Sure.
Now it's like, "Nope."
No.
But notice the chain restaurants can stay open because they got drive-throughs.
Yeah. Well, they can also foot like a giant chain can foot the money and lose
Yeah.
money for like 4 months straight. A small business can't. They don't have
Yeah.
4 months worth of expenses saved up.
No.
So they're the ones that are going to go under first.
And what's causing most people to call it is the reason my wife called it was not, if they would have come out and said, okay, for 3 months, we're going to lock down this way. We're going to open up slowly in a tiered system. It's going to be put out evenly. We're going to stick with this plan. We are not changing it for 3 months, and we're going to give you a little time to prepare for it, blah, blah, blah. A lot more businesses would be here, but instead it's we're doing this. Oh, okay. Now we're going to let you out. No. Okay. No, we're locked down again. Oh, 10% capacity, 25% capacity, 50% capacity for some people, but not for all people. Nope. You're back to 10. Oh, and now we're probably going to lock down again. And then a judge will overturn it. Like in San Diego, they overturned it and restaurants can open up inside now. But a lot of them are like, why? The governor is going to force us closed again in a month. And all those employees I said can come back have to go back home. That takes tons of time and resources to figure out fucking payroll and how we're going to get them. I don't even know if they're on unemployment again, PPP money. There's supposed to be some stimulus. Oh my God. The funniest thing was the fucking commies on Twitter talking about the stimulus check, like demanding it. Right. And then they were bitching why it was so fucking, it was so small. Idiots. It was because of you. You guys did exactly what the billionaires wanted. All fucking summer, you played the fool just exactly what they wanted to do, and you made a bunch of billionaires a lot of money. So, and then some of them were threatening to riot again. And I'm like, okay, riot again. And then the next stimulus check that we'll need next year, because we'll still be fucking locked down because you're dumbass, will be $400. So yeah, just keep it up. Fucking idiots, man. There's so many just,
Rent should be, everything should be free.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they never stop to think that we will have to pay for this shit back.
The other thing too, Gary, now that the lockdowns are over, they'll crack down on those riots faster.
Will they?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
They cracked down on the riots in Portland right after the election.
But the Chaz is back, right?
Chaz never went away. It's just people living in a park at the moment.
Okay, it's people living in the park.
Yeah, it technically never ended. Yeah.
I saw their garden. That made me laugh, dude.
The
that made
occupation
me laugh so hard.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. The occupation that they had went away, but they never left. They stayed in the park.
Yeah. I am not in support of this stimulus stuff at all. I think they should just open up. I even said that when somebody was bitching about the money. I even retweeted. I said, No, what they should really do is just let everybody go back to fucking work.
Yep.
But the idea of, what was it, 1,200 the first time and now 600, like that is going to cover the 9 months worth of like time, rent, all of this stuff. Like it's ridiculous. The idea, I'm lucky. My YouTube isn't my job. It's my side thing. My actual job, I have not been affected as far as pay and stuff. I'm still working, still doing my thing. So I'm very thankful for that. But my rent here in San Diego, California is $3,000 a month.
Jesus.
So those stimulus, that's virtually fucking nothing.
So it's quick too. Like if your job goes, it's like boom, crisis mode month 1. You know, like you don't have a 3-month buffer of the 9 months to like figure. Yeah, that's insane.
Well, no, and that's the thing. I don't think any of these people that are in cushy places are even thinking. You know, the people that are making these decisions. And that's where it's hurting. And I agree with you guys wholeheartedly. Like at this point, the damage has already been done. We've got more than enough reports that none of these vaccines are really trustworthy. I mean, when you got people with their, brains bleeding and fucking everything else, it's like, okay, it's time to just take the next step and go, enough's enough. We need to just open the world up and let happen what happens. Those who are, vulnerable, make sure they take care of themselves, make sure they isolate themselves, make sure they have a way of, a program with people, around them. It'll be a lot easier if the world's working to take care of the more vulnerable people. And I think that's the thing they're overlooking the most too.
Oh yeah. They can't do this for 2 years. They might think they can.
Oh, it can't last anymore.
But they fucking can't. No.
At this point.
I mean, hey, I didn't think it could last 9 months. I thought
I didn't
was
think
like,
so
this
either.
Be, like gone. Like this whole mindset of lockdown, shut everything down, will be gone in 3 months. Nope, I was dead wrong.
So was I. All I heard in the gym today, on my outside gym, which is out behind the gym in a fucking tent, was every single person bitching about it. Like every single. There was only like fucking 12 of us there, but. We all, it's like while we're working out, we're all in this giant conversation about how much the fucking lockdown sucks. And this is everybody. I doubt everybody there was just a right-wing person or centrist even. And people are getting sick of it. Now, it depends. I've always said it ends when we decide it does.
Exactly.
But we have to do something pretty drastic.
I'm so hesitant to like talk about that shit though, because as soon as you say like what do you say, like defy your local ordinance, boom, deplatformed, gone.
Yeah. Not just that, but next thing you know, FBI.
Yeah, right.
Or some shit at
you
your
never know
door.
what's gonna happen.
That's
So you
why
gotta be so quiet. Like I personally will probably refuse to do a lot of the stuff, right? But like I can never say anything like take a stand or like it's just
no.
Right, and not to go back to the Tom Cruise thing, but that's where I totally understand where he's coming from, where he's at. And it has nothing to do with so much, it's there's stupid rules that you have to follow, but those stupid rules are what are keeping that production going. And that's what he was saying is, we've got people that aren't, making millions upon millions of dollars. They're going to lose their home, if this movie gets shut down, and that's the thing is, if we can just find a way of just coexisting with this idea that, we know that this is out there, but we still can't just live for the next few months. Like we're at a point where people can't live another day locked down. Like people have losing their homes, like Gary's, wife with the business and all that shit. I mean, that's happening at an astronomical level. At some point it's gotta, it's gonna fester to a point where nobody can deal with it anymore.
Yeah. Well, here's the issue. It's setting a very dangerous precedent. And what they're going to be using it for in the future is they're going to be using it because of the environment. Because of global warming,
they've been talking about that. Yeah,
they're going to use this as justification for locking down to help save the environment.
Because flatten the curve became flatten the climate curve.
Yes.
Yeah, because they were like, well, look, because we were locked down, look at all these positive effects for the environment and how much less CO2 and less greenhouse gas, whatever. And they're going to be like,
no, you're absolutely right.
Do it again.
And there's too many people who are just willing to lockstep do whatever they're told. And of course it is comics. I mean, it's been conditioning forever. And
I know.
as somebody who has been anti-establishment all my life, I've never felt so in vogue right now because I am so ready not to do what anybody fucking tells me. But I'm not going to, whatever you guys want to do, you do. Yeah. I'm not going to suggest anything out loud verbally. Hopefully you can read between some lines. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what fucking goes down, man.
Yeah, I just kept thinking it couldn't go on, like, not another month. Like, people will
Right.
get fed up with it. And then 5 months goes by, and I'm like, well, still? Wow.
I think the breaking point is going to be this Christmas. I really do. I think there's going to be more than enough people who are not going to be able to provide Christmas for their families or that are going to be out on the fucking streets.
Yep.
And that'll really, like, kind of snap the psyche back.
I think so.
I think the beginning of the year is going to be the turning point, because that's when all the stuff comes to an end with the rent protection. And you're going to see a lot of people start losing their homes, losing their property. And
it ends on December, end of December. What?
Well, they already have lost rent protection in some places. I got evicted from my old place because of it. I mean, they used it for a different reason. They just wanted me out of the house because they were selling it. But they were legally able to do it finally because of the whole rent protection thing. You know,
my lease is up in a month and they raised my rent. So, I mean, I don't know if it's tied, but they raised it. And I was like, you didn't raise it last time. And this is way more than a percentage that, it doesn't really make that much sense. I don't know why
that's counterproductive to what's going on in the world right now, too. Exactly.
Right.
Gary, I've told you about the gym down here, just down the street from me.
Yeah.
That they're still open, still letting people inside. They've boarded up the windows so no one can look inside.
Nice.
You go in the gym, no mask required. 2 cops came in the other day when I was in there, actually. I don't know what motherfucker let them in there. They're a bitch, whoever they are.
Yep.
But 2 cops came inside, just looked around, looked at everybody working out, and walked their way out.
Yep.
So nothing happened.
I mean, that's what it's going to come down to, I think, is a lot of local ordinances are not going to be enforced. So what was it? It was a sheriff, I think, in like New York State. And he said, so the governor said all this bullshit about how no Thanksgiving for more than 10 people. We're not going to come into your homes. We're not going to look for cars in the driveway. We're not going to enforce it, period. And then he went off on this tirade about how, like, a cop not doing what his orders are is treason or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if the sheriffs and the cops just say no and don't enforce it, then
Well, isn't that what started the whole BLM thing in the first place? Besides the obvious, was that the cops are doing too much in the first place? Isn't this adding even more bullshit to the
Tom, it's the hypocrisy flying around is incredible. I've said it before, like the most disappointing thing about my generation, there's a lot of disappointing things about my generation, Generation X, is how they become a bunch of little rule followers. Not everybody in the chat. I know it's not everybody, but you know who I'm talking about. The ones who are like, I'm so punk rock, and they went to Hot Topic, but then they're trying to shame you for wanting to go to work and your position on masks and stuff, which is ridiculous.
And it's always the people that don't have anything to lose. They're not suffering. They're like, this is stupid. You need to save lives. Don't go to work. Don't feed your family. And they're the people that genuinely have no idea what that means. They have no idea what responsibility is. So they're telling you not to fulfill your responsibilities, not to strive to make your life and the lives of your family and loved ones better, because they don't have any of that. And it's like, man, it's just such a weird place to be in right now.
As go to bed.
As go to bed.
You were about to nod off there. You totally looked like
to
I just
bed.
said that in the chat. I'm like, poor ass.
Yeah, I saw it.
I think it might have just gone for a couple of seconds.
I mean, you guys usually end in like a few minutes, right? Because I was gonna head out at 9:30 because I'm Eastern.
Yeah. We're gonna, you can head out whenever you like. It's fine. As go. Plug your channel.
So
I will see you guys on Tuesday, Gary.
Tuesday.
With our ultra special announcement. Big, huge.
Oh, you're getting Gail Simone on.
That's it.
Well played, Ryan.
Special guest.
Well played. Well played.
Special guest.
Do you need some kind of permit for that, though?
Whales out the bag. Cat's out the bag.
Yeah, you said whale.
Cat's out of the bag. Whales, yeah.
So, chat, thank you. Thank you very much. Echelon, great to see you, dude. Well, I mean, I didn't see you, just a black screen, but kind of great to hear you.
It's been a pleasure, man. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate you staying up this long. You seem wiped, so you stuck with us for a long time.
Normally, I go all the distance. Today has been a very long day.
Yeah.
Get some rest, dude.
So, I think it's hit me a little bit much this week. And guys, love you all, and I'll see you next week then. So,
see you next week.
Bye,
Bye, buddy. See you Tuesday.
Later.
I will talk to you tomorrow. I'm calling him tomorrow.
I'm gonna take his lead.
Yes.
Head out here. I usually have a early bedtime, so
no.
It's
Thanks
been
for
a pleasure though. It's been fantastic. You guys are awesome. Great conversation. Great chat room. Everything's been really really sweet. So yeah.
It was awesome having you on, man.
Yeah, it was great having you on. Is there anything you want to plug? Anything you want to shout out?
It's pretty simple. Upper Echelon Gamers on YouTube. You can find everything from there. So if you want to see more about gaming and kind of whatever I just feel like talking about, that's the place to do it. Again, it's been a pleasure, guys. Yeah, stay in touch.
Absolutely. We'll have you on again. You were great, and it was nice meeting you, and all of his links are in the description. Have a good one.
All right. Peace out.
Peace out.
See ya.
All right. I'm going to read super chats. You guys, everybody all right? Or you got to go? Or
I'm good.
I'm okay. I just can barely fucking hear anything. Everything's so fucking garbled and shit. My internet's fine. Fuck you, StreamYard.
StreamYards, yeah. Tom, weren't you saying there was something wrong with it earlier?
Yeah. I spent most of the morning trying to set up a stream, and then I got a hold of StreamYard chat, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're having issues right now. Try setting up the stream without a thumbnail." I'm like, it'd be nice if you like put out a social media or tweet or something to let everybody know that. And then literally right after that, I went back on to fix it. And like 33 seconds later, some banner pops up and says exactly what the lady told me. It's like,
yep.
So they've been having issues left and right. And not only that, I think YouTube has been having issues ever since that morning they went dump. Like,
no, they are since December 2nd. They have had real-time viewer issues for live streams, and they haven't fixed it yet. So,
well, there's that issue too. But like, it's been really bad since that. Like, what was it? Wednesday morning they went down. I think it was.
Yep. Well, it's been bad since the election.
There's that too. Like,
put it this
if we want to get real about it, but we don't need to get shut down either.
I don't know how like one of my channels can gain like where I'm saying the same shit, right? So two of my channels can gain 10,000 subs. Well, one's gained 5,000, the other one's 10,000, and this one, like, which was gaining 10,000 a month, 1,000 subs. It stopped fucking dead the time it stopped dead for It's a Gundam, which they're fine now. Jeremy's fine now. I'm not. So, yeah, whatever. You just keep rolling, I guess.
That's all you can do, man.
That's all you can do. Hey, guys, today I have had a nerd boner with Luke, like when I see my ex, but it's toxic. What should I do? I can't resist my nerd boners. Andre Fernandez, do what you got to do to take care of a nerd boner.
Rub one out.
Yeah, just take care of business. It's only a few minutes. You might not want to do it at work or something like that, but if I'm not going to judge you.
Or on Zoom.
Mandalore is a great Star Wars old EU channel. Just want to get him a shout out. Vids on his second channel, Captain Fordo, on how the Clone Wars is damaging to it. Okay, I was like, what's the TCW? Oh, it's the Clone Wars, says Admiral Baja. Oh, I can't even. Do you know about this channel, Ryan?
I totally endorse that. Mandalore and Captain Fordo. Yeah, same guy. Great videos. Lore videos take so much time, which is why I so rarely do them. But yeah, he does a great job. He has a great video explaining why the Clone Wars doesn't fit into Legends, and it really, because it like retcons so many things, and honestly, it doesn't really even fit into just the movies. If we're being honest with ourselves, but that's why it's like, if Filoni to me has been doing shit to continuity well before Disney bought Star Wars.
Yep. And they're going to continue to mess with it like all day long until they got to reset the whole goddamn thing, and they'll redo the original trilogy.
God help us all.
Sorry, Lord Vengeance. We missed Upper Echelon here for $5. Said, been a Upper Echelon subscriber for quite a while. It's awesome seeing him here, and it was great having him here. He was a cool dude.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like Ryan was saying before I came in, and I've been saying too, like that's the problem with opening the door with deleting the original trilogy. It leaves the door open for them to get rid of the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, anything else they want.
That's why if they erase something, it'll be everything. I don't think it would make sense for them to just erase one thing. But if they do it, I'll be happy to, because like Ryan, you know, there's going to be like a film gob out there for the erasing the Disney trilogy, who's going to get clips of people going, oh, it's not going to happen. It's like, I want it to happen. I want it to happen. I really do. And I would be happy to be wrong. I'm okay with it.
I did share.
I don't know if I care enough anymore.
Well, yeah, there's that too. But I did share a little blurb, but it doesn't really matter, about what Favreau said. The short of it is basically Favreau saying all the Star Wars exists.
Yeah, like he said that so many times, talking about how this story, like they wanted to really interconnect everything, the OT, the sequels. He even said that, and they also talked about how the show is going to explore the rise or the initial rise of the First Order.
Yep.
Yeah. Sure as shit, that's what we've had. So I get that people want to believe this fucking rumor. That's enticing. Enticing rumors are like that, right? It's something that you really want to believe to be true. But I just think when you look at the supporting evidence around everything, because I don't have any source of Lucasfilm. I don't know shit. The closest thing I have is that guy that Drunk 3PO talked to that told me Luke Skywalker was going to be in fucking Mandalorian. But all I can do is sit there and put the pieces together. And as much as I would like to believe they want to delete this thing, the supporting evidence just simply isn't there.
It's a lovely fantasy. You know, if it happens, it happens. But quite frankly, I don't care.
Yeah.
I really don't.
In the rare event, I do actually agree with Ryan on this one. So
yeah.
Yeah.
When I ran with the Doctor Who rumor, I stand by 1,000% that Jodie's leaving at the end of the season. I wasn't happy. It's like, yay, great. Doesn't really fucking matter. She can stay 20 years after that. Damage is done.
Yeah.
So she leaves.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Nope. Doctor Who ain't going to get better. The BBC still own them. And it'll be just more woke shit, maybe with a dude this time, or it'll probably be a gender fluid, non-binary.
I mean,
whatever.
there's so much of that shit going on these days. I've gotten to the point where I just don't give a fuck anymore.
Yep.
I really don't. It's like, do it. Ruin entertainment.
Yeah.
Tell your little stories, lose your money, you know, participate in your shareholder capitalism. Excuse me, stakeholder. I always get that wrong. Stakeholder capitalism.
Stakeholder, yeah.
It's fine. Just do your thing. Lose your money. I don't fucking care.
Reveresco Animo. Sorry if I screwed up your first name. For $20. What do you guys think of Dreamhaven, made by the original co-creators and devs from Blizz? I'm looking forward to what they put out. Also, I'm fine with them changing the school name. They are not worthy of his legacy. Ooh, that's a good one.
Ooh, that is good.
Oh, that's deep.
He's talking about a bunch of people who were part of Blizzard before Blizzard became, you know, so deeply intertwined with Activision. A bunch of the original devs have kind of broke off and started Dreamhaven. And I think it's something we're going to start seeing more of, as so many like original creators realize that the fucking corporate conglomeration that has become gaming.
Oh, that
Did he
sucks.
phase out, or was that me?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, he
I see
phased
him.
out.
What?
Oh, there he is.
Now you're back.
God damn it. I said the most like poignant thing that's ever been said. I shared the secrets of the universe.
The
with
greatest
you
thing
guys.
I know, it
Never
always
universe.
happens that way.
Lost forever.
Lost forever.
I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna hurt someone in Minecraft. It's pissing me off.
We're gonna have Wirecast, which I'm sure I'm gonna try to work out all the bugs before next Friday. So I'm gonna probably live stream a bunch next week and try to work out the bugs, and that shouldn't be a problem. I love Streamlabs. I do. I think it's really, but you have to use another program with it so I can invite friends in, and I'd rather pay a few bucks just to not have any problems. Man of War 665, Neighbor of the Beast, for $20 says, saw Idiocracy for the first time around. Why must I keep watching it over and over? I don't know. I do not know, my friend. Roger Haynes for 20 Canadian pesos. CGI Luke looked should get his own show where he gets lost in the world between worlds and leaps around, setting off what once went wrong, hoping the next leap will be the next leap home. Yes.
That's funny that he went there. I was thinking that too.
Yep. Why the fuck not? Why not? He can go back and fix everything. He can make Ewoks Wookiees. That would be the first thing. You want to fix shit, make Ewoks Wookiees. and that would go a long way. And then you can get rid of the Phantom Menace and the Clone Wars and make Revenge of the Sith all 3 movies and add a lot of context to it. Basically adapt the novelization, which I loved. Absolutely loved that book.
So much context behind like the Palpatine Mace Windu duel and everything. Like, if that is, I think, the best novelization of all of the Star Wars movies.
Agreed.
Of course, that's episode 1 through 6 because there are no others. It's phenomenal.
I mean, you felt it. That's why because I read that before I saw the movie. So you felt Anakin's betrayal. You felt that because you were in his head, you understood that Palpatine was his dad. Essentially, it was a father figure to him. And for the Jedi to ask him to betray, he's like, "What? Are you kidding me?" And they were treating him like shit. They were treating him like absolute shit. Yoda was a dick, and it was cool. I loved it. It's too bad.
Why didn't they put that shit in the movie then?
George.
Because they didn't want it to be fucking 4 hours. They didn't want it to be a Zack Snyder movie.
Yeah. Well,
George. 2 parts.
George flat out said in an interview, I think it was on the DVD for the last one there. He said, like, I gotta do it right. Sorry. He says, I had like 5 minutes of story in the first movie, maybe 10 in the second. And then I realized when I got to the third one, I had like 5 hours of story to tell and only 2 hours to do it in.
No shit.
That's almost an exact verbatim quote.
Yeah. I know people get pissed at me when I, bust on the prequels like that, but that's my problem. He had 3 movies to tell a fucking story, and he tried telling all of it in the last one.
What we're seeing in The Mandalorian is, for the good parts that we see, it shows you how fucking simple it is to make good Star Wars. The people, I mean, the Star Wars fans get a lot of shit.
Star Wars fans are cheap dates.
They do not demand very much. They want to see Boba Fett flying around in his fucking jetpack and kicking a little ass. All they wanted was Luke to kick a little ass. That's all we asked for. I mean, they were held back by technology in the early 80s. Now you could have shown him fucking jumping around and doing Jedi flips and shit, and they didn't do it.
They could have done some more wire work.
I was talking to Lady Gravemaster this morning. The Force Awakens made, we just lost Ryan again, made $2.5 billion, and Disney was happy with that. Do you know how much they would have made if Han, Luke, and Leia were in a scene together for 5 minutes? You could add another billion.
Movie.
Easy. Or 15 minutes, or the whole movie. And if it was the whole movie, it would have been another $1.5 billion. I mean, it was all right there, but they were and they didn't notice until after the fall of Skywalker, like, oh, we clickbaited everyone. And like, we didn't get, and then, this was after years of, and don't forget this, friends and neighbors out there, even if the ones who love Mandalorian, toxic fandom is a term coined by the Access Media that Disney approved. Disney approved this shit.
Disney.
They to defend Disney, they also approved their creatives going out there and do that shit too. And Gina is doing a lot to help to bridge that gap. She has done more for Star Wars than fucking anybody by actually acknowledging people in the fandom menace, like acknowledging their voice, which, by the way, you don't need. It's great that Gina does it. It's awesome. And if you're, I'm completely watching the show because I'm a fan of hers. It's not a fan of Star Wars. But if you want to be a fan of Star Wars, fine. But this is the same company, same people that were treating a lot of fans like shit when they could have done, and they did it to defend their garbage. They could have easily just made Star Wars, but they're like, well, we've got Star Wars. They wanted to fit everything into it, including their agenda, which became the priority. Kathleen Kennedy wanted to feel like she was contributing to Star Wars because she didn't know shit about it. So she contributed what she knew, agenda.
And that's the thing that's so disgusting about it, is that you're right. They did it to defend their garbage, their corporate pile of garbage.
Yep. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Raven K for $20. Did you all ever collect the Marvel trading cards? Yes. Well, okay, the ones from the 90s or the stickers from the 70s?
Yeah.
The stickers
The 90s
from
cards.
the sticky stickers from the 70s were brilliant because they were kind of like supposed to be funny. Yes, they were a big thing when I was a kid. My favorite was always Electro foil card. Oh yeah. All the Fleer stuff.
He's talking about the one in the 90s then, yeah.
Yeah, the Fleer stuff, absolutely brilliant. I have binders of that shit. Binders
Those
and
are
binders.
awesome.
Yeah, I miss cards. You know what? I was watching Ethan's stream of, it was Inception. It was of Dan Shaheen's review of his comic. Dan Shaheen's a comic shop owner. And what's the guy say when he first picks up the comic? I hate foil covers. I hate all these gimmicks. If you have a good comic, you don't need these gimmicks. This is how fucking behind and straight up dumb these guys are. You need everything to get people to buy comics. Right now, you don't have the basics, art and writing. You need art and writing and gimmicks. And if you need to have a guy in a fucking clown suit jumping up and down, with an arrow in front of your comic store, get it. You need to do everything. Your industry is dying because you keep selling blood and semen fucking color palette comics with ugly people in it. It's Southeastern Kaiju for $20. Please accept this Merry Christmas script, and here's to a happy Cal exit. Hail, hail! Thank you, Southeastern Kaiju. I appreciate it. Hopefully, it's speeding up. Because we just have to. We have to. My poor wife has to go up to San Francisco every couple of weeks to do a bunch of hair, like incognito. She was working in a salon and doing what client she can, and then they reduced it to 10%, and she has to do fucking hair outside. So we found another way. But it's poor things. She's exhausted, man. Crazy Cat Guy for $1.49 ice cream super sticker. Thank you very much. And thank you again for the super sticker, Crazy Cat Guy, for $5. Paola for $4.99. I will always say that I am done with Star Wars, but that finale had me in tears. Merry Christmas to you all. Thank you for you. Thank you for you. And no, it's totally okay. I get it. Lady Greymaster was so excited. So many people were excited. That little clip I put in the beginning, that's cool. That's cool as hell.
Anna, that Star Wars girl was squeeing for like 2 hours this morning.
I saw that. I wasn't sure what was going on.
She actually got to the point where she was in tears. To be real, you know.
Well, it's like I can't blame people for not being a cynical asshole like myself. All right, it's like if they see it makes them excited, by all means go for it. But
no, yeah, you like with certain things, I'm not. As was saying it earlier, I just pick and choose. With this one, I can be cynical because I know how the story's going to end, and there's going to be a lot of pissed off people.
I mean, there's certain things I still love about Star Wars. I love the original trilogy. There's certain things I will still buy. I love my Lego Star Wars, specifically the original trilogy, but I'm not going to buy anything else.
It's the perfect template. It's absolutely the perfect template or for everything I like. Fantasy and science fiction, but they lean a little more towards the fantasy part than the science fiction. I know some people don't. I like the fantasy part much better. And then the aliens, which was always my, not that they did it a ton in Star Trek, but that was always my favorite part about it, back in the original series. Canel is a small-eyed simpleton. Jesus. Say that when the man's here. Gary, keep up the good work and have a Merry Christmas. # Team Grogu. Team Grogu. I don't hate Baby Yoda. He's cute.
I don't either. I hate the name, though. I think it's dumb.
Grogu, yeah. It's supposed to be a thing off of George or something like that. The comic book lad, welcome to the Jalod level. Hail all. I have pretty much given up fully on Western media for some years now. And nowadays, I either watch old stuff or anime or anything from Japan. Full Metal Vash for $5. I think, they are going through a giant resurgence again. Anime and manga had a huge bump 15 years ago. They were big and then it fell, but now it's back. And maybe for good. What was that, Tom? You going to say something?
I don't remember what it was.
I don't either. Sorry.
Yeah. You can't read my mind, and you should be.
Can you read my mind?
Yeah, I think it was the George thing. It's like an anagram of George or whatever, but yeah.
the one comic or manga, excuse me, that I think it's called Demon Slayer that like sold a lot of fucking issues. They totally destroyed Western comics.
They do every time they put something out. Didn't I see that even on BookScan, My Hero Academia, which has been out for a gazillion years now, is still in like the top 20.
Yeah, it's really good too. It's what hero comics should be.
We've got Rhetorical Thrill for $5. Employer changed insurance carriers, and now I have to either switch my kid's specialist or pay out of network. So pissed. Glad
dude,
it's at least Friday Night Tights time. Yeah, dude. That's going to be, you guys were just bringing that up. The rent protection, certain little things that they've been kind of rolling with for the last year, people cannot afford anymore. Employers cannot afford to insure people forever. They want to, believe me, they don't want to fuck over. They're not fucking over their employees. The employers are getting fucked over, and they are going to create a monster that they will not be able to control. And it's not going to be like fucking Antifa. Joshua Mosquito for, Mosqueda. Sorry. I'm dumb. $14.99. I think I am one of the lucky Xbox One players of Cyberpunk 2077 and 2077. There are few bugs, but nothing like Fallout 76 or Anthem. I'm loving the game, and if you try to take it from me, I'll riot.
I haven't had many issues either. It's like, the rendering problems that they showed previously. I haven't had any problems like that whatsoever. There's been a few glitches. It's only crashed once. I mean, there's like this one instance where V gets handed an invisible gun, which was kind of funny. But it hasn't been super, super bad for me. So my experience has been pretty good.
Fat Steven Seagal for 2 Canadian pesos. Shout out to Gina Carano and PlayStation 4 Luke Skywalker. That's good.
Hey, I said PS3 Luke Skywalker.
PS3 Luke Skywalker. Bob Smith for $10. Hello, can you shout out my friends GoFundMe? They are trying not to lose their house right now due to medical issues cutting into household income. Thank you so much. Who is it, Bob? If you want to send me an email and so I can see who it is, I'd be happy to do it. But yeah, I can do that.
We should have got Perry Chan to do Luke's CGI. It would have been better.
Probably. I guess Ryan's out. I don't blame him. He's probably frustrated at this point. Culture Casino, thank you for the shout out. He says, "Hail, happy Friday Night Tights." Happy Friday Night Tights to you, Culture Casino. Ezekiel Arias for $5. Thank you for the donation. Gunnar Renee Oy for 20 Norwegian krona. Tom Cruise was right. Inquisitor, I said my opinion on Tom Cruise. I don't mind, like, if people yell. That's part of life. He was, I think the gravity of the situation, and I said it in my last live stream, I think he's aware he might be in his last movie as far as a 2-hour movie being released in theaters. I think he's aware that he'll probably be going to a streaming service working on a series, and he's not going to have the power that he did before. He's not going to be able to. This is a giant vanity project, Mission Impossible. This is not a series that would still continue to this day, but he helps fund some of it. And it's gotten better, honestly, but this might be it for him. And he's probably bummed. Still,
I can imagine.
Still, I mean, I could say I don't mind yelling, but if I don't care who the fuck is yelling at me, somebody talks to me like that. No. CB 2077 has no problems on my end, but I have a higher end PC. Either way, I tagged you and Az on Twitter with a video from 2 weeks ago with Shane Davis being well. Shane. Inquisitor, I will check it out. Thank you for DMing. I appreciate it. Eric K for $5. I denounce everything and everyone and all existence in all multiverses. I do too. Let's see how many we got to go. Oh, it keeps jumping on me. There we go. Eric K again. Okay, no. Hail Brian says Motorlicious for $2. Hi, Hail. I don't know who you're talking to. Brian, B. Ryan. Dreaded Swan. He can't speak correctly. His front two teeth are. Oh, it just jumped on me. His front two teeth are two ones. Okay, he can't speak correctly. His front two teeth are two one-sided. Look at the pictures straight on. It's mind-blowing. Is he talking about Luke Skywalker there?
Not sure. Maybe.
Yeah. Let's see this.
This is only if you want to play it.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I want to play it. Do it.
You're a nice guy. You're a nice guy. But I don't cut it when you're bullshitting and around like this on set.
That's it.
That's what that is, man. I'm telling you.
Understand what I want.
I'm not asking. I'm telling you.
That you
wouldn't have done that otherwise.
I will deal with your reason.
Ass.
You're exactly reasonable. And I can't deal with your logic. You're fine.
Do I want? No. No. Don't shut me up.
I don't want to see it again. Ever.
Sake, man, you're
Don't do
amateur.
it, you're fired. And I see you do it again, you're
You do it one more time, and I ain't walking on this set if you're still hired.
Now I want it. And if you don't do it, you're out.
I'm kick your ass. You don't shut up for a second, all right?
You're not shutting this movie down.
That's good.
Fucking great.
That's good. Well done. Now we need it animated. We need it animated.
Yes.
Seriously.
That's what I love when I sent you that Rudolph one earlier. I couldn't. I about fell out of my fucking seat.
That was so fucking good.
That's well done.
200 Watt Studios disagrees with Az. Cruz had the film shut down before he had to shout to make sure it didn't happen again. Sometimes you need to shout to be heard, says 200 Watt. Yeah.
That's the problem. It's like you're allowed to get mad, you know? I mean, that's the thing that's so funny about it.
Dude, when I would go like take the crew to Comic-Con was a fucking nightmare, dude. I mean, you think it's fun. It is. Except for the setting up and breaking down part. They give you a day to set up. They give you 4 hours to break down like everything. And you got to wait in lines and it's stress and, and then like, con at the end is sad because you're seeing this like thing you had fun at for 4 days just get ripped down in like minutes. It's gone. But like, I would take the crew and I would like sit them down and it's not like I didn't set the boundaries. I always set my boundaries. I sat down and said, guys, you can have fun, but you got to work your shifts. Okay. Yep. And you got to participate in the setup and the breakdown. And they didn't, some crew members really didn't like the work part. They really loved the fun part, but they didn't like the work part. And that made me crazy, especially when I set the parameters. It's not like I was passive aggressive about it and didn't tell them or said, do whatever. And then changed my mind. No, I set fucking parameters that they didn't follow. And dude. I don't miss con. I really don't. I like going. But I don't know if I ever want to fucking set up at one. But I don't think there will be cons. San Diego Con will get canceled. Promise you.
I don't see it happening. I mean, I think it's gonna take a few years before conventions come back. Like they did reInvent, which is the big Amazon AWS convention virtually, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna see that it's a lot cheaper to do it virtually than it is to actually have people crammed into several buildings.
Virtual cons will never work, dude. People like the social aspect of it. I mean, you can have a big meeting, I get it, but that's not really.
Yeah,
I have a feeling when the live things come about, when people can congregate again, it will be fun. You're gonna see what you're gonna see is like couple years, like every rock band that's ever broken up is gonna get back together and do some huge charity concert. Like what's left of Pink Floyd will probably get back together.
Get a Live Aid too.
Yeah. I think you'll get some like people are gonna want to party when it's all over. I mean, like we like to party. People like to party.
Mercury might even come back from the dead.
A lot of people want to party, but I think that for certain businesses, they're going to realize it's a lot cheaper to do things virtually than it is to actually.
I don't think conventions is one of them. I think work. Yeah, I think there's a lot of work. I think you're going to see it's already happened. Commercial real estate is just going to fall apart, which is going to really hurt big cities because they really fucked a lot of people on commercial real estate as far as taxes are concerned that everybody voted for because it wasn't their taxes. Well, guess who they're going to come for? Private property owners, and they're already trying to do it. So, that's why I'm leaving. What Memeology put up that really bright Twitch streamer who said, "Yeah, I voted for Biden, and I know the taxes are going up, but I'm going to move. I'm going to move to Texas or Vegas. For one, your taxes are going to be just as bad in Vegas. Do a little research, but I'd rather have her move to Vegas." But I saw her wanting to move to Texas, and I'm all, no, maybe I don't want to now. I don't know. Sandman says, "Run, runner." Hail, gang. TGIFNT. Oh, I love that. I think Tom is trying to protect the last chance at biggish release. In the end, I don't give a shit. It's Hollywood, and he's talking about Tom Cruise.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and you're in the end, it's tough to, like, I'm not even a fan of Tom Cruise. And I mean, I don't even want to stick up for the guy, but I at least it's refreshing to hear somebody who actually knows what's at stake here. And he's not just worried about his own bullshit so much as, like when he's sitting there saying, people are losing their homes, they can't pay for college, they can't put food on the table. He's talking about, all the people that he's employing, and that's literally, thousands of people. He's not kidding when he says that. He's not being hyperbolic in the least. If anything, he's being lowballed, because it's probably hundreds of thousands of people by the time the movie's done.
Yeah. I mean, that's Hollywood. What you saw with that rant, and you know this, Tom, and I'm sure you do too, Comics Division. Like, again, we just got to peek behind the curtain, but that's like tame. That shit happens all the fucking time. It happened in post-production offices, which of people who never saw a set. We had, project managers. They would get screamed at, then we would get screamed at. I say we. Again, I never got talked to like that. Maybe I just put off the or, like, you talk to me like that. No job means that much to me at all. I used to get talked like that, when I was at, I was turning wrenches and stuff. And like when you fuck up on somebody's brakes, or you fuck up on a brake line to where the brakes don't work, or you don't, you just sit there rotating tires and you don't tighten it down, and then tires roll off. Yeah, that's when you get yelled at for making dumb mistakes like that.
And I'll tell you what, Gary, I worked in a foundry when I was real young, right out of high school, for a couple months on a summer job. And I was in a pissy mood one night, and I wasn't paying attention to some rocker arms like I should be. And my supervisor, rightfully so, chewed my fucking ass out. He's like, "Do you realize that if any of these parts got out there bad, you'd be the one who's responsible for somebody driving down the road and the rocker arm just busting apart as they're driving and possibly causing the death of somebody?" Like, sometimes people need to wake the fuck up because you're doing something stupid, I mean, and that kind of goes back with like a whole Ray Fisher thing. I don't like Joss Whedon, but is Ray Fisher getting his fifis hurt really worth a man having his entire career taken away from him?
Yeah.
I guess to him, maybe.
Maybe, but
this is why it's the beauty. This is the beauty of Friday Night Tights, is we can say exactly what I exactly think in that situation. Is Ray Fisher is taking advantage of the BLM movement in Hollywood. Yes. Taking his newfound power and abusing it, and taking out an enemy who probably did fucking yell at him. Yeah, yelled at him. So Ray Fisher,
and he might even deserved it to a point. I won't argue that.
Maybe, well, but not his entire career. But Ray Fisher took out Joss Whedon. 20 years from now, Joss Whedon made his impact. Was he a dick? Yes, famously, he's always been a dick, always. And I personally wouldn't hang out with the guy at all. But Ray Fisher. Ray Fisher is a snitch. It's a snitch. Straight up snitch. He snitched to the public, and to the man. I don't respect that.
Well, and I still am stretching to find anywhere where his claims of racism are there. Like,
yeah, show me some proof. Show me some proof. If you got proof, then
what racism means. So
I'll and then he monetized it with his old T-shirt thing. And there's a bunch of YouTubers who bought up his fucking T-shirts, and it's like, dude, show us some proof. You show some proof. Okay, I'll believe you. I can still like the Snyder cut. I like the Snyder
absolutely.
cut, and I think he's full of shit. And I don't think, I mean, he's not even like, he's fine as Cyborg. He's fine. Like, I think Cyborg looks pretty terrible, but he's fine. He's not as good as the one in Doom Patrol. The one in Doom Patrol is better. But he monetized it. He got rid of Joss. He has not provided any proof at all. And the investigation is over, right, Lady Greymaster? I saw the investigation was over and they didn't find very much.
Oh, not really. But Joss Whedon probably won't work again, and Jeff Johns got demoted to hell.
And this is the first bad thing I've ever heard related to Jeff Johns, and I mean ever. I mean, like, people talk in the comic book industry. Like the minute when Ethan Van Sciver's controversy with his art book at the convention, I heard about that the day it happened at my comic shop. People were like, "Oh my God, did you hear? He put a Nazi symbol on it." I'm like, "Did he? Did he really?" And I looked and I'm like, "No, he didn't." I saw it for what it was Ethan was right wing and people were going after him. And this was back then. This was a long time ago. I've never heard anything close to that. There's shit I won't talk about that I've heard about comic book creators. There's some creeps, fucking stone cold creeps. Mark Waid's temper tantrums where he's punching holes in walls. I knew about that then when CrossGen went down. That's when I first heard Mark Waid was like a bizarre dude. And then I talked to him and I figured out he was a really bizarre guy. Probably bipolar. He has to be bipolar. And that's not to disrespect anybody who's bipolar. It just, you can tell.
Well, it would explain a lot for sure.
Untreated. But I've never heard Jeff Johns talked about in anything but positive ever. Maybe he just kept it a secret. I doubt it though. You can't for that long. And we're talking decades. So I think Jeff Johns got wronged. I think he just went to a town that he wasn't ready for. He's too nice of a guy. And if you're nice,
Ray Fisher threw him under the bus.
Yep. You get steamrolled in that town.
I mean, and that's all I really see out of this whole situation is you had a kid who came off of Broadway. Yeah, you probably worked with somebody like Snyder who was a bit more receptive. And then you move on to somebody like Joss Whedon who has a fire lit under his ass and was, told by Warner Brothers, you have till this date to get this fucking movie out. And you got this kid on the set who's holding up production that's costing thousands of dollars a minute, probably, if not more. No, it probably more like thousands of dollars a minute. But like,
maybe
just because he doesn't want to say booyah,
Yeah.
It's like,
come on, man, you're a fucking actor. Do your job. That's
exactly. Do your fucking job, man. It's like,
right. And what makes me, why did Joss Whedon take the job? Why? Does he, I mean, like, his career must have already been going downhill. That's what I'm thinking.
Warner Brothers
he had a lot of damage done to his career because of what happened with his wife.
His ex-wife almost destroyed him.
Yeah.
So maybe he saw this as a path back. Yeah.
Well, it was more so he was the Marvel guy. He did the Avengers and Avengers 2. They wanted to bring that over to DC. That's what it was. And in fact, Mr. H already saw Wonder Woman, and he said basically what I heard, a while back, not getting into spoilers, but yeah, basically Wonder Woman 2 don't know what it wants to be. Because it's from that era of Warner Brothers where they were trying to disconnect from the Snyderverse, and they never got a chance to go back and fix things after that test screening.
It's unfortunate. Yeah,
he said it's like a bipolar movie. It's like there's things in it he enjoyed, but at the same time, it's just it's a McDonald's meal. He said.
Helson's 10 pounds. Sad to hear. There's a rumor Disney is rebooting Firefly and making it family friendly. The working title is Firefly Vogue into the simp verse. Next, they'll be saying Brie Larson will be Mal Reynolds. Why not? Why the fuck not? Merry Christmas. A Merry Christmas to everyone out there, by the way, whether you celebrate the birth of little baby Jesus or not. Merry Christmas. It's one of my favorite holidays. And I can't wait. I can't wait. Although you can't Christmas. You know what sucks is nothing on Amazon is going to be like if you guys notice that, like nothing is going to arrive before Christmas. You used to be able to do good last minute shopping on Amazon. Fucking forget it. I was looking for just Blu-rays.
Yeah, I found a few, but not many.
Yeah, it's everything's after Christmas. I bought them. I was listening to your live stream 2 nights ago, and you guys were talking about Harryhausen. I'm like, I don't have any Harryhausen Blu-rays. So I went.
They
and
had a
looked.
box set come out overseas, but I don't think we ever got a decent one here.
We never did. So I just bought the individual, just the Sinbad movies and Jason and the Argonauts, because I met him. I met him a couple. He was at con all the fucking time. Oh yeah, I got a.
Oh, that's awesome.
I got a poster signed by him. Yeah, dude, awesome guy.
I've got some of his other older movies too, but yeah, he's just got, he's one of those like kind of like Joe Johnston and all them guys that, you know, they just got their own style of how they do things.
Yep.
And
I wanted if Culture's probably not listening. He's probably on somebody else's live stream, but wanted to take him to task because he said Baron von Munchausen is a movie that needs to be redone. No. I love that movie. You leave that fucking movie alone. The Adventures of Baron von Munchausen. Love that movie.
Oh, yeah. We were talking about movies that didn't live up to their potential originally. Yeah. No,
you drop a little acid, and that movie's fucking great. Boag for 50 Mexican dollars. Merry Christmas. I've been asking this everywhere. Hey, y'all watched Albert Finney's Scrooge? Yes, the musical and Claus. If you have thoughts on them, Albert Finney's, yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot. I like all versions of A Christmas Carol. It's one of my favorite all-time stories. Patrick Stewart did a wonderful one-man show that's available on CD. I think it's considered an audiobook. You can watch it on video. Didn't he did it again last year, I think, while they were filming Picard.
Yeah, he was doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've seen that like 11 times. He did it. He did a run at UCLA and at Irvine, all through the late 90s, early 2000s, and it was so good.
I don't know. My favorite, aside from Scrooge, has always been the Muppet one. I thought they did a really good job.
Good. I love that one. I like the old one from the, is it 40s, 30s?
Oh, yeah. I know you're talking about.
That one's good, too.
That's good.
And then, of course, you always have the Finney one with the musical that was on TBS like every Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one, too. And Scrooged. Fucking Scrooged is the shit.
Is amazing.
I care.
Back off, big man.
Bitch hit me with a toaster.
Not me.
Yeah.
Sandman says, Runner Ray, I mean about Hollywood, not entertainment overall. Okay, gotcha. And that's reference to your last super chat, which I understand.
You can barely see the nipples. Charles Dickens would have wanted to see the nipples.
Mm-hmm.
You can hardly see the nipples. See, you can hardly see the nipples. And these guys are really looking.
That's right. I got to watch it again. I can't wait. Now, I watch them all. I watched Christmas Vacation, Scrooged. I haven't watched A Christmas Story. That was too much for a while, but then, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because TNT or TBS used to do the 24-hour thing, and it was just like, oh, man.
TBS? I guess it is TBS.
I think they flip-flopped every year, but yeah, one of the two.
Of course, Die Hard, Batman Returns.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah.
Probably Lethal Weapon, if I can fit it in. And then, like, some legit, other holiday. Like, I'll watch the Rudolph. Yeah, all that stuff. I have to.
Grinch.
Grinch. It doesn't feel like Chris. So my dad was Ted Geisel's accountant towards the end of his life.
That's right.
And my dad helped Ted Geisel and Audrey, because Ted was gone, finance the Grinch movie with Jim Carrey that required, because I heard you guys talking about it. So Ron Howard had to fly to Audrey and present it to her, and she put notes on it. And the reason it was as close as it was to the original, which, it's because of her, and she still hated it. She fucking hated it when it was done. And I'm surprised the estate let anything ever go to Hollywood after that.
Well, yeah, because that the newer one that just come out here, I couldn't get through 10 minutes of it. I can at least stand the Ron Howard one.
Hang on just a second.
But yeah, we were talking about that the other
and this
day.
is why it kills me. Fucking hear Jar Jar Abrams is doing this.
Oh fuck!
No, the places you will go.
All the
Seriously?
places you will go, right? So this is the one I have.
Didn't they learn their lesson with Cat in the Hat?
Yep. That's the signature.
Oh, that's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Holy shit.
That
is so cool.
So my dad got the job for his accountant. My dad was just like a little nobody accountant, but his Ted's accountants fucked up, and my dad found a mistake, a $50,000 mistake in 1980s money. And
wow.
Ted said, "You are my guy." After that, and
that's awesome, dude.
that was my dad helped get the financing for that movie, and yeah, it was fucking totally cool. I got to meet him, and yeah, I got some art somewhere that he did for me, and totally fucking cool, dude. And I'm sure they're trying to. They'll cancel him for some of it. They remember when they tried to cancel him for some of his past art and some of his propaganda stuff. They didn't know the guy at all.
And it's going to happen to everybody.
It
eventually.
It will. But yeah, Modalicious as the plight of the bald white guy without facial hair. We all look like peeled potatoes. I shaved a while ago. I look like a thumb with eyebrows. It's Modalicious.
That's how I look every day.
Yeah, I'll eventually. I mean, I think just shaving it all is the best way to go. Honestly, like.
Well, I think when I met you, you
shit.
didn't have a beard at the time.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I only but
every time I see a picture of you without your beard, it's weird.
It is. Well, I mean, the first time I grew a beard was the Bush and Gore election, and I said I will not shave until there's a president, and it was like a month. That'd be like the first time I ever grew a beard. I'm like, oh, I kind of like it, but and then I grew them back and forth. But I used to shave it every Halloween so I could be Constantine for Halloween.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I didn't do it last couple of years, so. And I'm not going to do it again because my wife said she'd divorce me if I shave my beard.
That's how my wife is too with the goatee.
Go Miss Nerdrotic.
Like don't ever shave that thing off.
Brightest Day now filming Jester Planet for $2. You mean Clown Planet? Should be Clown Planet. Cleaner Ben. So you won't wear a mask. Oh my God. Why do you want to kill grandma? Well, I mean, we just want to catch up to Cuomo. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Tax Shark. Cuomo killed all the grandmas and grandpas too.
He did.
Thank you all. Math problem. If I have not Big Macs and not Cokes, how many of my friends will have dinner with me? There's probably a good punchline there. All of them, but it's supposed to be not because we're making fun of as using not instead of zero. And it's not NAUGHT, which I learned from Doctor Who. All the British isms I learned from Hitchhiker or Doctor Who.
I love it.
Like when you're British, they go hello. You know, when they it's hard to describe
something.
when they discover something. They
Yeah.
go hello. I learned that from the Lord of the Rings audio thing. Yeah. They also say a lot of shit wrong. They like to add U's where they like to add it, but aluminium is a superior pronunciation.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. By the way, Grand Tour premiered today, right? Speaking of aluminium, I thought Grand Tour came back today. Am I wrong about that one? Let me know.
I should ask Rob. He would know.
Because I want to fucking watch that if it did. Premieres. Not the first day it premiered. When is it coming back? December 18th. No. Yeah.
Last time I checked, that was today.
That is today. Oh, that's awesome. You can watch a Grand Tour. After, I guess they have a new format, and this might be the last season because Jeff Bezos only made $100 billion during the coup, and they can't afford Grand Tour anymore. But as we sit here with the BBC on the brink of collapse, just a few years ago, they were on top of the world. Did you know, Tom and Comics Division? I damn near called you by your name.
I keep forgetting his real name.
I go,
it's probably
Comics Division. Did you know that Top Gear was the biggest show in the world? It was in the most countries, shown in the most countries ever. Like it was.
Yes, because Rob will never let me forget this.
Yes. I was, yeah. It was the biggest show in the world, and they let it go because of Jeremy Clarkson was meanie pants to a fucking. You know, he pulled a Tom Cruise on a catering guy. I think he slapped a sandwich out of his hand too. But, so they let like billions walk. And then Doctor Who, which was their second biggest show internationally. It wasn't because they had some other stuff like, I don't know, some of their reality shows or whatever that make them a lot of money. But Doctor Who was pulling in tons of money for them, and it's not. It's really not, especially when it comes to products, tchotchkes, T-shirts, keychains.
So you're saying Downton Abbey is probably the biggest thing they got?
Probably. Is that BBC or is that the other one? Downton Abbey?
I have no idea.
I just know that's a big British show.
By the way, Drunk wants to come in if that's cool.
Oh yeah, tell her to come in.
He's begging for a link.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you don't have like, just send him a link. Drunk can come in whenever he wants.
We just had to make him like wiggle like a worm.
After he begs a lot. I mean,
that's what we were trying.
It was sufficient.
Yeah, we got to make him like. We got to get some good stuff out of him first. You know?
Yeah.
I
want him to simp as hard for me as he does for Gina Carano.
Exactly. Yes. You get down here and you simp, boy.
You tell me how hot I am, baby. I'm 50. I need to hear it because I ain't going to be hearing it much longer or ever again. That's fine. You know, my wife says it, but you know, like, you're married to me. You got to say it.
Yeah, say
it. They banned simp, incel, and virgin, but not cuck, says Boag for 20 Mexican dollars.
Stupid.
Huh? Really?
From Twitch, right? I mean, yeah, I think that was during the Twitch conversation.
Okay. Provide hail Xenu, Tom Cruise for $1.99 Dimension X. For some reason, I thought that said Ted Cruz, and I'm like, why would Ted Cruz say that? Oh, it's Tom Cruise. Okay, 200-watt studio for $5. You would last a week on a film set if you can't take a good shouting. 200-watt studio, that's why I left Hollywood. I almost got in more fights in Hollywood than I did in my days on the fucking streets. And I felt like
it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hollywood is not for the faint of heart.
No.
It's really not.
Like, and that's why I always say with like the whole Ray Fisher thing, like there's no way he could have put up with like Hitchcock, William Friedkin, any of those guys. Milius. No way.
That guy, there was a guy who tried to get me fired at Ascent. What's up, Drunk? How you doing?
Up, everybody. He's got a Santa hat on.
He's got I need a Santa hat.
Weird place. I haven't been in this place for a long time.
What's up, baby?
Thanks after all my begging. Thanks for sending me a link.
Oh, how's our girl?
She's good.
That's
man.
good. That's good.
She's good.
She
gave my channel a shout out. What's up with that?
That's fucking awesome,
Is she
dude.
ever gonna follow me? Will you ask her to follow me, Jay? I dressed in drag for you.
If you dress like Gina, if you dress like Cara Dune, I bet you she'd do it. Straight up. Cosplay Cara
And sing
Dune.
Santa Baby?
And sing Santa Baby to Drunk 3PO.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
That would be
Tom.
hilarious.
Do it.
Shout out to Drunk 3PO, okay? This is a good guy right here. Show him some support. Hey, what's up? What's the update on your book, dude? How's the book going?
It should be January 4th, I think is the launch day, is the Indiegogo launch day. They just reopened, and I won't take you because I know it's late, but I don't know if you weren't going.
Take as long as you want.
I just it's cool because you guys know this, but on Wednesdays I usually volunteer at a homeless shelter, and I teach all the kids. I do piano lessons, free piano lessons for the kids. So they just opened that back up, so it was really neat. I was there Wednesday, and then gonna be going over Christmas and stuff. So they're already like, I'm looking. Once the book gets out, like they're gonna take me from this shelter, and I'm gonna be able to like take these books and go to these other places all the way up the coast to about New York. So I'm getting all that set up, whatever happens with travel and everything, but it's gonna be kind of cool. So I share a little bit and talk a little bit about purpose and having value and having worth and all that stuff, and then that's a short version, but
that's awesome.
Really yeah, I'm really
that
excited.
Was the short version? I love you, Jay. You know that.
I know
you,
Jay.
It's all good. So we'll see what happens. Anna's doing the artwork, some of the artwork for it, and it's pretty cool. It's been an interesting process. So, and I have an editor for everyone who's like, how the heck is this man writing? His grammar's terrible. He spells words on Twitter all the time. A lot of it's on purpose, but
that's fucking Twitter, man. Who cares?
I know.
You gotta blend in.
Good point. Yeah.
People care, man. People care. People care. So it's been fun, man. It's been a fun journey. It's kind of nice to finally see it almost, and to see all the people that have helped me. Ethan, even Cecil, like setting up the webpage and like putting it all together. Jeff from World Class, just like spending time with me, making sure it's like put together. It's just been this community is incredible. No matter what anybody says, about this and that, this community is incredible. It really is. And these are people that reached out to me because I'm, how I am, man. I every time I do something with Gary, like on Twitter, and I feel like he might be upset, I always like text. I know how to get a hold of him, like other people don't, because I messaged his wife, through the other thing. Like, Gary upset with me. Like, did I go too far? And she's like, you didn't go far enough. Like, make him like, yeah. Well,
that's my wife.
I don't think Gary knows how to check messages, but no, it's just.
I've been getting better.
I'm kidding.
I feel your pain, Jay, because there's times too. It's like, God damn, did I piss Gary off? Man, he's not getting better.
Yeah.
No, I know. Okay. There's so many things I've sent him that would have been so cool if he got them, in a timely fashion. But like when he probably got him, he's like, oh, I probably too late.
That's
now.
why I've got help, guys. So the story is when I'm recording videos or prepping for live streams, I turn off my phone. I cannot be distracted. I need to focus on what I'm working.
I get it, man. Just give you shit.
And I'm always doing it. No, but I deserve it. I deserve it. I should answer this shit more often. I need to get better at it, and I'm trying to improve. Mrs. Nerdrotic unfortunately has a lot more time in her hands, so she's gonna help. Until she does her next thing. I'm not going to give
away the secret on how to reach her, but once you learn the secret, you're good to go. So
you got the direct line. She's got your shirt too, homie.
I know, it's awesome.
You are such the ladies
she
man.
Loves
Jay.
it.
Jay, the ladies man.
The ladies
That's
man.
Just a rumor. I don't even know
the
where that
sexiest man.
Oh, I don't know where that. Yeah, where does that start? I don't know.
I don't remember where that started. Where did that start, Jay? That was a while back.
With Jeremy.
Did it? Okay, I thought so. Yeah. And we just wouldn't let it down.
Stream, and there was like some girls come on. They're like, "Oh, who's that handsome man? Who's that?" It was like I was kind of new to Geeks and Gamers, and you know how Jeremy is. Oh, you don't know this person? He's the handsomest man on YouTube. And I'm like, and here I am, just like ha 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 ha, like laughing, and it just turned into a meme. It's not.
Jay, if somebody calls you handsome, you take the fucking compliment, man.
I do. I do.
I was gonna say you should, because comics has been getting called the sexiest man on YouTube now. You got some competition.
Well deserved. I can't get the facial hair. I put on that quarantine 15.
Jeez, tell me about it, dude.
Little.
I seriously need to get back to the fucking gym.
Just wait till Cecil reveals his face.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
I've seen Cecil's face.
I'm the only one who hasn't.
Cecil's a handsome little devil, that guy. A little fucking boozer. No, I love Cecil.
I've seen it for a split second. That was it.
Yeah. Oh, no, Cecil's awesome. I love it. Cecil and It's a Gundam are two comedians who should be working professionally.
No shit, right?
Yep.
Hilarious.
They like should be in, like, Critical Drinker, Doomcock, It's a Gundam, Cecil should be Doomcock should be writing science fiction in Hollywood. It's a Critical Drinker should be writing everything in Hollywood. And Cecil and It's a Gundam are legit comedians who are better than fucking 99% of the garbage that we're seeing out there.
Absolutely.
100%.
And congratulations on your Gina Carano shout out. That was glorious.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh, she's fucking cool. What she has done for Star Wars, in all seriousness, for Star Wars fandom, for this sphere, is more than anybody's done. Like, she
listen to Jay. He's all like, "Welcome to the club."
I know.
He's like wants to high five you and shit.
I before I put that tweet,
she makes fun of me on Twitter. She gives Gary praise. Like,
I'll be honest, I get jealous. I get
She
jealous
posts on Twitter of like a baby ripping out. She's like, "This is what I think about your candy corn, Jay." This is what she posts on Twitter. It's a child like ripping out like another stuffed animal's heart. That's what Gina responds. She responds to Gary, "You have no idea how much you mean to me," with the fist pump and everything. And I was like, dang.
That's after I called her smoking hot.
She knows how to simp.
I had to tell my wife, I was like, I'm going to tweet this out. Okay.
You are so getting
so
laid,
you know. So you know. I like my chances.
The wifey poo is going to be so turned on by that. She's going to be like, yeah.
But back to comics division real quick. Remember he was behind a shield all this time. And I was like, dude, show your face. And he's like, I don't know, man. I'm like, bro, show your face. Ladies, you're welcome.
Yeah, see?
I talked him into it.
See, and he told me the same thing, and I keep breaking cameras. So, at least once in a while he's right.
Oh, we love you, Tom. We love
I'll
you
get
just
there.
the way
I just keep fucking shit
You ever
up.
see Bridget Jones? Just as you are. Just as you are. Maybe you didn't see Bridget Jones. I saw the first one. I'm married. Of course I saw Bridget Jones. Shit, I've seen all of them. Oh, where did it go? Hey, I want to talk about, I only seen Star Trek Discovery season 1 and 2, and to paraphrase, it makes me want to rip my ears off and sew them over my eyes so I can never see it again. Much love, all. It does. Esh Singh, it is the worst written show in television history, and maybe since we have been painting little animals on cave walls, it is the worst written shit out there. And then when you see it compared to The Mandalorian, which I mean, we all think
is really funny, because like there's some grade A shit out there that I've seen that's like way better than Discovery.
Yeah. Oh
No,
my God,
Discovery's
yes.
insultingly fucking bad.
Yeah.
Like, as much of a show that R&B was making, I totally understand how he feels. Like, I mean, this shit has just gotten to the point where beyond fucking hubris.
No,
Never seen a single episode.
Oh, don't. You're just getting through the. How are you liking the original original series?
Yeah. It's fantastic. I love, like, I think the Menagerie I thought was like the most creative two-parter ever, that they actually took like a pilot episode and decided to put it in a. I was like, that blew me away. Like the fact that they were able it's so creative.
That's also the footage that survived, because a lot of that was damaged.
Yeah.
Well, they did finally resurface it, and the full version is now available. But yeah,
the creativity is just like, that's the one thing, we were watching it and you pinpoint, like, look what this is all they had to work with, but this is how they made it work. And it just was it's fantastic. We're gonna start season 2 next year.
Excellent. I love those, and I love that you're watching it. And
it's fantastic. Never seen them before,
and it holds up.
God, man.
Oh,
never watched Star Trek. It wasn't a Star Trek family, So
the Menagerie used to be shown down in Southern California as a movie. Like, so it would they'd probably throw a bunch of commercials in it, but it was longer than a regular episode, and then they would make it this big event. Like Star Trek, the Menagerie, and fucking loved it. Somebody's asking, I'm going to jump ahead on a super chat because I got to answer this question. Somebody was asking what happened to my Carrie. Okay, Human Kirk for £2 says, Nerdrotic, what happened to your Unsafe Space stream? They had computer problems. They kept crashing yesterday, so we're going to reschedule it for next week or week after. They're really cool people over there, and I will definitely go over there. Carrie Smith will be back on Friday Night Tights. was really close to asking her to be a regular, but she'd probably say no. But she's freaking
She's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's
she's almost as popular as for fuck's sake.
Yeah, she knows her shit too. She was a Doctor Who fan.
Oh yeah.
She liked David Tennant. Kapla, my numbers hump up, then down again. Been that way for a few weeks. Not as high as you guys, but noticeable. Kapla, Bird of Prey 5. Yeah, it's happening to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the purge. I think it's the purge. But to have exactly 1,000 taken away after I gained them in 48 hours, which is it's just beyond strange. There's something else going on there, and I'm not going to worry about it. But
all channels, man, mine too. I mean, I have a small channel, so.
But you wonder if
it was like 10 to 20, but still, yeah, it's just.
What I meant to ask earlier, I'll ask you guys, do you think YouTube has gone too far? Do you think this is their breaking point? Because it's all upward trajectory. People have been saying since the demonetization and blah, 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 that YouTube sucks, but it's always been growing. Do you think that stopped? Do you think it hit its wall with,
I don't know. Personally, I think they've crossed the line, and I think I know that people have been jumping off. That's what I've heard. Whether that trend will continue is anyone's guess, but hopefully more people jump off, because this is a big fucking deal. Censorship is not good. It doesn't matter how bad the idea is. You need to be able to go and basically hear it and then hear the other side as well. I mean, you counter bad ideas with good ideas. You don't censor shit. So I'm hoping they cross the line and people realize it and start jumping to other platforms.
I think they crossed the line too. And Facebook and Twitter have acknowledged that they crossed the line. Did you notice that they're not going to be as hardcore on their censoring now that the election's all over? They're like, okay, we're going to go back to where it was before.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was weird, wasn't it? It's almost like, here's what happened. They all didn't like the Orange Man. They all went all in thinking that they were actually fighting some sort of evil and were willing to compromise whatever we need to compromise to fight the evil. However you feel about the president, I don't care. This is how big tech and mainstream media and the system all colluded to do this outside of just the actual election. We're talking about information here. And again, watch Social Dilemma, because that is a documentary fashioned for manipulation, and it shows you exactly how they do it. But they were talking about, it's just their thesis.
It was the roadmap for 2020.
Yep. It was the roadmap for 2020, but they were saying like, essentially that the right was doing it, which is at the end, you're like, and they don't mention China once. They don't, I mean, the word China doesn't come out of anybody's mouth once, but that's okay. That's what happened. And now they're coming back, and there's like a hangover. There was an Orange Man bad hangover, and people are like reassessing, and they're going, oh, maybe we went too far. Yeah, maybe you fucking did. And guess what? You can't take a lot of that shit back.
No, you can't.
So
integrity is important. It's like you sacrifice that because you don't like something. Yeah, I mean, you basically compromise your morals at that point.
You got integrity.
Got integrity.
Well, you know what they're doing now. Like I was gonna go see my parents for Christmas, and because I live in Florida, technically Florida is like wide open state. So like certain governors are punishing certain governors are punishing our governor, saying if I visit someone, because I'm from Florida, those people have to quarantine. Because I'm, and it's just it becomes a hassle for me to leave the state and go to other states, because
that's
they're like,
gonna suck for weed
a
dealers.
Florida person, because Florida's wide open, and everybody in some of these other states, they're not. They're very
how do they know?
That's what I said. It's like, how would they know? But you put enough fear in people, they're just like, please just stay in Florida.
Yeah, well, fear is a huge motivator, man.
What if they check your tags? And I was like, all right.
I got it. Thank you, Lady Greymaster. I have half a mind to get in my car and just start fucking driving places and braking. No, I mean, just driving places. I won't tell you what time. and seeing how much I can get away with. I'm betting it's a lot. Oh my God. What the hell?
All the places we will go.
All the places. Yeah. All the places.
And you just saw that, didn't you?
Yeah.
That-
Hang on. Holy shit.
See, you bring me on and you see.
Gary just got a Christmas present. Holy shit.
Why did the message get retracted?
All I'm saying.
Oh no, what did they say?
What happened?
Oh no.
He didn't say anything wrong. Who retracted it?
He may have retracted it.
Hopefully that wasn't a mistake and he was trying to delete the super chat.
Yeah. I hope not, Jamie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Jimmy Stewart for 400 pounds. If that was a mistake, let me know. I mean, like, unfortunately, YouTube gets 30% of that. But just email me at gary@nerdrotic.com. It's fine. Society on, he's talking about the Social Dilemma on Netflix. One of the best programs of the year. I hear it. Oh, Society on Netflix. One of the best programs of the year. I hear it's been canceled.
That was it. That was the message.
That was the message. Okay. It spoke of society. It spoke of Society being canceled. Okay. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah. He probably made a mistake.
So
he probably meant to
YouTube
put like
did it.
$4 or something in there and put 400.
That's what I was worried about. Was
Yeah.
like, hey, I mean 4 or 40 or something. Then yeah.
Yeah, that just email me. We'll figure something out. Griffin for $2. Ask Carrie to join. If you ask, it is her choice. Yeah, I gotta ask the guys before I run off and ask her though. But I will. I think she'd be good for once in a while, but she probably has a lot to do. This is a big a live stream on somebody else's channel when you are creating content is a big commitment. Because you're giving up a huge chunk of your day from your family, from your friends, from your channel. So I recognize that. That's why that's why I usually cut, it's been going 5 hours lately, but I try to keep a time limit on it out of respect for my co-hosts and stuff. And you guys have been very patient and are cool with the super chat square ups. I got that idea from EFAP. So, yeah. But thanks. We're going to go a few more minutes here. I'm going to try to get a bunch in. Yeah. I think that's Jamie, Gary@nerdrotic.com. If that was a mistake, just let me know. Okay. Roof Korean 92 for $5. UEG, can't believe creators I have watched for years cross paths. I think the Cali lockdown, but Hollywood not lockdown played into his rant. I agree with you, Roof Korean. I think he understands there is a microscope on Hollywood right now. Mm-hmm. And I did hear from somebody because it was The Good Place. That was it The Good Place? What's that TV show? The Good Place?
Yeah, there's a TV show called The Good Place.
Yeah, so that's the one that shut down that's the one that shut down the restaurant. Or the restaurant that got shut down. That was it? That was the production, The Good Place.
Oh, I thought that show was over with, but
no, maybe it's Good Girls. Here, I got it on my Twitter. Hang on, I'll find out because I blabbed it on Twitter. I was pretty fucking pissed.
You don't really blab on Twitter too much.
I don't.
No.
I really should more, but I just don't.
It's not worth it.
I mainly use Twitter to talk shit.
I know.
I'll say anything really relevant on Twitter.
The real.
Oh, I sound far away from my mic. Is that what you said, Tom? Sorry, I was moving around. How's that better?
Well, you didn't have to say that.
I don't think anybody wants to hear
what
what I have to say anyway. They just kind of take it.
Is there a Good Girls? It's called Good Girls. It was the NBC comedy Good Girls that was allowed to set up outside the Pineapple Hill restaurant, which was forced to shut down after spending thousands on an outside facility to make them pennies on the dollar.
It's fucking sad.
So, and then NBC tried to edit out the footage, showed on their channels, on their news channels, they put deceitful editing footage to make her look like kind of a biatch and a Karen. So fuck NBC, fuck the Good Girls. And then Josiah just did a video on one of the stars from the Good Girls, basically came out and said celebrities are worthless pieces of shit and she wants to leave Hollywood. But when she's 40 and she's like 20 now. So it's like, okay, whatever. But that's probably why she said that, because she found out that her production shut down a restaurant. That probably can't feel good. So I got a couple emails from people who work in Hollywood saying, yeah, they're not comfortable with being deemed essential over regular humans. And they're afraid that that's going to create like this massive resentment, which it's going to do.
Of course it is.
Yep. I mean, and it'll put a giant fucking target on you, and you don't want that. Sire Pete, New York. Hey, not sure if you already knew, but Hawkeye has been shooting here. I'm in New York City under the working title Anchor Point. Oh, so because it's essential there in New York where you're all fucking shut down.
Of course.
You mean the Kate Bishop show co-starring Jeremy Renner? Yeah, no thanks.
More or less.
North American Hamrammer. I have to admit, seeing Az's crowd reaction to Luke gave me tears of joy. Not for Disney, but for the character. It was great, and I haven't seen it yet. Thank Az, I will never be able to see Rudolph the same way again. Nope. Nope. All right, guys, I'm going to let everybody go home. We got a lot to go, and I'm sorry. I'll get them in a square up. I promise you. I'll give them the time they do deserve, and I will answer all of the questions as best I can. I want to thank once again Upper Echelon Gaming for joining us. I want to thank Odin, who ducked out early, and Ryan, whose internet he hung on as long as he could. Jeremy, who was tired. Of course, Comics Division Tom, and Drunk 3PO, surprise guest.
Yeah, just sneaking in to say hey.
I love it. I think it's great.
That's all.
We made you beg a little.
So Comics,
a little bit, but that's okay.
Plug your channel, Comics.
All right, everyone. If you want to hear more of my crappy opinions, you can head over to Comics Division. I also have a second channel, which is called The Great Reset. Hopefully, I'll be able to get content this coming week on both channels. It's been a busy time at work, and of course, there was some issues with the live streaming crackling, and I was trying to debug that this week. So everything seems to be situated now. Also, you can follow me on Twitter at Comics Division.
Excellent. Tom?
You can find me at Midnight's Edge, Midnight's Edge After Dark. We now have a Midnight's Edge archive channel. And I still do Mead Radio. It's its own thing now. So check it out if you'd like it to. And that's about it.
Awesome. Drunk 3PO, plug whatever you like.
I just came on to plug.
It's okay.
I actually have a second channel that I wouldn't mind. I guess I'll plug. I'll put the link in. I'm a mod anyway.
Yep.
But it's videos of when I used to like live out of the country and building homes and orphanages and stuff like that. It's like a travel.
I thought you were about to say out of the trunk of your car when you were homeless or something.
When I was like living and staying in Haiti and DR and all those things. So I decided like have all these old videos and stuff like that. I just started putting it all together, and hopefully next year plan on like going back out and doing that all over again. So it's on that channel. It's very small. Maybe nice to get a little boost, a little bump there. So it's called Jaywalking the Planet. And I'll probably spend more time on that one than Drunk 3PO. So that's it.
Awesome.
There it is.
Brilliant.
Hey, Monty, give a that's it.
We didn't
if you want to see what I like, if you want to see somebody what I normally like my normal life than what this life is, that's the channel to go to. So.
Yeah, Jay does a lot of shit that a lot of people don't know about. But like, I remember before this whole lockdown thing, you were even asking me if I wanted to go with you, and I'm like, Jay, I would love to write you a check, but I'm not gonna leave my house. But no, I admire what you do, man. It's
that's okay. I don't mind like when I come on like these big channels to see people in the chat go, God, this loser, how does he wiggle his way into these big, it's so funny to me.
We give you shit, but you're one of the best.
I know.
You are definitely one of the best of us.
All good. It's all good.
Sure,
I love it. I love it. It's all love.
Thanks
for inviting me on for like 5 minutes, man. It's fantastic to be here. I hope I made everyone's day brider.
You did, and then hit me up. Like, we'll let you on.
Oh yeah, man.
It's no big. This is my social hour.
Family. People don't realize we're all family here. We talk all the time.
I mean, my wife has been gone for 2.5 weeks. I've been alone in this house for 2.5.
I think he's hitting
kids.
Jay.
No, maybe.
You know, when a man gets lonely,
I'm lonely.
I'm not putting it down.
It's
I'm
just me and the Christmas tree that just got delivered. So I got to put my Christmas tree.
Florida's wide open, man. Going to
We are
Disney
acceptable
World
of all kinds of lifestyles.
I get paid to go to the theme parks. What kind of life is that?
That is a lifestyle.
There you go, man.
So for Nerdrotic, I'm going to be doing a Mandalorian review video. Hopefully it'll be out Sunday. Picard will be out before the end of the year, I promise. And I've got a Doctor Who video. My next live stream will be, I'll be on Doomcock's channel for the Inquisition, and then back for the Nerdrotic Nooner. The Nerdrotic Nooner will be coming back at regular times. It'll be scheduled at regular times starting in January, so look out for that. And big announcement Tuesday. Should I leave a little extra hint?
Breadcrumb.
Yeah, I think you should.
It's a book. We're going to be announcing a book.
Nice.
A book. So
that's fantastic.
Tune in to BB&C.
Is it Santa's husband?
That's
sequel.
already been written.
Part
It's already
2.
been
Prequel.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
I
like
love
Lady
that stuff.
Gravemaster in the back says, that's a little more than a crumb. That's cool.
That's more than a crumb.
awesome.
Yeah. So you'll find out. Catch you later.
You
Bye,
gotta let me know
everybody.
when you're releasing it, so I don't want to release mine when someone's around.
I'll let you all know. I got to iron a couple of things out because I will let you all know tomorrow. You will all know tomorrow. These guys. You'll know on Tuesday. But there's a couple things I got to iron out. But yeah.
Fucking
That's
nice.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It'll be fun.
Oh, did I plug our Conan interview last week? I think I did.
Conan O'Brien or Conan the Barbarian? No, plug it again because I'll watch it.
We talked to Frederick Malmberg, the guy who basically runs everything Conan related and of the Robert E. Howard estate, and yeah, we got some interesting info, and basically, I think we all at least have something to look forward to with Conan. So it sounds like he's going to keep it real. So. Fingers crossed for Netflix Conan. There's a lot of good stuff in that interview, so do check it out if you're a Conan fan.
Please check it out. Their Conan videos are fucking awesome, and I love Conan. So every time I watch one, it makes me break open my Savage Sword or my comics, and hopefully they'll do that franchise right someday. So,
I need to find some Conan comics now.
Oh, you can find. I mean, like other than #1, they're pretty cheap. Back in the days,
mind digital, there's actually free ones out there.
Yeah. But if you want to go like make a list and go hunting for them, you won't be spending a bunch of money. So
that's cool. That's good.
All right, everyone, have a very good. Oh, I got to thank the Nerdrotics. Thank you all. Let's see which ones were here. We had the new one, Jennifer Cisco. Thank you. Welcome, Eric K. Just another red shirt, another new mod. And we had Mark
Shadows here.
Nihilist Shadows always here. He's always in the shadows. Mark Lerzeth is always around here. Let's see who else.
Eric K. Did you get Eric K?
I got Eric K. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody though. I don't know. If I forgot somebody, I'm sorry. I say Comics Division. Chris Persia, the Canadian Wrench.
Yeah,
Chris Persia. So thanks, Nerdrotics. Thanks to everyone who super chatted, and I will get you all taken care of in the super chat square up. Thank you to Lady Gravemaster, and thank you to Perry Chan. Congratulations, over 10,000 subs on Nerdrotic Daily, which is epic, absolutely epic. So thank you all, and have a good night. Oh wait, I just went to the wrong one.
Fine.
I'm sorry, say that again. You say knitters?
I did.
You said knitters.
Knitting.
Knitter, please. Hi.
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
So John Campea assumed their gender. Is that what we're getting at here?
I think
that's pretty. I think that's pretty toxic of him, and he needs to be better.
Hashtag be better, John.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Stupid bitch!
I mean, you could have said Kathleen Kennedy whipped out her baloney-looking vagina lips and slapped them in the face. You could have said that.
Now we can talk about how vagina is the roast beef of nature. Is that?
I like baloney.
What the fuck hit me? God!
Oh my God, who's got the baloney sandwiches?
Ah! Oh no! Damn it! Fuck you guys! God damn it!
Nerdrotic.com